Chapter 1769. Scarlet Fiend Mansion, Remilia's Room. Remilia, Patrice, Fran, and Zhuyi once again gathered in the room. They looked at the sleeping Wu Yan and sighed. For the past 3 days, Wu Yan caused trouble almost every single day. Although the Scarlet Devil Mansion can't be said to be in a state of unrest, it's definitely not a peaceful one. Now, Wu Yan was lying on the bed in an extremely obedient state. He wasn't even willing to move an inch. It was a stark contrast from before. Remilia, Patrice, Fran, and Zhuyi weren't used to it. However, one thing was for sure. Wu Yan's current state wasn't normal either. Although he wasn't making a ruckus, isn't it abnormal for him to be too quiet? What's more, Wu Yan's current state is more like a half-dead than a peaceful one. Anyone can see that there's something wrong with him. Then, what's going on this time? Remilia said in a helpless tone, her face full of annoyance. Could it be because he hasn't sucked blood for a long time and is finally experiencing a side effect? However, he also said that the vampire true ancestor doesn't need to rely on blood to survive. Even if he doesn't drink a drop of blood for the rest of his life, there won't be any abnormalities. Patrice shook her head as she pressed on the nightcap on her head. So, there's only one possibility for such an abnormal state. Is it the medicine of that perpetual moon person again? At this point, Remilia's helpless tone turned into one of helplessness. But he was so noisy for the past 3 days. Why is he suddenly so quiet today? On the first day, Wu Yan didn't cause any trouble, but because of his arrogant behavior, Remilia almost went berserk. Sakuya even went so far as to erect an impenetrable wall between the two of them. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's timely realization, he's afraid that sooner or later, the people of Scarlet Devil Dojo wouldn't want to get close to him anymore. The next day, due to his jealousy, Wu Yan became hostile towards Remilia. He escaped from the Scarlet Devil Mansion, causing a commotion in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. He even started a barrage game with Marissa. If it weren't for Patrice and Alice coming to the rescue, Marissa would have gotten a few bruises by now. On the 3rd day, which is yesterday, Wu Yan started causing a ruckus early in the morning. He sent Marissa scurrying all over the place while sending the Scarlet Devil Mansion into a state of panic. Luckily, Wu Yan knew his limits. In order to avoid trouble, he hid in his room and slept for the whole day. Otherwise, it wouldn't end up like this. Today, Wu Yan was lying on the bed in a half-dead state. Even with so many people surrounding him, he wasn't willing to say a word. He was shaken awake several times, but he still continued to sleep. Compared to the past 3 days, the contrast was too great. It was natural for Remilia to have doubts. In response to Remilia's question, Patrice pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, I have a guess about the effects of the moon person's medicine. Guess? Apart from Fran, who laid on the bed and had her attention on Wu Yan, Remilia and Zhuyi turned their attention to Patrice. Lady Patrice. Zhuyi said with uncertainty. You mean to say that you know what happened to Lord Bai for the past 4 days? It's not hard to understand if you think about it. Patrice glanced at Remilia and Zhuyi. The moon person from the Eternal Pavilion said that the medicine Lord Bai swallowed could trigger the most fundamental sin in his heart. This so-called fundamental sin, if I'm not mistaken, should be the 7 deadly sins. 7 deadly sins? Remilia and Dark Knight froze at the same time. The 7 deadly sins refer to the 7 original sins that are the root of all sins. Patrice recalled and slowly explained. They are known as sins that all intelligent life cannot avoid. They are divided into pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. They are the root of all sins. Arrogant people will be arrogant, conceited, and condescending. They will despise everything they see, whether it is strong or weak, whether it is a man or a woman, whether it is a human or a beast, they will feel that they are insignificant. Arrogant people will not bother to communicate with them, or even approach them. Envious people will be envious, jealous, and resentful of what others have but they don't have. Be it money, looks, or even an excellent partner, if they don't have it, or if they have it but can't win against others, envious people will want to use the power they have to plunder, rob, or even destroy everything. Envy is the foundation of the 7 deadly sins, and the shadow of envy can be found in the other 6 deadly sins. Furious people will be extremely irritable. Facing such a person, even a word that he doesn't like would trigger him to vent his anger and revenge. He would vent his anger without any reason. Such a person is also the one who would easily hurt the things around him or her. Zhang Tai said as he looked at Zhang Tai with a cold expression. On the other hand, lazy people have nothing to pursue in their lives. If we insist on pursuing something, then the only pursuit of lazy people is sleep and rest. Even if they are hungry, they will consider sleep and rest first. Even if they are thirsty, they will also consider sleep and rest first. To sum it up, they are lazy. Patrice said so much in one breath. Then, she shifted her gaze to Wu Yan who is lying on the ground. Don't you think that Haku's performance in the past 4 days is related to the 4 original sins? Remilia and Zhuyi nodded in agreement. On the first day, Wu Yan's arrogant attitude was a display of arrogance. Even Yonglin, who was one of the top 5 in strength and influence in Fantasy Village, was looked down upon by him. Wasn't that arrogant? On the second day, Wu Yan was extremely jealous. Even though Zhuyi was only fulfilling his duty, he developed enmity towards Remilia. Even a quarrel between Patrice and Alice caused him to resent Marissa. Wasn't that a display of jealousy? On the third day, which was yesterday, even though Marissa's carefree attitude was infuriating, not to mention the fact that she had ruined Wu Yan's plans, Wu Yan was only dissatisfied at most. How could he be so angry that Marissa was forced to flee from the Scarlet Devil Mansion? And today, Wu Yan was in such a half-dead state. Wasn't that a display of laziness? The moon dwellers of Eternal Pavilion once said that the medicine Haku consumed would last for 7 days. Patrice sighed. Thinking about how Bai has been changing her appearance every day for the past few days, and then thinking about how the moon people's medicine in the Forever Pavilion can trigger the most fundamental evil in a person's heart, I think the effect of the medicine should be to induce one of the 7 original sins in the person who takes it in 7 days, this. Zhuyi said in astonishment. That is to say, Lord Bai will commit the 7 original sins of pride, jealousy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust in 7 days, right? That's right. Patrice nodded heavily. The 7 sins will all manifest in these 7 days, and it seems like it's not something Bai can control. It's something he naturally wants to do. So, to be honest, I'm really surprised that Bai can suppress the 7 sins while he's in the state of the 7 sins. Patrice wasn't the only one astonished. If Yonglin knew about this, she would probably be astonished as well. After all, no matter who it was, everyone would commit at least one of the 7 original sins. Even a newborn would subconsciously crave food and commit the sin of gluttony. Who could say that they would never commit these 7 original sins? Even the perfect and confident head maid, Black Knight, would sometimes be arrogant, jealous, and furious. To a certain extent, Patrice's thirst for knowledge was also a form of greed. Jealousy and fury would also occur at times. It was just that the degree of jealousy and fury differed. As for Wu Yan, he naturally couldn't avoid it. However, Yonglin's medicine amplified and strengthened the sins of the 7 deadly sins, causing Wu Yan's 7 deadly sins to be stronger than anyone else's. That's why so many things happened. Then, his current state is due to the influence of the sin of sloth. Remilia looked at Wu Yan who is still snoring. She felt a headache coming on. There's no other way. Zhuyi, you will take care of him today. Zhuyi bowed slightly. Yes. Milady. Chapter 1770. Thus, apart from Lai Yi who stayed behind, Remilia, Patrice, and the reluctant Fran left the room to do their own things. Opening his eyes with great effort, Wu Yan gazed at the departing figures of Remilia, Fran, and Patrice. He appeared to be half dead, but that was only because he was too lazy to speak. However, Wu Yan had clearly heard their conversation. In fact, Wu Yan had more or less guessed it. The so-called most fundamental sin that Yonglin mentioned was the original sin of the 7 deadly sins. Just like what Patrice had said, the 7 deadly sins were the root of all sins. No one could avoid committing at least one of the 7 deadly sins. If anyone could avoid all 7, then that person would be a saint. Therefore, the 7 deadly sins could be said to be human nature. Since it was human nature and unavoidable, how could one control it? That's why when Wu Yan committed pride, envy, wrath, and today's sloth, he didn't notice that he was in a state of triggering the original sin. He even went as far as to vent his inner sin when he was in a state of triggering the original sin. Because this was a sin that everyone would commit. Wasn't it an unavoidable sin? Because of this, when Wu Yan realized that something was wrong with his condition, he was able to suppress the sin that was his nature. This was the reason why Patrice said that she would be surprised, and also the reason why Yonglin might be surprised as well. Of course, Wu Yan didn't feel that it was strange. Indeed, human nature couldn't eradicate the deadly sins. However, in people's hearts, there were things more important than their own lives. Facing these things, even the most arrogant person would be biased. Even the most jealous person would consider gains and losses. Even the most furious person would be soft-hearted. Even the most lazy person would try to work harder. Therefore, under the baptism of the sin of pride, Wu Yan, who intended to take Seiko Yi as his own, would rather resist than submit when he realized that this would cause Seiko Yi to leave him. Therefore, under the baptism of the original sin of jealousy, enmity and killing intent towards Remilia arose. Wu Yan, who sensed that he might harm Remilia, would rather run away than comply. Therefore, under the baptism of the cardinal sins, even if he was angry at Patrice for rejecting his request, he would rather hold it in than force her to do anything. Therefore, under the baptism of the original sin of laziness, if something happened to anyone in the Red Devil Mansion today, Wu Yan would rather work hard than watch it happen. That was the bottom line. It was a bottom line that even human nature could not touch. Wu Yan believed that if any of the girls by his side were to face the same situation as him, they would definitely be able to suppress the 7 deadly sins. Even if that would put an excessive burden on his mind, it would still be the same. Lord Bai, Luo Yi, who had disappeared from the room, abruptly appeared on the edge of the bed, holding a tray full of dishes in his hand. His blue eyes looked at Wu Yan. Lord Bai, you should eat something first. Wu Yan clearly heard Sakuya's words, but he's too lazy to open his eyes. He's also too lazy to respond. He continued to lie there without any reaction. Seeing this, Luo Yi shook his head with a smile. He bent down and shook Wu Yan's body. Lord Bai, even if you want to sleep, please eat breakfast first. However, no matter how hard Luo Yi shook, Wu Yan's snoring was still the same. He had no intention of waking up. Sigh. Luo Yi sighed. It was impossible for Wu Yan to not wake up after shaking him like this. He should be too lazy to open his eyes, right? It had to be said that Yonglin's medicine was indeed overbearing. Although laziness was one of the 7 deadly sins and was an unavoidable nature, laziness was also divided into degrees. Taking a break was laziness, doing nothing all day was also laziness. It was clear which was more important. However, Yonglin's medicine increased this laziness to the extreme, making people feel lazy to even reply. Wasn't this tyrannical? Luckily, Yonglin's medicine isn't able to bestow extreme laziness. Wu Yan, who is suffering from the sin of laziness, would find breathing a very troublesome task. Otherwise, there would be a good show to watch. Luo Yi had no choice but to say this. Then, Lord Bai, let me feed you, okay? As soon as Luo Yi's voice fell, Wu Yan lazily opened his eyes, but he did not move. He was lying straight on the bed, looking like a living dead with all his strength sucked out. This made Luo Yi angry and amused at the same time. This also made Sakuya realize that ever since she met Wu Yan, her relationship with Wu Yan seems to have gotten a lot richer. Without saying anything more, Luo Yi sat on the edge of the bed and put the breakfast on the bedside. He helped Wu Yan up a little and then picked up the bowl and spoon full of porridge. Scooping up half a spoonful of porridge, Sakuya carefully tested the temperature of the spoonful. She hesitated for a bit before putting the spoonful of porridge in front of Wu Yan's lips with great care. "Lord Bai, have some porridge first." Looking at Sakuya reaching over and raising the spoon in front of him, treating him like a patient, even the lazy Wu Yan couldn't help but feel speechless. He couldn't help but open his mouth and gulp down the porridge in front of him. The next moment, the warm liquid flowed into his throat from his mouth and into his body, warming up Wu Yan's stomach. Since the porridge was made by Luo Yi, there must be no problem with the taste. However, Wu Yan did not care about the taste of the porridge. While drinking the porridge spoonful by spoonful, his eyes were fixed on Luo Yi, who was constantly blowing the porridge in the spoon and carefully feeding it to him. This is the first girl to feed Wu Yan ever since he got the system and came to Silveria. Ever since his fate changed, this is the first girl to feed him. Even Ikaros did not have this opportunity. Now, Luo Yi was feeding him in order to take care of him. How could Wu Yan not look at her? Maybe it's a psychological issue, but Wu Yan and Nagaya felt like this meal was going on for a very long time. Although it was long and no one spoke during the process, the whole room was wrapped in a warm atmosphere. Even Wu Yan and Luo Yi felt as if their hearts had melted. They felt particularly warm. Under such circumstances, looking at Wu Yan, who looks like he's expending a lot of energy to open his mouth to eat, Sakuya's beautiful blue eyes unknowingly lost their usual stern and cold aura. Instead, it's replaced by gentleness. Her movements also became gentler and gentler. Unfortunately, no matter how long the meal was, it would end eventually. After the meal, Wu Yan flopped onto the bed like a puppet with its strings cut. He didn't even bother to adjust his posture. He closed his eyes and in less than 10 seconds, he didn't move at all. Luo Yi shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She put the empty bowl on the tray and stood up. Just as Luo Yi was about to take the tableware to the kitchen to wash, a very soft voice entered Luo Ye's ears. "Thank you." Luo Ye's body froze on the spot. Wu Yan, who was completely still, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luo Yi, who was frozen on the spot. In his heart, an impulse drove him to suppress the sin of laziness and let him speak. "Fran is my sister, Remilia. I am also very willing to treat her as my sister, and you, I also want to treat you as my family, a very important family member." After saying these words, Wu Yan simply closed his eyes and really did not move. Luo Yi stood there for a long time without responding. After a long time, she turned around and lowered her head to look at Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed. A very beautiful smile appeared on her face. Luo Yi sat on the edge of the bed again. Her blue eyes stared at Wu Yan's sleeping face. As if she could not help herself, she reached out her hand and stroked Wu Yan's face. "Luo Yi is just a servant. I am not qualified to be Lord Bai's family member. Luo Yi is young lady's maid. If Lord Bai becomes young lady's brother, then Luo Yi will be Luo Ye's young master." After saying that, a peaceful smile appeared on Luo Ye's face. "At that time, Luo Yi will do her best to serve you." Luo Yi did not care whether Wu Yan heard this or not. After gazing at Wu Yan for a while, she packed up her things, gently closed the door and walked out. Chapter 1771. Time passed quietly. At some point, Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed like a corpse, opened his eyes. He stared at the ceiling blankly as if he's in a state of sluggishness. He's not sleeping anymore. Since yesterday, in order not to cause trouble for the people around him, Wu Yan went back to his room and slept soundly. Plus today's half a day, that is to say, Wu Yan has slept for more than 30 hours. From a physiological point of view, if one's body was not in a weak state and overslept every day, the body would automatically reject sleep when it reached a certain level. If one continued to sleep like this, it would even cause a stabbing pain in the head. That's why, under the influence of the sin of sloth, no matter how lazy he is, he couldn't make himself close his eyes after sleeping for so long. Naturally, he couldn't fall asleep either. However, because of his lazy mentality, Wu Yan did not want to find anything to do, nor did he want to get up. He was not even willing to turn over and change his position. However, just lying on the bed and doing nothing felt particularly uncomfortable. Therefore, after finding that there was no way to fall asleep, Wu Yan finally made up his mind. Go out and stay for a while. Of course, walking is too troublesome, shopping is too tiring. Wu Yan just wanted to find a place to lie down and enjoy the scenery outside. Unwillingly, he mustered up a bit of energy and used all his strength to summon the mana in his body. Resisting the urge to slack off, he chanted a few incantations that are hard to understand. Buzz. The next moment. The magic of space transfer in the room worked, the fluctuations of space rippled out little by little and wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Not long after, Wu Yan completely disappeared from the room, leaving no trace or sound. It was noon. The sky was clear and sunny. Wu Yan quietly appeared on a grassy plain in Fantasy Village. As soon as he appeared, he was lying down on the grassy plain as if he had been lying there since the beginning. He did not look out of place at all. A gentle breeze blew, causing the grass around him to sway and bring fresh air. Wu Yan, who was too lazy to move, could not help but take a deep breath. His face, which was originally filled with laziness, was now filled with a trace of contentment. Excluding those monsters, fairies, demon spirits, and other non-human creatures, the fantasy village was actually a very magical place. It wasn't like the real world, where there were skyscrapers, car pavilions, and houses, where there was a trace of noise that a city should have. It wasn't like some bustling cities and villages, where there was garbage and dirty industrial gas everywhere, and there was no traffic or exhaust gas. In terms of the environment, it was simply a paradise. It is an environment like this. Wu Yan has never seen such a place except in Sao. However, there is a setting in Sao. It is an imaginary world. Even if you want to throw garbage, it will turn into pieces like dead players and monsters. It is impossible to pollute the environment. However, Fantasy Village is real. Thus, Wu Yan really likes Fantasy Village, this utopian environment. Not to mention, he also likes Fantasy Village. There are many magical places in Fantasy Village. Of course. There are also places with bad environments in Fantasy Village, but Wu Yan has never been there. Therefore, unknowingly, Wu Yan had such an idea. If there is a chance, he must explore the entire Fantasy Village. Suddenly, Wu Yan frowned. Wu Yan has the taser ability and excellent spatial sensing ability. When he wants to set up defenses to prevent sneak attacks, he will subconsciously fill his surroundings with electromagnetic waves to turn himself into a wide-area radar or directly sense the space around him. It is similar to an individual entering water. When the individual is in the water, he will squeeze the water away from the area he occupies to increase the water level. Although the addition of an individual in a space would not increase the density of the space, it was an undeniable fact that the individual occupied a position in the space. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan can feel it. Whether it's the electromagnetic waves around him or his perception of the space around him, everything is telling him that something is wrong. Someone is around. There is obviously someone around, but Wu Yan did not hear or sense anyone approaching him. Only the electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing are telling him that there is someone around him. Wasn't this a little too strange? Does the person have the ability to conceal himself or eliminate his presence? Thinking of this, Wu Yan is slightly interested in the existence that is approaching him. Wu Yan closed his eyes and suppressed the laziness in his heart. He blocked all the 5 senses that are affecting his detection. He increased the release of electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing ability to the limit. This time, Wu Yan sensed it. Thanks to the electromagnetic waves and his perception of space, Wu Yan could feel it. In a corner around him, an individual caused the electromagnetic waves to reflect and occupy the space in that corner. Following the electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing ability, Wu Yan opened his eyes and looked at the corner. However, in that corner, Wu Yan did not find anything. No, it should not be said that he did not find anything. Instead, something, or an ability, is preventing Wu Yan from finding that existence. This made Wu Yan squint his eyes and smile. No matter what kind of existence it is, since it can cause electromagnetic waves to react and occupy that space, then no matter how good its hiding ability is, it can't prevent Wu Yan from discovering this existence. Because, even if Wu Yan can't find this existence can't escape the system's perception. Immediately, Wu Yan activated the system's perception ability and scanned the corner. Then, Wu Yan was stunned. Under the system's perception, the existence that was hiding itself and preventing Wu Yan from discovering it was finally exposed. It was a petite young girl who was standing under a tree in front of him. She raised her head and seemed to be observing something. She was a petite girl with shoulder-length gray hair with a tinge of light green and green pupils. The girl's age looked like a child of about 10 years old. She wore a small yellow blouse with a green collar with 2 white lines running through it. Between her collarbones, chest, and near her heart, there was a light blue diamond-shaped button. Her lower body was a green skirt with 2 white lines running through it. The skirt was painted with a branch of an unknown plant. The girl's sleeves were black, and her shoes were also black. There was a purple heart-shaped pattern on them. She wore a crow feather hat on her head, and there was a light yellow ribbon on the front left of the hat. It was a very simple outfit, but it gave people a different feeling. The real difference was that in front of the petite girl's left chest, there were 2 tubes extending out. One went around her right shoulder and connected to the heart of her left foot. The other formed a heart shape on the left side of her face and connected to the heart of her right foot. Her eyes were tightly shut. There was no doubt that this petite girl who looked less than 10 years old was not a human, but a monster. And it was a monster that could hide from Wu Yan's senses and even cognition. He could only rely on the reflection of electromagnetic waves and sense of space to find her existence. Gu Ming's love, level 82, receiving the feedback from the system, Wu Yan muttered in a daze. Gu Ming's love. In this silent environment, Wu Yan's voice spread out clearly. Carried by the wind, it went into the ears of the petite girl named Gu Ming's love. Gu Mingni turned around and looked at the source of the voice. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes are still flashing with the system's perceptive sense. Gu Mingni revealed a surprised expression. It was natural for Gu Ming's love to show a surprised expression. Because, under normal circumstances, no one should be able to discover the existence of Gu Ming's love. But, from the eyes of the person lying there, unwilling to move, Gu Ming's love did indeed see it. The person who had never seen it before and didn't know when it started had definitely discovered the existence of Gu Ming's love. This made Gu Ming's love surprised. Chapter 1772. When it came to Gu Ming's love, there might not be many people who knew about it in the fantasy heart. However, when it came to Gu Ming's love sister, there were many people who knew about her. The fantasy town was actually divided into the surface world and the underground world. The surface world was the residence of demons, fairies, demons, and other non-human races and humans. The underground world was the old hell, an underground city that was excluded by hell. Because the underground world was once the ruins of hell's underground city, there were countless resentful spirits left in the underground world. Gu Ming's love sister built a villa on the ruins of the scorching hell. She lived there and managed the existence of those resentful spirits. That villa was called Earth Spirit Hall. And Gu Ming's love sister was called Gu Ming Di Ju. Gu Ming Di Ju and Gu Ming's love were monsters of a race called Ju. It was a race that had the ability to read minds. They could see through people's hearts and know what any living creature was thinking. Originally, Gu Ming's love was the same as her sister Gu Ming Di Ju. They had the ability to read minds and were monsters that could see through people's hearts. However, Gu Ming's love sensed that this ability caused others to hate and fear her. Therefore, she voluntarily closed her third eye that could read minds and sealed her heart. Therefore, the third eye that hung on Gu Ming's left chest was tightly closed. Because of this, Gu Ming's love would not be hated and feared by others. However, losing the ability to read minds and sealing her heart also caused Gu Ming's love to be unable to grow for a long time. In other words, this was a girl who was very similar to Flan in all aspects. Although Gu Ming's love had lost the ability to read minds, but in exchange, Gu Ming's love had unexpectedly obtained another ability. The ability to control other people's subconscious mind unconsciously. This ability, from a certain point of view, it was even stronger than the ability to read minds. By manipulating other people's subconscious mind, Gu Ming Di Lian was able to move without being noticed by others. In an unconscious state, as long as she did not enter the field of vision of others, Gu Ming's love would lose all sense of existence and would not be noticed by others. Even if she entered the field of vision of others, her sense of existence would be abnormally low, like a stone, and would not attract others' attention. Even worse, once Gu Ming's love left other people's sight, they would immediately forget about it. If Gu Ming's love wanted to, she could even manipulate this ability to the extent that no one would be able to recognize her existence even if she stood in front of them. Unfortunately, no matter how much Gu Ming's love tried to reduce her presence, her existence would not disappear. Therefore, electromagnetic waves could react to Gu Ming's love. If they could sense space, they could also sense the existence of Gu Ming's love in the space where she was standing. Of course. However, in this case, even if others knew where Gu Ming's Di Lian was, they would not be able to find her. This was because no one knew of her existence. But Wu Yan had the system's perception. Under the perception of the system, even if Yukari secretly used a gap to hide on the side, she would still be discovered, let alone Gu Ming's love of Earth. Gu Ming and Di Lian would not know these things, and it was impossible for them to know. Naturally, Gu Ming Di Lian was surprised, but after the surprise, he became excited. This was the first time someone had been discovered by others when Gu Ming did not take the initiative to contact others. Before that, Gu Ming's love had met many people and met many people. However, all of these people were unable to discover Gu Ming's love of Earth. Even the absolutely invincible Witch Boli in the fantasy village was the same. Under such circumstances, Gu Ming's love of Earth became a little excited. She ran to Wu Yan's side, who was lying on the green grass, and stuck her head out, smiling so much that her eyes narrowed. "Can you find me?" Gu Ming's love's voice was very clear, like dewdrops falling to the ground, very pleasant to the ear. Other than that, Gu Ming's love also had an extremely cute and exquisite face that was definitely not inferior to Furan's. She was an extremely cute little loli, and she would definitely make all lolicons go crazy. Was Wu Yan a lolicon? If someone asked Wu Yan this question, Wu Yan would definitely give him a look of disdain and firmly deny it. However, Wu Yan had to admit that he could not help but dote on cute little girls. This was a lolicon. If it was any other time, looking at Gu Ming's love, who was standing beside him, lowering her body and sticking her head out in front of him, looking at him with a pair of beautiful eyes and a happy expression, Wu Yan first glanced at Gu Ming's love's faintly discernible view under her skirt because she was standing. Then, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. It was not that Wu Yan did not want to talk. It was that Wu Yan was too lazy to talk. Gu Ming's love's cheerful smile froze, and then she shouted out in dissatisfaction. "Brother, why don't you talk to love of love? Didn't you find her? Hearing this, Wu Yan opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Gu Ming's love, who still did not notice that her skirt was exposed. He still did not speak, but his eyes were fixed on Gu Ming's love, telling her that he really found her. Seeing this, the dissatisfaction on Gu Ming's love's face disappeared and was replaced by curiosity. Brother, can't you talk? Don't you have the strength to talk? Don't tell me he hates Lian Lian. Hey, can you talk to Lian Lian? The curiosity on Gu Ming's face turned into a pitiful expression. There's no one to play with Lian Lian, and there's no one to talk to Lian Lian either. Lian Lian finally found someone to notice Lian Lian. If brother ignores Lian Lian, Lian Lian will be sad, because she could control the subconscious. No one could discover the existence of Gu Ming Di Lian. Even Gu Ming Di Lian's sister, Gu Ming Di Ju. If Gu Ming Di Lian did not want her to discover, Gu Ming Di Ju would not be able to discover her. Coupled with the fact that he had sealed his heart, it could be said that basically, no one would accompany Gu Ming in love. He was the same as Furan. Love in Gu Ming was also lonely. Of course, Gu Ming Di Lian who had sealed her heart would not even feel lonely. She would do whatever she wanted to do and say whatever she wanted to say. When she wanted to be happy, she would be happy, but the next moment, she might be sad, painful, or depressed. At this moment, Gu Ming Di Lian felt that Wu Yan might not talk to her because he hated her and made her feel sad. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Ming Di Lian would really show her sad emotions. It was precisely because he understood this that Wu Yan could not ignore Gu Ming Di Lian no matter how lazy he was. He could only squeeze out a sentence weakly. I don't hate you, I just don't want to talk. Seeing that Wu Yan was finally willing to talk, Gu Ming Di Lian's eyes lit up, and her eyes immediately curved into a crescent moon shape. Brother, you don't hate Lian Lian, right? Then why don't you talk to Lian Lian? After saying that, Gu Ming Di Lian bit one of her fingers and said as if she had suddenly understood. Is it because you're hungry and don't have the strength to talk? After saying this, Gu Ming Di Lian seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Seeing Gu Ming Di Lian skipping away, Wu Yan did not ask her to stay. Anyway, in the fantasy village, for the time being, Gu Ming Di Lian had not met anyone who could find her. Naturally, she would not encounter any danger. Let her be. However, not long after, Gu Ming Di Lian actually ran back. However, this time, Gu Ming Di Lian ran back with a pile of fruits. Putting the fruits on the ground at the side, Gu Ming Di Lian picked up one of them and fed it to Wu Yan's mouth. She lay beside Wu Yan and crossed her little feet, her face full of joy. Here, after eating this, brother will have the strength to talk and play with Lian Lian. Sure enough, she's a girl who does whatever comes to her mind. She didn't even know if Wu Yan was really so hungry that he didn't have the energy to speak. She even planned to feed him, and after feeding him, he still has to chat and play with her. Is he treating Wu Yan like a pet and feeding him to the dogs? If it weren't for the fact that Wu Yan was too lazy to roll his eyes, he would have rolled his eyes at Gu Ming Di Lian. Why aren't you eating? Gu Ming Di Lian shook the fruit in her hand and tilted her head. Isn't this delicious? As she spoke, Gu Ming Di Lian brought the fruit in her hand to her mouth and took a bite. She puffed up her cheeks cutely and chewed. Oh, delicious. As she said this, Gu Ming Di Lian actually started to eat the fruit herself. After eating one, she continued to eat other fruits, completely forgetting that she was planning to give them to Wu Yan. This made Wu Yan speechless. Chapter 1773. Why do you keep lying here? Why don't you talk? Why don't you move? Why? On the not-so-vast grassland, Gu Ming Di Love sat beside Wu Yan who was lying down. She kept crossing her little feet and holding her cheeks, asking questions with great interest. Wu Yan was too lazy to answer Gu Ming Di Love, but Gu Ming Di Love was still talking. Looking at her interesting face, she seemed to be enjoying it. She didn't care why Wu Yan didn't answer her questions at all. Come to think of it, Gu Ming's love was very interested in the first person who could discover him without his consent, even if the other party did not pay attention to him at all. Why don't you talk? Gu Ming Di Love tilted her head and looked at Wu Yan's mouth with her big watery eyes. She reached out and touched it. Are you a monster who can't talk? First of all, I'm not a monster. Second, didn't I just say that I don't want to talk? Wu Yan didn't say this sentence out loud. He just opened his eyes lazily and let Gu Ming Di Love touch his mouth with her slender little hand. Not long after, Gu Ming Di Love gave up and puffed up her cheeks angrily. If you don't talk to Lian Lian, she will be angry. Lian Lian will be angry. Gu Ming Di Love said this and tried to pretend to be angry. But in Wu Yan's eyes, she looked like she was making a joke. It was just like making a funny face. It was exceptionally cute. If it wasn't for the influence of the sin of laziness, Wu Yan really wanted to talk to Lian Lian for a while. But unfortunately, the laziness from the bottom of his heart made Wu Yan really not want to move his lips. He could only look at Gu Ming Di Love with his eyes narrowed, and there was a funny expression in his eyes. Wu Yan didn't talk, which made Gu Ming Di Love a little discouraged. What should I do to make you talk? In fact, Wu Yan really wanted to tell Gu Ming's love to wait until tomorrow. Then he would have the energy to talk to her. Gu Ming Di Lian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. Lian Lian has thought of it. As long as I bring you to Earth Spirit Hall to see Sister, Lian Lian will be able to talk to you. Gu Ming Di Lian had closed his third eye and sealed his heart. Although he had obtained the ability to control his subconscious, he had also lost the ability to read minds that was unique to the demon race. However, Gu Ming still had the ability to read minds. That was why he was hated by those who did not want their minds to be read. However, for those animals who could not speak, Gu Ming's Dijue was the best person to communicate with. After all, Gu Ming could read minds. Even if animals could not speak, they could still communicate with Gu Ming's Diju. How could they not like Gu Ming's Diju? Now, Gu Ming's love must have treated Wu Yan as a mute pet and planned to bring him home so that Gu Ming's love could read his mind and communicate with Wu Yan, right? Doing what he thought was one of the characteristics of Gu Ming's Di Lian who had sealed her heart. Therefore, Gu Ming's Di Lian immediately jumped up and shook Wu Yan's body. Hey! Lian Lian has thought of a way to talk to you. Go to Earth Spirit Hall with Lian Lian. Hearing that, Wu Yan was also quite tempted. He really wanted to take a look at the underground world. Moreover, he could see Gu Ming's Di Lian. It should be very interesting. However, the laziness in his heart prevented him from having such an idea. Because, Wu Yan did not want to move at all. Hey, go to Earth Spirit Hall with Lian Lian. Gu Ming's Di Lian kept shaking Wu Yan's body. Earth Spirit Hall has a lot of delicious food and many pets. It's very fun. Unfortunately, Wu Yan was not even willing to adjust his position that was being shaken by Gu Ming's Di Lian. He only glanced at Gu Ming's Di Lian who was unhappy and still ignored her. Could it be that not only can you not speak, you can't even walk? Gu Ming's Di Lian loudly shouted in Wu Yan's ear. If you don't get up, Lian Lian will attack. Attack? If people who were familiar with Gu Ming's Di Lian heard this, they would definitely be scared to death. Don't think that Gu Ming's love is harmless just because of her adorable appearance. Putting aside the fact that Gu Ming's love has reached the 9th level of strength, Gu Ming's love is a true monster. Even if she has lost her heart, she has not lost her monster nature. Therefore, Gu Ming's Di Lian would not hesitate to kill people. If she really went crazy, she would even kill people without any purpose. Just like Fran, Gu Ming's Di Lian was also a very dangerous existence at certain times. In Fantasy Village, Fran, Gu Ming's Di Lian, and another little girl were known as the three great monsters of Fantasy Village. They would not even blink when it came to killing people. If Gu Ming's Di Lian was angered, Gu Ming's Di Lian would not be merciful. Plus, she had the strange ability to control the subconscious. She was definitely not any less dangerous than Fran. However, Wu Yan still looked indifferent. He lazily half-opened his eyes and looked at Gu Ming's Di Lian. Then, he closed his eyes. Clearly, compared to being killed, Wu Yan was more inclined to be lazy. He was the true ancestor of vampires. He would not die no matter what, right? With this thought, Wu Yan did not want to move even more. He had to admit that he was really lazy to the point of anger. You really don't know how to walk. Gu Ming's Di Lian angrily straightened her body. Then let Lian Lian take you back to Earth Spirit Hall. With that, Gu Ming extended his hand and an invisible wave of energy rippled through Wu Yan's body. It was so subtle that it couldn't be any more subtle, and its presence was reduced to a level lower than that of a rock. Under the influence of the formless ripples, Wu Yan was surprised to find that his body was uncontrollably standing up. This was Gu Ming's Di Lian's ability. The ability to control other people's subconscious in an unconscious state. Under the effect of this ability, Wu Yan seemed to have entered a state similar to sleepwalking. His body wobbled as he moved. He. Only then did Gu Ming's love smile happily. She turned around and skipped forward. Follow Lian Lian back to Earth Spirit Hall. As Gu Ming's Di Lian walked, Wu Yan followed uncontrollably. Right now, Gu Ming's Di Lian was controlling Wu Yan's subconscious. She wanted Wu Yan's subconscious to control his body and move according to Gu Ming's thoughts. It was basically the same as sleepwalking. However, Wu Yan's consciousness was still clear. It was very easy to get rid of this sleepwalking state. He just needed to control the body controlled by his subconscious. However, that would not only be very laborious, but with Wu Yan's current lazy mentality, he was not willing to do it. Plus, he had no reason to do it. Wu Yan originally wanted to see Earth Spirit Hall, but he was too lazy to move. Right now, he did not need to control his body, and his body could go to Earth Spirit Hall on its own. Didn't this mean that Wu Yan could go to Earth Spirit Hall without moving? Killing two birds with one stone. Wu Yan didn't have any reason to take back control of his body, so he followed behind Gu Ming Di Lian, who was bouncing around and wobbling on his feet. Strictly speaking, the underground world did not belong to the fantasy village. That was the world where the wraiths lived. It used to be a part of hell, but was later expelled by hell. It became a lawless place where the wraiths could do whatever they wanted. While the wraiths were running wild, Gu Ming's Di Lian stood out. Gu Ming's Di Lian, who was hated and feared by all humans and monsters, came to the underground world. In the underground city of the underground world, he built a villa above the ruins of the scorching hell, which was Earth Spirit Hall. There were many pets living in Earth Spirit Hall. They could not speak, but because of Gu Ming's Di Lian's mind-reading ability, he liked her pets who could communicate. Gu Ming's Di Lian handed all the work of managing the wraiths and the temperature of hell to these pets. He lived in Earth Spirit Hall with nothing to do. Under Gu Ming's Di Lian's lead, or rather control, some time passed. When Wu Yan could not help but feel sleepy, they came to Earth Spirit Hall. This was a chessboard-like villa with red bricks and stained glass everywhere. It had a strong Western style. Once he entered the villa, Wu Yan saw a huge furnace in the courtyard. There was a skylight above it to dissipate heat. Because there were ruins of the scorching hell below Earth Spirit Hall, the floor of Earth Spirit Hall was very warm. Walking on it, Wu Yan felt that even the soles of his feet were hot. It was very comfortable and he could not help but want to sleep on it. At this time, Gu Ming's Di Lian brought Wu Yan into the inner courtyard of Earth Spirit Hall. They came in front of a door. Chapter 1774. Sister. Arriving in front of the door to the inner courtyard of Earth Spirit Hall, Gu Ming's love first yelled with a happy tone. Then, he stood on his tiptoes and struggled to twist the door handle, opening the door. The next moment, a room that isn't too dark, but it isn't too bright either. It's made up of white and pink, and it's filled with the scent of a young girl was revealed in front of him. The room was rather spacious, comparable to Remilia's room in terms of size, but the structure of the room was rather simple. There was a bed in the corner of the room. There were bookshelves to the side of the bed. The bookshelves were filled with books. Although they could not compare to the underground library of the Red Devil Hall, there were still many of them. At first glance, it gave off the feeling of a study. There was a pure white round table in the center of the room. There were a few chairs around the round table, and there were some fruits and snacks on the table. At this moment, a petite girl sat at the round table. She held a thick book in her hands, and her eyes were glued to it as she read it seriously. She was a petite girl with light purple shoulder-length hair and a pair of dark red eyes. Her appearance was delicate, and she was as cute as a doll. The girl was wearing a loose, light blue blouse with a lot of pleats. She wore a pink skirt that reached her knees, revealing only her calves. She wore a red hair band on her head and a pair of white socks on her feet. She didn't wear any shoes. Around the young girl, a few faint yellow lines with rainbow-colored light wound into circles, surrounding the young girl. The circles were all connected to the young girl. In front of the young girl, at the connection point of the circles, an eyeball was floating there, just like Gu Ming's love of Earth. No, there was still a difference. The eyeball that floated in front of Gu Ming's love was closed, while the eyeball that floated in front of the girl was half closed. There was a pupil that seemed both black and dark red, making for an extremely strange sight. However, this strangeness was covered up by the girl's quiet and gentle temperament. Looking at Gu Ming Diju, who was sitting in front of the round table with a quiet and gentle temperament, holding a book and reading quietly, Wu Yan could not help but smile faintly. A monster that could read people's minds, Gu Ming Diju. One was an existence that could read the thoughts of others. Regardless of whether it was monsters or wraiths, it was feared by all. On the contrary, it was loved by animals that couldn't speak. It gradually turned its residence into a house for fire cats, hell crows, and other pets. Speaking of Gu Ming Diju, she was actually quite a pitiful person. Because he could read other people's minds, he was rejected and hated by others. Because he could not live in harmony with humans and monsters, Gu Ming escaped to this underground world. As a result, Gu Ming was also hated by the monsters and wraiths in the underground world. No matter who it was, they did not want to interact with this monster who could read minds. This was because in front of Gu Ming Diju, no one had any secrets to speak of. They could not hide their true nature and thoughts in front of Gu Ming Diju, even if it was a vengeful spirit who could not speak. The reason was simple. Even if it was a spirit that could not speak, Gu Ming Diju could still read their minds. Because of this, even the wraiths in the underground world avoided Gu Ming Diju. Because of this, Gu Ming Diju effectively used the wraiths' fear of him to manage the wraiths that remained in the ruins of the scorching hell. As the wraiths could not hide anything from Gu Ming Diju, they were extremely afraid of Gu Ming Diju. Therefore, they did not go against Gu Ming Diju's will and obediently followed his management. Under these circumstances, only pets that were not scheming and were not afraid of having their minds read could accept Gu Ming Diju. Therefore, Gu Ming Diju built Earth Spirit Hall here and handed the management of the underground world, wraiths, and the courtyard to his pets. He hid in Earth Spirit Hall and was completely isolated from the outside world, giving up on communicating with anyone. Gu Ming Diju was lonely. Fortunately, Gu Ming Diju did not have a lonely heart. However, Gu Ming Diju was truly lonely and was not accepted by anyone. He was a pitiful young lady who lived in a world that only belonged to himself. In this underground world, there was basically no one who would come to visit him. Earth Spirit Hall only had Gu Ming Diju, and many other pets. Similarly, there would not be any guests, and there would not be anyone who would specially come to visit Gu Ming Diju. Compared to Gu Ming Diju, who was always wandering outside, Gu Ming Diju was the one who had always been in a lonely environment. Wu Yan even suspected that ever since he came to the underground world and built Earth Spirit Hall, Gu Ming Diju had never left his territory. Because of this, Wu Yan wanted to come to Earth Spirit Hall. This was because if he did not take the initiative to look for Gu Ming Diju, Wu Yan might never see this young lady again. Sister. Different from Wu Yan, who had a lot of thoughts in an instant, Gu Ming Diju, who had sealed her heart and did not think about anything, walked into the room happily. She waved at Gu Ming Diju, who was reading a book. Sister. I'm back. Diju? Guming Daikiju lifted his head from the book in his hand. He looked at Guming Daikiren with a gentle look in his deep red eyes. When he saw Wu Yan wobbling behind Guming Daikiren flinched, and he was surprised to see Wu Yan. Earth Spirit Hall basically did not have outsiders coming to visit. Now, an outsider came in behind Gu Ming Diju. Gu Ming Diju was very surprised. However, Gu Ming Diju did not lose his composure. After a moment of surprise, he put away his expression and closed his book. He nodded at Wu Yan in a friendly manner. You are? When facing Gu Ming Diju, Wu Yan did not say anything. It was the same for Gu Ming Diju. Sister, this person can't talk, and he can't walk. Gu Ming Diju happily answered Gu Ming Diju's question. So, Diju brought him back. You're the one who brought her back? Gu Ming Diju was stunned again. Then, he saw that Wu Yan was moving uncontrollably. He showed a look of understanding and looked at Gu Ming Diju reproachfully. Diju, how can you control people so casually? It's very impolite, do you know that? But, Diju really wants to talk to him and play with him. Gu Ming Diju took her sister's hand and shook it like a spoiled child. Although he can't talk, and he can't walk, he can find me. It's very interesting, he can find you. Gu Ming Diju looked at Wu Yan, who was like a walking corpse, in surprise, and said with uncertainty. You mean, when you were moving uncontrollably, he cracked your unconsciousness without your consent and found you? Yes, yes. Gu Ming said in a clear voice. Interesting, right? This time, Gu Ming Diju looked at Wu Yan seriously. As Gu Ming Diju's sister, Gu Ming Diju knew clearly how powerful Gu Ming Diju's ability to control other people's subconscious was. It could be said that in an unconscious state, Gu Ming Diju's sense of existence was weaker than anything else. No one would pay attention to her at all. Even if it was Gu Ming Diju, if Gu Ming Diju didn't want to be discovered by her, she wouldn't be able to discover Gu Ming Diju. The man in front of her could discover Gu Ming Diju's unconscious actions. This was the first time Gu Ming Diju had encountered this. At that moment, Gu Ming Diju met Wu Yan's pair of deep wine-red eyes that seemed to be able to speak. She was slightly absent-minded. When she realized that she was staring blankly at the opposite sex, Gu Ming Diju blushed and looked at Gu Ming Diju as if she was avoiding it. You said that he can't talk, and he can't walk? Yes. At this point, Gu Ming Diju was a bit dejected. Lian kept talking to him, but he just wouldn't talk to her. Even when she invited him to Earth Spirit Hall, he ignored her. Sister, help me take a look. Does he hate Lian? How can that be? Seeing her sister's dejected look, Gu Ming Diju tenderly held Gu Ming Diju's hand tightly. Lian is so cute, no one would hate Lian, then, sister. Gu Ming Diju looked at Gu Ming Diju with hope. Help me take a look. Why won't he talk to Lian? Gu Ming Diju hesitated at first, then nodded. The third eye on his chest floated up and opened slightly. He looked in Wu Yan's direction. R1152. Chapter 1775. In fact, if it was possible, Gu Mingdiju really did not want to take the initiative to read other people's minds anymore. After all, it was because he had the ability to read minds that Gu Mingdiju was hated and feared by humans, monsters, and wraiths other than his sister and pets. As a result, he had been alone for a long time. Although according to Gu Mingdiju, the person in front of him not only could not speak, but also could not walk. He used his ability to read minds on him to facilitate communication. However, life with intelligence was ultimately different from pets. Pets were not scheming and did not know how to disguise themselves. Therefore, they did not need to be afraid of Gu Mingdiju reading their minds. But people were different. They were the same on the outside and inside. This word sounded simple, but in the entire underground world, the entire fantasy land, the entire world, and even the thousands of worlds, how many people could do this? And those who could not do this would not be able to disguise themselves in the face of Gu Mingdiju's ability to read minds. In addition, everyone more or less had their own secrets that they did not want others to know. One could imagine how many people rejected Gu Mingdiju's existence. Even Purple could not help but want to avoid Gu Mingdiju, let alone others. Because of this, the wraiths who could not speak could not like Gu Mingdiju. They would only feel deep fear, disgust, and fear towards him. Gu Mingdiju could imagine that once he used his ability to read minds on the person in front of him, then, in the next moment, what kind of hostile gaze would the person in front of him cast on him? That was a scene that Gu Mingdiju had experienced thousands of times in his many years of existence. However, compared to not being hated by others, Gu Mingdiju did not want to disappoint Gu Mingdiju. Because Gu Mingdiju had already closed her heart to become a person who would never be able to obtain himself, Gu Mingdiju felt he had to satisfy his sister's request and take good care of her. At that moment, under Gu Mingdiju's pleading, Gu Mingdiju's hesitation only lasted for less than 2 or 3 seconds before it disappeared. His gaze was cast on Wu Yan. The third eye floating in front of Gu Mingdiju opened slightly and floated up, facing Wu Yan. Wu Yan's figure immediately seemed to be reflected in a mirror. It was reflected in the pupil of that eye. Buzz, immediately after, the third eye that was floating in front of Gu Mingdiju's body flashed with a dark red light. This was the precursor to the activation of the mind-reading ability. According to his past experience, when his third eye shone, Gu Ming would be able to obtain all the thoughts of the person his third eye was aimed at. However, something unexpected happened. Beep, beep, beep. Almost at the same time that Gu Ming activated his mind-reading ability, a wave of blue-white electric arcs flashed around Wu Yan's body. They were like electric snakes that spread out in all directions. Ah! Gu Ming felt as if his third eye had been shone by a strong light, and he felt a stinging pain. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ah! Gu Ming's love was unlucky and was touched by one of the lightning snakes. She cried out in pain and her small body fell forward. Lian Lian. Seeing this, Gu Mingdiju cried out in surprise again. This time, there was a little panic in his cry. Because it was too sudden, Gu Ming's love didn't have time to react. Looking at the ground that was getting closer and closer to her face, she couldn't help but close her eyes and wait for the pain to come. However, when Gu Ming's love fell to the ground, Gu Ming's love felt something. It wasn't a hard floor, but a warm and strong touch. Gu Ming's love opened her eyes in surprise. Then she saw it. Just now, she was hanging behind Gu Ming's love like a zombie, and her mind was read by Gu Mingdiju. It was Wu Yan, who was bursting with shocking electric arcs, who had fallen to the ground where Gu Ming's love fell. Gu Ming's love fell directly into Wu Yan's arms, so she didn't feel any pain. Lian Lian. Gu Mingdiju came back to his senses and quickly squatted down to feel Gu Ming's love's body. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine, sister. Gu Ming's love responded first, then she raised her head and looked at Wu Yan, who was acting as her cushion with a lazy expression on his face, and said happily, "Did you save me, brother?" Hearing this, Wu Yan glanced at Gu Ming's love in his arms disapprovingly, then he closed his eyes lazily. He looked very cold, but it didn't arouse Gu Ming's love's disgust. Instead, it made Gu Ming's love's expression happier. In order to save Lian, brother moved himself? Lian is so happy. After saying this, Gu Ming's love rubbed her little face on Wu Yan's chest, and a longing expression appeared on her little face. Brother's body is so warm, and he smells so good, Lian, this is too rude. Seeing Gu Ming's love's longing expression, Gu Ming's love looked at Wu Yan with a complicated feeling, and said reproachfully to Gu Ming's love, "He saved you, you should thank him first, hee." Gu Ming's love stuck out her tongue playfully, but she didn't do as Gu Ming's love said. Instead, she continued to rub Wu Yan's chest, like a child who was extremely dependent on her brother or father, and her face was full of joy. It smells different from sister's body, but Lian likes the smell on brother's body better. This was the heartfelt words of a child who had been alone all year round, and no one close to her other than her sister. She had closed her heart, and she spoke directly. Although she didn't have a soul, but thinking about it, Gu Ming's love must have felt a different aura from Wu Yan's body than her sister's. For example, what Gu Ming's love gave Gu Ming's love was maternal love, but the aura she felt from Wu Yan's body was paternal love. Gu Ming's love seemed to have thought of this, and looked at Wu Yan with a more complicated gaze, but there was a faint joy in his eyes. Not only was he not afraid of Gu Ming's mind-reading ability, but he could also notice Gu Ming's love, whose presence was extremely weak when she was unconscious. How could Gu Ming's love not be happy when such a person appeared? In this case, the other party wouldn't hate her, or be afraid of her. He wouldn't neglect her sister, and they would be able to live together harmoniously, right? Could this be a gift from God to us sisters? With that thought in mind, Gu Ming's love looked at Wu Yan with friendliness and kindness, but at the same time, it was also full of doubts. Why can't I read his heart? Gu Ming's love aside, even Wu Yan himself was a little surprised. The electromagnetic shield brought about by the electric shock user's ability could resist the ability to interfere with the mind and spirit, but Wu Yan didn't expect that it could even resist Gu Ming's mind-reading ability. But after thinking about it carefully, Wu Yan was relieved. Although the electric shock user's ability was still at LV5, but as he continued to level up and become stronger, the electric shock user's ability was also constantly getting stronger. Gu Ming's mind-reading ability was also the ability to interfere with the mind and spirit, and Gu Ming's love was at most level 9, which was weaker than Wu Yan's. So, it wasn't surprising that Gu Ming's love couldn't do anything to Wu Yan's electromagnetic shield. But Gu Ming's love was troubled by this. My ability is useless against him, so I can't communicate with him. What should I do? In the beginning, Gu Ming's love was the reason why he read Wu Yan's heart. But now, Gu Ming's love was also interested in Wu Yan, and he wanted to communicate with Wu Yan from the bottom of his heart. Then, sister, what should we do? Gu Ming's love said worriedly. Are we unable to communicate with Big Brother all this time? No. There's no such thing. Gu Ming Diju said firmly. In order to save Love, he moved on his own, but Love, didn't you say that he couldn't move? Gu Ming looked at Wu Yan who had his eyes closed, and nodded. I think it's not that he can't move, but he doesn't want to for some reason. Then, it's very likely that he can talk, but he just doesn't want to. I think so. Gu Ming's love also remembered that Wu Yan did talk. Then what should we do? Don't worry, Love, sister also wants to communicate with him. Gu Ming's love stood up and looked outside. Although we don't want to leave Earth Spirit Hall, we can only ask for help from one person. Chapter 1776. Fantasy Village, Boli Shrine. Up in the sky, Marissa rode on her broom and flew over at an extremely fast speed. When she arrived above the Boli shrine, she jumped down from the broom. Ignoring the fact that her skirt was fluttering wildly due to her jumping from a high altitude, Marissa agilely landed in front of the gate of the Boli shrine and forcefully pushed open the gate. Yo! Ling Meng! I'm here to see you, DZE. Seated in front of a table with a quilt and drinking tea, Ling Meng appeared to have anticipated Marissa's arrival. She shot a glance at the carefree Marissa standing by the door, then ignored the grinning Marissa as she leisurely drank her tea. Marissa was petrified for a moment before she shouted with a face full of dissatisfaction. Hey, I came to see you out of goodwill. It's fine if you don't appreciate my kindness, but you actually ignored me. Isn't this too much? Like you said, it's you who wanted to see me. I didn't invite you here. It's my business whether I want to welcome you or not. If you're dissatisfied, you can leave. Aren't you being too cold to a friend who came to visit you? Marissa huffed as she tossed away the broom in her hand. She strode over to Ling Meng and sat down opposite her. You're just like that husband of yours. The last time I went to see him, I was also kicked out by him for no reason. So hateful, how many times have I told you? He's not my husband. Ling Meng closed her eyes and drank her tea in satisfaction. Also, compared to him, I didn't kick you out. I'm just ignoring you. That's already very good to you. I told you all were too cold. The more Marissa spoke, the angrier she became. The more she spoke, the more thirsty she became. She grabbed the teapot in front of her and wanted to pour the tea into her teacup. Stop it. At this moment. Whether it was Marissa calling her too cold or ridiculing her relationship with Wu Yan, Ling Meng didn't seem to care. She roared and snatched the teapot from Marissa's hand. You! What are you doing? Marissa nearly jumped in fright as she glared at Ling Meng, who was looking at her warily. Are you not even willing to serve me a cup of tea? Can we still be friends happily? Do you think this is ordinary tea? Soul Dream glared at Marissa and took out a packet of tea leaves from the quilt. She pointed at the label on the packet and spoke in a flaunting manner. This is the most expensive and highest grade tea in the entire world. It's the highest luxury brand. The most expensive and high-grade tea leaves in the entire world? And there's even a brand? Marissa stared blankly for a moment before looking at Spirit Dream with a strange expression. In the past, didn't the Bori shrine buy the cheapest tea leaves? Was there a need to bargain? Why did you buy such expensive tea leaves this time? When did you become so rich? Previously, when Yakumo Bai came to the Bori shrine, she gave me lodging. Cough cough cough, when I came to the Bori shrine, she gave me incense money. Ling Meng stuttered as she held the packet of tea leaves in her hand like it was a treasure. She then caressed it lovingly. So, I spent a lot of money to buy these high-grade tea leaves. I enjoyed it. If Wu Yan were to find out about this, he would definitely complain about it. Ling Meng didn't mention the lodging. She probably didn't want others to know that the two of them stayed together in the Bori shrine. However, Wu Yan had given Ling Meng an entire bag of gold coins. It was enough to demolish the entire Bori shrine and rebuild a bigger one, not to mention buying a few packets of tea leaves. Yet, Ling Meng treated buying tea leaves as a luxury. Should I say that Ling Meng is stingy? Or should I pity her for not having a good life in the past? Regardless of whether she was being stingy or pitiful, Ling Meng didn't intend to let Marissa drink the high-grade tea leaves she bought extravagantly. She waved her hand at Marissa. I plan to enjoy these tea leaves for a long time, I won't let you drink them. If you want to drink some tea, go to the warehouse and get a cheap packet of tea leaves. Go make your own tea. Aren't you being too unreasonable? Marissa slammed the table and stood up. Treating me like this, aren't you afraid that I will be sad? Sad? Ling Meng pursed her lips as if she heard a strange word. How could a mere Marissa have such a delicate emotion like sadness? You. Marissa's delicate body trembled as a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. Since we've reached this point, we can only duel. No. Ling Meng refused without hesitation. I don't want to do something so troublesome. Then prepare to take a shot from my magic cannon. Marissa pulled out the 8 trigrams furnace from her magus hat and shouted. Let me take care of your tea leaves as well. Dze. Hearing this, Ling Meng could no longer maintain her calm. As if her lover had been snatched away by Marissa, she pounced on Marissa with a fierce expression. You rat! Don't even think about touching the most expensive tea leaves I've ever drunk in my life. I don't care. You're just a mere Ling Meng. Drown in your tea leaves. Stop right there. It's innocent. Ah. You actually attacked my chest for a packet of tea leaves. Fine. Watch me. You. Where are you touching? TSK. So flat, what did you say? Suddenly, the lucky red and white and the unlucky black and white started a dispute over a bag of tea leaves. Then, they started to hate each other because of the dignity of women. The two of them completely disregarded their own image and started to wrestle and roll on the ground. Not long after, the clothes on Spirit Dream and Marissa's bodies became messy. Their skirts also flew up, revealing their beautiful scenery. If there was a man present, his blood would probably spurt out from his mouth, right? But Ling Meng and Marissa still felt that this wasn't enough as they started ripping off each other's clothes. As a result, the red and white magus attire and the black and white magus attire flew all over the place. In just a short moment, both Ling Meng and Marissa had ripped off each other's clothes, leaving them completely naked. At this moment, Marissa seized the opportunity to ride on Ling Meng's body. Sorry to disturb, just as Marissa was about to give Ling Meng a headshot to silence her, a soft voice sounded from outside the door. The door to the Bori shrine slowly opened. Ling Meng and Marissa's bodies stiffened like clockwork puppets. Cracking sounds rang out as they turned their heads and looked towards the entrance of the shrine. In the next second, several figures appeared before their eyes. One of them was a petite girl with pink shoulder-length hair who opened the door. She had a pair of crimson pupils and a pair of eyes that were connected to each other. She had a dumbfounded expression on her face. One of them was a young girl with pink shoulder-length hair who was looking at Spirit Dream and Marissa with a curious gaze. Floating in front of her was a petite young girl with light green eyes and shoulder-length hair. There was also a man who hung behind the two petite girls like a walking corpse. His gaze was cast into the interior of the shrine, looking at the naked Ling Meng and Marissa. A sluggish expression appeared within his wine-red eyes. The trio of one man and two women stood at the entrance of the shrine and looked at the petrified Ling Meng and Marissa. The entire scene was silent for more than 10 seconds. Until 10 seconds later, Gumming Love broke the silence with a curious expression on her face. Are you guys playing a game? Gumming Love finally reacted. Her face turned red and she quickly covered Gumming Love's eyes. Love, you can't look. Wah. Gumming Love struggled. Why can't Love look? That's right. This is definitely not something you can't look at. Marissa jumped up from Ling Meng's body and hurriedly explained. You've misunderstood. The truth is definitely not what you see. I just want to do it with Ling Meng. The crowd fell silent once again. Do it? Gu Ming Di Lian, whose eyes were covered, tilted his head in confusion. It's fine. You can fire as many times as you want. Gu Ming Di Ju stammered. He reached out his hand and slammed the door of the shrine shut. We'll disturb you later. You can continue. Within the shrine, Ling Meng and Marissa's roars rang out at the same time. I said you've misunderstood. Chapter 1777. Why would a demon from the underworld come to the surface and even come to the Boli shrine? After a series of commotion, Princess Lingmeng, who had put on her clothes, looked at Gu Ming Dijue, who was sitting opposite her, with an unfriendly gaze. She then looked at Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground with a lazy expression. The unfriendliness in her eyes turned into a murderous glint. "You bastard, don't tell me you've caused me trouble again." "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it was not his idea to come here to look for you. It was my idea." Gu Ming Diju first lowered his head in a well-behaved manner to express his apology. Then, his gaze landed on Ling Meng and Marissa. The third eye in front of him blinked slightly, allowing Gu Ming Diju to reveal an expression of understanding. "So, both of you know him. I'd rather not know him." Princess Lingmeng's tone was extremely nasty. However, Wu Yan, who was too lazy to speak, did not take it to heart. It was natural for Princess Lingmeng to be angry. After all, Princess Lingmeng had just given Wu Yan a huge benefit. The beautiful scene of her naked body was deeply engraved in Wu Yan's mind with his complete memory ability. He did not mind Princess Lingmeng's nasty tone. But, what's the little brother from Yakumo's family throwing a tantrum again? Marissa did not mind that she was seen naked and came to Wu Yan's side. Perhaps she had forgotten that she was beaten up by Wu Yan before. She patted Wu Yan's chest vigorously. "Your temper was so bad yesterday, but today you're unwilling to move even if you die. Isn't this contrast a little too big?" "What? Who cares what's wrong with Big Trouble?" Princess Lingmeng said with a face full of displeasure. "What I care about is, you care about why we came to find you, right?" The third eye in front of him flashed a dark red light. Gu Ming Dijue, who read Princess Lingmeng's thoughts, smiled softly. "We just want to ask for help from the witch of the Bori shrine. We want you to help us see what's wrong with this person. Why is he not talking or moving? We didn't expect you to be so familiar with him, Anne." Gu Ming Di felt suspicious. "Yakumo-bai, the image of this person in your heart is clearly not the person who doesn't speak or move. How did it become like this? Since you can read minds, then you should know that I don't know." Ling Meng glared at Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground, and snorted coldly. "No matter what, take this Big Trouble away from me. I don't want to cause any more trouble for me, hey." Ling Meng. Marissa seemed to have thought of something. "He made a sound. Do you think the condition of the Yakumo family's little brother has something to do with that?" "That?" Princess Ling Meng frowned. "What do you mean? Medicine?" Marissa didn't have time to finish her sentence. Gu Ming Diju exclaimed in surprise. "Did he take the medicine given by the Forever Pavilion doctor?" Marissa, who was about to speak, was choked by Gu Ming Diju's interruption. Her expression became gloomy. "I have a mouth, can't you let me speak for myself? Hey, what's with the medicine given by the Forever Pavilion doctor? Why haven't I heard of such a thing happening?" Princess Ling Meng asked with a trembling expression. "This guy, don't tell me he did something troublesome without me knowing?" "Well, I don't know much about it. I heard it from Patrice at the Scarlet Devil Mansion last time," Marissa said with a vexed expression. "Because of that medicine, the Yakumo family's little brother's condition has been very abnormal these past few days. He came looking for me twice. The first time, we played a bullet screen game and I was almost sent flying. The second time, I was beaten until I covered my head and ran away like a rat. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I really want to get back at him." "Patrice? Scarlet Devil Mansion?" On the side, Gu Ming Diju, who was reading Marissa's mind, also obtained some information about Wu Yan. His expression became thoughtful. "So he's not only the head of the Yakumo family, he's also the housekeeper of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Hey, what are you guys talking about?" Lian doesn't understand at all. Gu Ming Diju, who was kneeling beside Wu Yan and hugging one of Wu Yan's arms, complained. Lian just wants to talk to brother. Can you let Lien talk to brother? I said, I don't care what will happen to this guy. Princess Ling Meng's expression became uncertain. The next second, she slammed the table. No. I can't let this guy stay here any longer. Marissa and Gu Ming Diju were both shocked. Why? On the other hand, Gu Ming Diju's expression became speechless after the third eye in front of him blinked. He doesn't want to move right now, he doesn't even want to talk. So you don't have to worry about him causing any trouble, his existence itself is a problem. Princess Ling Meng unceremoniously said words that could strike anyone's heart. She even grabbed her own familiar. Can you understand what it's like to have your broom break more than 11 times during your first encounter with someone else? Gu Ming Diju. Marissa. Sure enough, I should have treated this guy back then. Princess Ling Meng muttered to herself. Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but go crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too lazy to move, Wu Yan would definitely grab this immoral red-white and beat her 20 times. Of course, Wu Yan didn't consider the question of whether he could beat the invincible Princess Ling Meng in the fantasy village. Gu Ming Diju, who was always cheerful and lively, grabbed one of Wu Yan's hands and rubbed against the back of his hand. He actually sighed. When will Lien be able to talk to brother? On the other side, the Scarlet Devil Mansion was also in chaos. Young Miss Ruo Yi changed his usual cool and unrestrained image and rudely opened the door to a room and walked in. On the bed in this room, Remilia and Fran were hugging each other and snoring loudly in their sleep. Remilia reluctantly agreed to stay in this room with Fran before the influence of the 7 deadly sins in Wu Yan's body disappeared. Even though she knew that Wu Yan was affected by the 7 deadly sins, for safety reasons, Patrice still advised Remilia and Fran not to stay in the same room with Wu Yan for the time being. Flan expressed all sorts of dissatisfaction towards this. Remilia appeared to be unconcerned, but she was a little disappointed in her heart. Of course, only Remilia herself knew this. Remilia and Fran woke up as soon as they heard the door open. What's wrong? Remilia jolted awake and stood up. Did something happen again? If nothing had happened, Tsuyoshi would not have been so rude as to open the door to Remilia's room when she was resting. Oh. Fran rubbed her eyes and yawned listlessly. Is it dark? After following Wu Yan, Fran was used to moving around during the day and sleeping at night. But these days, Wu Yan didn't have time to take care of Fran and Remilia moved around at night. So Fran followed Remilia and returned to her old routine of sleeping during the day and moving around at night. Young mistress, young mistress. Ruo Yi bowed and hurriedly explained. Lord Bai is missing. Missing? Remilia was stunned. Fran also came back to her senses. Brother is missing? Yes, yes. Ruo Yi lowered his head as if blaming himself for neglecting his duty. When I went to Lord Bai's room, I noticed that he wasn't in his room. The fairy maids in Scarlet Devil Mansion also stated that they didn't see Lord Bai walking around. Plus, Lord Bai is still under the influence of the 7 deadly sins. Ruo Yi felt that it would be better to report this to young mistress. That guy. Remilia quickly changed her clothes. I thought that since it was due to laziness, nothing would happen today. Who knew that something would happen? Lord Bai should have gone out by himself. Otherwise, it's impossible that we didn't notice anything. Patrice walked out from the door and calmly analyzed. I think that Lord Bai went out for some reason. But due to the sin of laziness, he didn't bother to tell anyone and left on his own. That's why no one noticed that he was missing. But don't worry. Patrice took out a grimoire. Just in case, I set a tracking mark on Lord Bai's body. Hearing this, the anxious looks on the girls' faces eased up and they followed Patrice out of the room. Chapter 1778. Fantasy Village, Bori Shrine, get up. Ling Meng, Marissa, Guming Dijue, and Guming Dilian grabbed Wu Yan's limbs one by one. They tried to pull Wu Yan up from the ground in an attempt to make him stand up like a corpse. It was a pity that even though Soul Dream was invincible in the fantasy village, without any cheats, Soul Dream's physical abilities were basically not that strong. Marissa was a standard mage. Aside from being good at fighting, her only strengths were her misfortune and stealing. However, no matter how weak Ling Meng and Marissa's physical strength was, they were more than enough to help a person up. Not to mention, Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian were also helping them. From their appearance, Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian were very petite. Their physical strength was definitely weaker than Ling Meng and Marissa. However, unlike Ling Meng and Marissa who were humans, Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian were demons. No matter how weak their physical strength was, a demon's physical strength was generally stronger than a human's. Under normal circumstances, with the four of them working together, they should be able to move a rock the size of an ordinary person. However, the result was very strange. Even if Ling Meng, Marissa, Guming Diju, and Guming Di Lian used all their strength, they were unable to help Wu Yan up from his lying position. In fact, Ling Meng and Marissa's faces were filled with malevolence in order to exert their strength. However, they were defeated by Wu Yan's 100 kilograms weight. As for the reason, it could not be any simpler. Wu Yan was not willing to get up. With the four girls around him exerting all their strength, Wu Yan maintained his state of having his limbs ripped apart. He yawned as if bored, his face had a lazy expression that made it hard for anyone to muster up any energy just by looking at him. Ha. Not long after, the group of girls collapsed on the ground, panting. Why? Princess Ling Meng gasped for air as she moaned weakly. Why do I have to do such a troublesome thing? This little brother can't be a monster transformed from some mountain, right? Marissa collapsed to the ground, exhausted. As expected, none of the people who came out of Yakumo's family are normal. Compared to Ling Meng and Marissa, Guming Diju's face was also filled with powerlessness. However, that powerless expression was not because he had used up too much energy, but because his heart was tired. I thought that the Bori shrines which would have a solution. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Looks like I'm still too naive, hee. Gu Ming's love's face was full of joy. She laughed happily. It's so fun. It seemed that Gu Ming's love was treating this as a game. Hey! Princess Ling Meng kicked Wu Yan forcefully. Hurry up and get up. Wu Yan glanced at Ling Meng indifferently before continuing to act as a corpse. For the current Wu Yan, as long as he did not need to expend any effort, everything that Ling Meng and the others had done to help him recover was just something to pass the time. Where did your courage from yesterday go? Marissa attempted to goad him into action. If you have the ability, get up like yesterday and chase after me. After saying that, Marissa waved the broom in her hand with an arrogant look, as if saying, even if I give you 100 seconds, you won't be able to catch me. In response, Wu Yan glanced at Marissa and ignored her. Don't even give me the same look of disregard as Ling Meng. Are you two husband and wife? Marissa screamed as if she had gone mad. She then froze. That's right, you two are husband and wife. No. Ling Meng hatefully glared at Marissa. Her gaze towards Wu Yan became dangerous. If you don't get up, I'll throw you out. However, Wu Yan continued to ignore Ling Meng. He was like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. Ling Meng was so angry that she screamed and took out her coins. If not for Marissa stopping her, Ling Meng would not have minded giving Wu Yan one. It seems that even the witch of the Bori shrine can't do anything. Gu Ming sighed and stood up from the ground. Since that's the case, I'll make a trip to the Forever Pavilion. You want to go to the Forever Pavilion? Ling Meng turned her gaze to Gu Ming Diju as she began to ponder. Could it be that Yakumo Bai has some special relationship with this underground world's demon? Just as this thought rose in Ling Meng's mind, Gu Ming seemed to have sensed it. The third eye in front of his body blinked and looked towards Ling Meng. He shook his head. I only met him today. We haven't even exchanged a single word. What special relationship can we have? Hearing this, Ling Meng's heart was filled with suspicion. Since the two of them had not even exchanged a single word, why would this underground world's demon come to the surface for a total stranger? Why would he go to the Forever Pavilion? The third eye in front of Gu Ming Di Ju blinked once again, causing Gu Ming Di Ju to be silent for a moment before he said this. Lien seems to like him a lot. I also want to talk to him. That's the reason. Ling Meng was stunned. He went to the surface, went to the Bori Shrine, and even planned to go to the Forever Pavilion. Just to talk. Gu Ming had also read this thought from Ling Meng's mind. However, this time, Gu Ming did not reply. A human like Ling Meng would never be able to understand the loneliness in Gu Ming Di Ju's heart. Naturally, she would not be able to understand how special Gu Ming Di Ju's existence was to Gu Ming Di Ju's mind-reading ability, to not fear Gu Ming Di Ju, and to not hate Gu Ming Di Ju's existence. Moreover, Gu Ming's love also liked Wu Yan a lot. Even if it was for Gu Ming's love, Gu Ming would not be stingy and waste some time and energy to go to her. Then, we'll take our leave first. Gu Ming bowed politely and waved at Gu Ming's love. Lien, it's time to go. Yes, Gu Ming's love jumped up. Just as he was about to release his ability on Wu Yan and ask him to follow him, a commotion came from outside the door. Ling Meng. A childish shout rang out, followed by the sound of disorderly footsteps. Is Yakumo Bai with you? Brother. Before Ling Meng could reply, another tender voice rang out. Then, the door to the shrine was forcefully pushed open. A petite figure with a pair of broken crystal wings on her back entered everyone's sight. Of course, it was Fran. Her wine-red eyes scanned the interior of the shrine and stopped abruptly on Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground lazily. Fran was delighted and pounced on Wu Yan. Brother. Outside the door, Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi appeared. They sighed in relief when they saw Wu Yan lying on the ground. However, this relief did not last long. Seeing Fran pouncing on Wu Yan, Gu Ming's love was startled for a moment before pouncing on Wu Yan and glaring at Fran. Who are you? Fran finally noticed the girl who looked about the same age as her. She also noticed the girl hugging Wu Yan tightly while glaring at her. She had a curious look on her face. I'm Fran, who are you? You can call me Lien. Gu Ming's love replied but immediately puffed up her cheeks. Why are you calling brother? Why are you calling brother? Fran tilted her head in confusion. He's my brother. Of course not. Gu Ming's love yelled out as if she was jealous. Brother should be Lien's brother. Let alone Fran, even Ling Meng, Marissa, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight were stunned when they heard this. Of course, after being stunned for a while, Fran's expression began to become angry. Of course not. Brother is Fran's brother. Of course not. Gu Ming's love retorted. Brother is Lien's brother. Brother is Fran's brother. Brother is Lien's brother. Brother is Fran's brother. Brother is Lien's brother. You. Fran hugged Wu Yan tightly, her wine-red eyes were bloodshot. Are you trying to steal brother from Fran? I'm not robbing you. Lien hugged Wu Yan tightly. Her green eyes were filled with a hint of bloodlust. Brother was found by Lien, so he should be Lien's brother. As the two of them confronted each other, the atmosphere suddenly became dangerous. Chapter 1779. Looking at the two cute little girls who were lying on the body of the same man and glaring at each other with a look of anger, but their eyes also flashed with a look that made people shudder, everyone present knew that things were not going well. Who were these two little girls? One was a young vampire whose mental state had been unstable for 495 years. She had been looking for others to play with. Who knew how many people she had played with and how much blood she had stained her hands with? The other was a monster whose mental state had been sealed for many years. She had been wandering around like a lonely ghost and was not discovered by anyone. However, she was still able to kill innocently. To put it bluntly, Fran and Gu Ming's love were definitely more dangerous than anyone else in the fantasy village. That was because if he encountered other monsters, he might be able to try to talk and make them spare him. However, if he encountered these two little girls, if he was lucky, he might be able to escape. But if he was unlucky, no matter what he said, it would be the same thing. Death. Therefore, these two little girls who looked less than 10 years old had the title of Ghost Sisters. Similarly, due to their unstable mental state and sealed mental state, they were much stronger than others. Regardless of whether it was Fran or Gu Ming's love, they were both stronger than their elder sister. Although Fran's mental state had stabilized, Gu Ming's love wasn't a monster who liked to kill. However, if you were to compare these two little girls, their mental state would be like that of a child. In other words, if you angered these two little girls, then when they fought, these two little girls would definitely not be merciful. Remilia and Gu Ming's love, who clearly understood how dangerous their younger sister was, immediately took a step forward. Fran, love. Stop. Elder sister. The killing intent in Fran and Gu Ming's love's eyes instantly disappeared and they looked at each other. Both of them snorted coldly. They turned their heads away. One had to admit that their actions were really cute. Seeing that Fran and Gu Ming didn't get into a fight, Spirit Dream, Marissa, Patrice, and Little Knight couldn't help but feel relieved. Even Wu Yan, who was secretly observing everything, let go of the words that he had been trying so hard to restrain his laziness. One had to know. In terms of strength. Aside from Ling Meng, there was almost no one present who could suppress Gu Ming's love. The ability to subconsciously control one's subconscious was too strange and terrifying, not to mention Fran, who also had a terrifying ability. After all, in the past, Flan and Gu Ming's love might have been on the same level. But now, Flan's level was much higher than when she was mentally unstable. If she really went crazy, even Ling Meng would have a headache. At this moment, Remilia and Gu Ming's love looked at each other and started sizing each other up. Unlike Flan and Gu Ming Di Lian, who were strangers to each other, or perhaps they were acquainted but had forgotten each other, Remilia and Gu Ming Di Ju more or less knew each other's identities. The Master of Earth Spirit Hall? The owner of the Red Devil Mansion? Remilia and Gu Ming Di Ju spoke at the same time and smiled at the same time. However, this smile quickly froze on Remilia's face and disappeared on Gu Ming Di Ju's face. Weren't you wondering why we, the underground world's demons, would appear here and seem to be related to your butler? Gu Ming Di Ju spoke slowly as if he was narrating a story. Actually, I just found out that Ba Yunbai is the steward of the Red Devil Mansion. Although, as the master of the Red Devil Mansion, you seem to be treating her as more than just a steward. Remilia choked and couldn't say anything. Were you thinking that the rumor of the Earth Spirit Hall's master being able to read minds was true? And she's harder to deal with than you imagined? Gu Ming Di Ju, who had been acting calm and gentle earlier, actually revealed a somewhat sinister smile. Actually, I also heard that the Red Devil Mansion's master has the ability to control fate. Compared to this illusory ability, my ability is a bit weak. Remilia's mouth began to twitch. You were wondering why Yakumo Bai would be with a monster like me who has the ability to make people hate me, right? The third eye in front of Gu Ming Dijue's body flashed with a dark red light, causing Gu Ming Dijue to narrow his eyes. Isn't it a bit rude to look at someone like that on our first meeting? You're the one who's rude, right? Remilia finally couldn't hold back and followed her inner thoughts. She expressed them as soon as they appeared. You also know that this is the first time we've met. Would anyone tell me everything that's on their mind during their first meeting? I am very sorry. Despite saying that, Gumming Dijue didn't look very apologetic. He glanced at Gumming Dijue, who is hugging Wu Yan as if declaring her ownership of him. He bitterly laughed. After all, my sister doesn't seem to like you guys too much. Remilia looked at Wu Yan, who was lying there powerlessly. A trace of anger appeared on her face. You're thinking that it's fine to cause trouble outside, but why did you have to provoke a demon of unknown origin? Gu Ming felt that he had exposed Remilia's worries once again. You can't blame him for this. It's our problem. Huh. Remilia laughed coldly. Since you have the ability to read my mind, then do you know what I'm thinking right now? Gu Ming Diju's third eye flashed slightly. Then, Gu Ming Diju's expression darkened. I know he's the butler of your Red Devil Hall. It's natural for you to take him away. It's not impossible for you to stop him from interacting with us. Gu Ming Diju looked straight at Remilia. But if you do that, Lian will be unhappy. That's why I can't let you do that. Even if you don't treat him as a butler, it's the same as your sister, or as an older brother. As soon as she said that, many people looked at Remilia with strange gazes. Who treats him as an older brother? Remilia panicked at first. Then, anger appeared in her eyes. Although I've heard about how annoying you are, I didn't expect you to be so overbearing. Do you want to go against the Red Devil Hall? The Red Devil Hall is indeed powerful, but my Earth Spirit Hall is not to be underestimated. Gu Ming Diju said, unwilling to be outdone. I only hope that Remilia, you won't do anything that will make things difficult for both sides. Make things difficult? Remilia snorted coldly. How am I making things difficult for you when I take away my own butler? Gu Ming Diju didn't say anything. He only looked at Remilia. His third eye kept blinking. It made Remilia feel like she was being stripped naked. She wasn't used to it. When Remilia couldn't help but want to make things difficult, Gu Ming Diju smiled. So you're saying that you're jealous of Bai Yunbai for having a younger sister outside and treating her like an older brother? Remilia's eyes widened. She lowered her head and her body trembled. Blood even appeared on her body. Gu Ming Diju seemed to have predicted this situation. Or rather, he could see through Remilia's thoughts. His third eye flashed with a bright light. Just as the masters of the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall were about to make a move, Ling Meng jumped out in a frenzy. I say, you vampires and demons that only know how to cause trouble for others. Do you want me to treat all of you? The bloody light on Remilia's body and the light in Gu Ming Diju's third eye froze. In the fantasy village, Remilia and Gu Ming Diju didn't have to listen to anyone but Ling Meng. Otherwise, Ling Meng wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. I knew it. You'll only bring me trouble. If it wasn't for you, these people wouldn't have nearly started fighting. Ling Meng directed her anger at Wu Yan. Get out. If you want to fight, then go outside and fight. As long as you follow the rules of the rune card, I can't be bothered with you. Thus, no matter if it was the people from the Red Devil Hall or Earth Spirit Hall, they were all chased out of the shrine by Ling Meng. Even Marissa was implicated and chased out. Chapter 1780. Under Ling Meng's outburst, all the girls who came to the Boli shrine, regardless of whether they were here to visit, ask for help, or find someone, were all chased out. Bang! As the girls were all chased out, the shrine's door also let out a loud bang, showing the owner's anger. However, Remilia and Gu Ming didn't have the leisure to care about Ling Meng. They stood outside the shrine and looked at each other, the atmosphere between them gradually becoming more and more oppressive. On the other side, Wu Yan was directly thrown out by Ling Meng. He fell on the ground not far from the shrine. Fran and Gu Ming Love seemed to have made up their minds not to let go. Even though Wu Yan was thrown out, they still buried themselves tightly in Wu Yan's arms and stared at each other like their sisters, appearing extremely adorable. On the other hand, Wu Yan was deeply complaining in his heart. Earlier, Ling Meng had clearly worked together with the others, and even after using all her strength, she was still unable to lift him up. How could she throw him out just like that? Also, Wu Yan really didn't know who he had offended. Under the baptism of the sin of sloth, Wu Yan thought that today would be the most peaceful day since he drank the Yonglin medicine. Who knew that he could actually make the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall, the two major forces in Fantasy Town, fight each other because of him while lying down without moving? Could it be that he was really like what Ling Meng said? That his existence was a problem? Thinking of this, Wu Yan didn't have the energy to complain anymore. He didn't care about Fran and Gu Ming Love, who were lying on top of him and fiercely glaring at each other. He raised his head and looked to the front. There, the atmosphere between Remilia and Gu Ming Love was getting more and more oppressive and worse. If he continued to let things go on like this, they would definitely fight. Regarding this, Wu Yan was under the baptism of the sin of sloth. Even if he didn't want to see such a scene, he couldn't be bothered with it for the time being. One could imagine how great the influence of the sin of sloth was on Wu Yan. On the other hand, Patrice and Ziyi didn't seem to intend to interfere or stop it. They quietly stood by the side and observed Remilia and Gu Ming Love while observing Fran and Gu Ming Love. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Under such circumstances, no one present noticed it. On a tree not far from the Boli shrine, a figure quietly hid his tracks and hid there. It was a girl who didn't seem to be able to see the light of day from all aspects. The young girl had black shoulder-length hair. She wore a white blouse and a black pleated skirt. She wore a red hexagonal hat on her head. She had a pair of raven wings on her back. She looked very delicate. She could be considered as a rare beauty. But at this moment, this beautiful girl was sneakily hiding at the side with an excited expression on her face. He was also holding something that was really hard to see in Fantasy Village. It was a camera. Looking at the girl holding the camera and hiding in the gap of the tree, as if she was looking for a good angle, it was obvious that this girl was doing something. Secretly taking photos. Seeing this scene, it was believed that as long as it was a person from the Fantasy Village, there was no way they wouldn't know who this girl who was sneakily taking pictures was. Tekashimaru. A monster from the Crow Tengu race. Of course, it was to expand the popularity of Tekashimaru to the level of the entire Fantasy Village. It wasn't the identity of the Crow Tengu monster, but Tekashimaru's other identity. Reporter. One was good at secretly taking photos and fabricating. They would often fabricate unwarranted matters into gossips and turn them into newspapers, sending them to the reporters in the entire Fantasy Village. In other words, rather than calling Tekashimaru a reporter, it was better to call him a paparazzi. And the people and monsters in the Fantasy Village also thought so. But there was no doubt that once it was published in the newspaper, 9 out of 10 reports would be false. Similarly, 9 out of 10 reports would tarnish the reputation of the person who published it, causing the person's popularity to soar. I didn't expect that Yakumo Yukari would run out of her own crack and wander around the Fantasy Village. I actually missed so much news. Tekashimaru was vexed. Not long ago, the most mysterious monster sage in the entire Fantasy Village, Yakumo Yukari, brought her Shikigami and their Shikigami to wander around the entire Fantasy Village. As a responsible paparazzi, how could Tekashimaru not be interested in such an unusual thing? And so, Sensei Marifumi followed the shifter sage, Yakumo Yukari, and trailed behind her in an attempt to find out the purpose of her mindless stroll through Fantasyland, or if there was any inside information worth reporting. However, after spending a few days following Yakumo Yukari, Tekashimaru was speechless. Yakumo Yukari didn't have any ulterior motives, nor did she have any inside story worth reporting. She was just traveling around the Fantasy Village. Tekashimaru, who had spent a few days following Yakumo Yukari and hadn't published any news in the past few days, was furious. As the creator of Fantasy Village and the Sage of the Demons, Yakumo Yukari had spent more time in Fantasy Village than anyone else. Naturally, she was the most familiar with Fantasy Village. Now, she was bored out of her mind and decided to take a vacation in Fantasy Village. Had he lived for too long and gotten Alzheimer's disease? Takashimaru kept criticizing Yukari in his heart. Little did he know that Yukari had been away from the Fantasy Village for a while. Yukari's feelings for the Fantasy Village were incomparable to others. She had stayed in the Spalier world for so long. Now that she was back, even the smartest person would miss it. That was why she was traveling around the Fantasy Village. Of course, no matter how well-informed Saimaru was, it was impossible for him to know about this matter. Therefore, he thought that Yukari's action was of great significance and wasted a few days to follow her, but in the end, he didn't get any benefits. The author of the life-shooting pill, who had been depressed for a long time, was finally excited at this moment. The time I wasted on Yakumo Yukari, and I haven't been able to report on her for the past few days. This time, I have to make up for it all. Takashimaru's eyes burned with passion as he giggled. The masters of Scarlet Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall were jealous of a man and fought over a woman's favor. The sisters of Scarlet Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall had an intimate relationship with a man. The identity and truth of a mysterious man. That's enough material for me to make up for the past few days. But Takashimaru looked at Wu Yen, who was lying on the ground lazily under Furan and gumming. Who is this man? Takashimaru came here after returning from Yukari's place. Takashimaru, who was the most well-informed, didn't know that the man in front of him was the master of Yakumo family and the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion. That's why the news spread among the demons and humans. Regardless, let's take a picture first. Thinking of this, Takamaru set up the camera in his hand. At the same time, Remilia and Gumming's confrontation reached a critical point. Don't tell me you're going to keep this up. Remilia said in an unfriendly tone. He's the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion. I'm bringing him back. Do you want to come with me? Since he's the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion, you two will have a lot of time together in the future. I'll have to return to Earth Spirit Hall sooner or later. Gumming smiled faintly. So, lend me your butler for a while. As the master of Scarlet Devil Mansion, you won't be so stingy, right? Just as he finished speaking, Guming Diju laughed out loud. I see. You don't want your brother to be taken away? There is a limit to my patience. Remilia raised a hand, and a blood-red mist spread out from it. Her eyes shone with a cold light. If you read my mind again, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Could it be that Yakumo became the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion because you taught him a lesson? Gu Ming Diju sighed. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I want Yakumo to stay in Earth Spirit Hall. As soon as he said this, the blood mist in Remilia's hand became even thicker. In other words, you want to steal him from me? I just want to ask you, what will it take for you to give Yakumo to me? Gumming looked at Remilia with a faint smile. Of course, you won't agree if I say that. So, I can only ask the person involved. Gu Ming turned around and looked at Wu Yen after he finished speaking. Hey, do you want to return to Earth Spirit Hall with me? Chapter 1781. Hey, do you want to come back to Earth Spirit Hall with me? When Gu Ming Dijue said that, everyone's eyes were on Wu Yen, who was lying on the ground. Among them, Remilia's eyes carried a threatening glint, while Gu Ming's eyes carried a hint of expectation. Patrice and Zhuyi, who had been quietly watching the development of the situation, couldn't help but have ripples in their eyes. They looked like they wanted to say something, but couldn't. Only Marissa, who was hiding at the side, looked like she was watching a good show, grinning foolishly. On the other hand, Takita Maru, who was hiding on a tree not far from Bori's shrine, was stunned. I was just casually saying that and planned to write about it when I get back. I didn't expect Remilia and Guming Dijue to really be fighting over a man. Once again, it was emphasized that 9 out of 10 paparazzi reports would be false or exaggerated, and these reports would usually tarnish the reputation of the person who published them. Thus, Takita Maru only thought that if the scene of Remilia and Guming Dijue was taken as a picture, it would be enough to create a scandal. He didn't really think that Remilia and Guming Dijue were fighting over a man. Who would have thought that this time, the script in Shwamaru's head would come true? Okay. On the other side, Guming Dijue was extremely excited when he heard his sister's words. He then looked at Wu Yan with a face full of hope. Hey! Brother! You can go to Earth Spirit Hall with Lian. Brother won't go with you. Gu Ming's love had just finished his words. Flan vehemently denied it. She looked at Wu Yan as if she was going to cry at any moment. She pleaded in a pitiful manner. Brother, you won't go with them and leave Flan behind, right? Under the various gazes of the girls, no matter how lazy Wu Yan was, he felt his scalp tingle and the pressure was immense. To be honest, whether it was Scarlet Devil Mansion or Earth Spirit Hall. For Wu Yan, there was no difference. In the Red Devil Mansion, there were Remilia and Fran, these two cute vampire sisters. Earth Spirit Hall also had the adorable sisters Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian. In the Red Devil Mansion, there was the perfect and elegant head maid and the intelligent Mumu. In the Earth Spirit Hall, there was also the Hell Crow and the two-faced cat lady. The Red Devil Mansion had a group of beautiful fairy maids, but the Earth Spirit Hall also had a group of pets that could transform into humans at any time. From this aspect, the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall both had their own merits. No one could say who was better. It could be considered a comparison between different people. However, Wu Yan didn't really want to stay in Earth Spirit Hall for long periods of time. After all, Fran was his summoner and was related to him. In the fantasy village, other than Purple, it was the best. The Red Devil Hall also treated him well. Because of the medicine of the 8 Will Yonglin, he had caused so much trouble, but they had never really despised him. More importantly, Patrice and Zhua Ye's relationship with him was more or less unclear. It could develop at any time and reach a shocking level. In addition, Wu Yan truly treated Remilia as a younger sister. Compared to the Earth Spirit Hall that he just came into contact with today, there was no need to consider which one to choose. However, Wu Yan didn't say these words. Because, he was too lazy to say it. Seeing Wu Yan's half-dead state, the girls finally remembered what kind of state he is in. They bitterly smiled at him. This question, for now, we won't get an answer. Guming Diju glanced at Remilia. What on earth happened to make him like this? After asking this question, Guming Diju didn't expect to get an answer from Remilia. He directly used his mind-reading ability to check Remilia's heart. The mind-reading ability wasn't to read memories, but to read what the target was thinking at the moment. Therefore, Guming felt that there is no way to directly obtain information related to Wu Yan. He must first probe the other party with words. This way, even if the other party doesn't want to answer, the other party will instinctively come up with an answer. Then, Guming Diju would be able to read what the target was thinking because of his words. Laziness of the 7 deadly sins? Guming Diju, who successfully obtained the answer, finally understood. So, it's not that he can't move or speak, but that he's too lazy to move or speak? No one answered Guming Diju's question, but Guming Diju didn't need to use his mind-reading ability to know the answer. Guming Diju immediately became distressed. What should I do now? Sister. Guming Diju, who was lying on Wu Yan, turned to look at Guming Diju and pouted. Can't brother return to Earth Spirit Hall with us? Isn't that obvious? Remilia crossed her arms. He's my butler, of course he won't go anywhere else. Why do you want to steal brother from Fran? Fran, who was lying on Wu Yen with Gu Ming Diju, looked at Gu Ming Diju with a face full of anger. Brother is Fran's brother. Because he was able to discover Lian Lian and nullify sister's ability. He's very interesting. Gu Ming Diju didn't have any thoughts and answered all the questions. So, Lian Lian wants him to play with Lian Lian and sister. Otherwise, sister will be very lonely in Earth Spirit Hall by herself. Gu Ming Diju was startled by Gu Ming Diju's words and a gentle expression appeared in his eyes. On the side, Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi also looked at Gu Ming Diju. Alone in Earth Spirit Hall? Fran seemed to recall the lonely memories she had when she was alone in the basement. She said in a dejected tone. That is indeed very scary. Fran is most afraid of loneliness, but... Fran became spirited and said firmly. Fran still can't give brother to you. Why? Gu Ming Diju muttered unhappily. Why can't you give brother to me? Because. Fran answered without hesitation. Brother is Fran's most important family member, he's as important as sister. The entire place fell silent. Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi all fell silent when they heard Fran's sincere words. Marissa, who was watching the show, couldn't smile anymore. Even Gu Ming Diju looked at Fran with a complicated expression. It seems like I'm doing something very bad, so you do know your place? Remilia said in a mocking tone, but her expression soon turned serious. Although I'm not as determined as Fran, Yakumo Bai is also a very important member of Red Devil Hall, so I won't let you take him away. Hearing Remilia's words, Gu Ming felt a sense of resistance rise within him. Why didn't I meet someone worth being with? With this thought in mind, Gu Ming also blurted out a sentence. I don't know what's going on, but I won't give up before he rejects me personally. Then what do you want? Do you want to take him through a duel? Remilia's eyes were filled with hostility. I'm willing to accompany you any time. No. Gu Ming Diju said. If it's a duel, you won't be able to defeat me. What? Remilia was about to fly into a rage, but Gu Ming explained it to her. Although we're on par with each other in terms of strength, don't forget that Shaman Bo Li said that we must abide by the rules of rune cards, or else she will interfere. And if we were to duel using the rules of rune cards, I have the ability to read your mind. Whatever rune card you think of and what effects the rune card has, I will be the first to know. Gu Ming Diju suddenly smiled. This way, I can prepare a rune card to counter you and use up all your rune cards. Then you'll lose for sure. Even so, do you still want to duel using the rules of rune cards? This time, Remilia was speechless. Indeed, in a situation where their strength was on par, this duel was too disadvantageous for Remilia. No matter how confident she was, she didn't dare to say that she would win. I don't want to use this method to defeat you. Gu Ming Diju hesitated for a moment before speaking. That's why I hope you can wait until tomorrow when the effects of sloth have worn off. Then we can fight for Yakumo Bai's ownership. Remilia, Patrice, and Ziyi exchanged glances and nodded heavily. All right. Chapter 1782. Underground World, Earth Spirit Hall. Pushing open the door to his room, Gu Ming Dijue held Gu Ming Dilian's hand and walked into his room together. They came to the round table in the middle of the room and sat down. He seemed to be happy. It was an expression that Gu Ming Dijue hadn't shown for many years. Sitting opposite Gu Ming Diju, Gu Ming Dilian stretched out her small hand to take a fruit from a plate on the table. She swayed her small feet that could not reach the ground and ate the fruit. She looked at Gu Ming Diju opposite her and giggled. Sister, you seem to be in a good mood, really? Gu Ming Dijue tilted his head and touched his face. Do I look like I'm happy? Yes. Yes. Gu Ming's love nodded hard. I haven't seen sister this happy in a long time. Maybe. Gu Ming Dijue didn't deny it. He said with anticipation. Sister really wants to be friends with Ba Yunbai, who can avoid being affected by sister's mind-reading ability. Friends. To Gu Ming Dijue, that was something that was out of reach. Now, there was hope to get it. Even though Gu Ming Dijue was used to seeing all kinds of people and the dark side of people, he couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this was the first time Gu Ming Dijue met someone who could avoid his mind-reading ability. It was the same as Gu Ming Dijue. Gu Ming Dilian, who met someone who could discover her for the first time, said excitedly. I also want to play with brother. Sister, let's go play with brother when the time comes, okay? Okay. Alright. Gu Ming smiled dotingly. When Ba Yunbai can move, we'll invite him to Earth Spirit Hall and play with us. Yeah. Okay. Gu Ming's love immediately cheered and jumped down from the chair. She ran around the room happily. At this time, two figures walked in from outside the door that wasn't closed. They were two young girls with outstanding looks. Walking at the front was a woman with long red hair. Her long scarlet hair that reached her waist was tied into two ponytails that hung on her left and right sides. The girl was wearing a black dress with green pleated lace around the collar, sleeves, and arms. She was wearing a black dress with green pleats at the bottom. Her hair and the ends of her braids were tied with a black ribbon. She looked unusually lively. She had a pair of black cat ears on her head and two black tails sticking out from her back. There were some blue flames beside him. It was a vengeful spirit without much intelligence. Flaming cat's phosphor. In the underground world, there was a type of cat that lived in flames. Its name was Flame Cat. The flaming cat phosphor was the most powerful of the flaming cats. Together with the other flame cats, they were Gu Ming's pet and were active in Earth Spirit Hall and the underground world. Because the flaming cat phosphor had the ability to speak and communicate with corpses and souls, Gu Ming left the vengeful spirits in the scorching hell to the flaming cat phosphor to manage. Walking at the back was a young girl with long brownish-black hair that reached her waist and legs. Her hair was tied into a single ponytail with a dark green ribbon. She was slightly taller than flaming cat phosphor. This girl was wearing a green and white dress, and one of her hands was equipped with something that extended to her shoulder. It looked like a mortar barrel, and there was a dark red gem embedded in the front of her chest. She had a pair of black wings that looked like a crow spread out behind her back. Spirit Crow Lu Kong. In the underground world, other than the flame cats that lived in flames, there was another type of bird that looked like a crow. It was called the Hell Crow. Like the flaming cat phosphor, Spirit Crow Lu Kong also had an outstanding ability among the Hell Crows. It turned into a human form and was an extremely powerful Hell Crow. Together with the other Hell Crows, it existed as Gu Ming's pet. However, Spirit Crow Lu Kong was no longer an ordinary Hell Crow. Because, in Spirit Crow Lu Kong's body, there was a god called Yada Toru. The crimson gem that seemed to be inlaid on Spirit Crow Lu Kong's chest appeared because of the god that had Yada Toru residing in his body. With the god that had Yada Toru, Spirit Crow Lu Kong's strength had already surpassed the level of an ordinary Hell Crow. It even surpassed Gu Ming's master, Spirit Crow Lu Kong. It had extremely powerful strength. Moreover, Spirit Wu Lukong also had the ability to control nuclear fusion. Therefore, Gu Ming handed the job of controlling the firepower in the scorching hell to Spirit Crow Lu Kong. He asked Spirit Crow Lu Kong to constantly adjust the firepower to prevent the scorching hell from erupting. Flaming Cat Phosphor, Spirit Crow, and Lu Kong, who just walked in, saw Gu Ming's love running around the room with a face full of joy. They all stopped in their tracks and were surprised. What's wrong? Love. Spirit Crow Lu Kong was the first to be curious. You look very happy. Did something good happen? Love isn't the only one who looks happy. Master seems very happy too. Flaming Cat Phosphor looked at Guming Diju in surprise and asked curiously. Master, did something happen? In the past, when Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong came to Guming Diju's room, they would only see Guming Diju quietly reading a book. Because he had the ability to read minds, he could understand other people's thoughts through normal conversations. Therefore, to Guming's Diju, compared to the act of reading, which could only be understood through reading, the latter was more interesting. Because of this, Guming Diju liked reading. In the lonely Earth Spirit Hall, Guming Diju could only read to pass the time. Flaming Puss, who knew its master's hobby very well, was surprised when it saw Guming Diju holding his chin instead of holding a book and smiling faintly. Don't tell me there's something good to eat? Spirit Crow Lu Kong tilted his head and complained angrily. You must be hiding something good. Idiot! Flaming Cat Phosphor called out rudely and then showed an evil smile. That's right. There is something good to eat. For example, crow wings or something, that kind of thing. Spirit Crow Lu Kong's body trembled and looked at Guming Diju with fear. That kind of thing is not delicious at all. I didn't hide any crow wings. Ah Kong, don't listen to Ah Lin's nonsense. Guming Diju said helplessly, but the smile on his face did not fade. It's just that something good happened today. Something good? Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong became even more curious after Guming Diju said that. What good thing? My sister and I have made friends. Guming threw himself at them, his eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. It's my brother. My sister's friend. Your brother? Master's friend? This time, Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong were stunned. Friend? That Guming Diju who was hated by all humans and monsters, who no one was willing to get close to and who only animals liked, had a friend? Brother? That Guming Diju who sealed his soul and no one could discover his existence in an unconscious state? What kind of game was this? Ah Lin. Ah Kong. Guming Diju suddenly became serious and looked at Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong. If I have something very important for you to do tomorrow, will you do it? Something very important? Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong unconsciously straightened their backs and replied in unison. As long as it is Master's order, we will complete it no matter what it is. Is that so? Guming Diju smiled. His smile gave Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong a bad premonition. Guming Diju's next sentence also proved that the two girls' thoughts were correct. Then, what if I ask you to mate with a man? Mate? Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong cried out involuntarily. Mate? Does that mean he wants me to mate with someone else? Gulp. Flaming Cat Phosphor swallowed his saliva and said weakly. Master, you can't be serious, right? Guming Diju only smiled and did not answer. However, Flaming Cat Phosphor and the idiotic Spirit Crow Lu Kong understood. If it was necessary, Guming Diju would definitely give such an order. At that moment, the two flushed and panicked, making Guming Diju and Guming Diju laugh like silver bells. Chapter 1783. The next day, this time, Wu Yen used less than 3 seconds to wake up from his daze. In less than 3 seconds, Wu Yen woke up from his dream. His wine-red eyes stared blankly at the ceiling for a while before he recalled what happened before he fell asleep. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Yesterday, under the influence of the 7 deadly sins laziness, he spent the entire day lazily thinking about what he had experienced. From meeting Gu Ming's love, getting to know Gu Ming's Dijue, to almost starting a war between Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall because of him, it was more exciting than anything else. Until now, Wu Yan still can't believe it. He didn't say a single word, didn't express a single intention, didn't even do a single action. He was just a minor character within a minor character, and yet, he was able to cause such an incident. Fight for Yakumo Bai's ownership? Recalling what Gu Ming's Dijue said before he left yesterday, Wu Yan's expression turned strange. When did my charm become so great? Although that was what he said, Wu Yan could more or less guess why Gu Ming's Dijue was so obsessed with him. Of course, if Wu Yan could guess, Remilia, who had lived for 500 years, would naturally be able to guess as well. After all, Remilia was not as unmotivated as Ling Meng. She was indifferent to everything. Remilia knew a little about Gu Ming's Dijue's experience. However, knowing was one thing, and even sympathizing with him, but that did not mean that Remilia would compromise. Therefore, in response to Gu Ming's Dijue's plan to fight for Wu Yan's ownership, Remilia returned to the Red Devil Hall and gathered all the members of the Red Devil Hall, including Hong Meiling, in the main hall. A serious battle conference was held. However, Wu Yan, who watched the entire battle conference with Luo Ye's help, expressed that it was not a battle conference, but brainwashing education. Our Red Devil Hall will not be bullied by others. Although Earth Spirit Hall is very powerful, our Red Devil Hall will not be manipulated by others. Tomorrow's battle. Our Red Devil Hall can only win. Don't lose. Focusing on these three themes, Remilia spoke eloquently and passionately for 3 hours. In the end, this so-called battle conference did not talk about any strategy at all. It was just to raise the morale of the people of the Red Devil Hall. Remilia's mood was also unusually high. Therefore, Wu Yan was thinking that this Remilia had once been defeated in the battle to conquer Fantasyland. Her ambition to conquer the moon had also been crushed. This time, Gu Ming Dijue's invitation to battle should have stimulated the battle fanatic hidden in Remilia's heart. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan almost believed that Remilia only wanted to enjoy the contest with Gu Ming's Earth awareness. She did not care whether he would be taken away by Earth Spirit Hall or not. Unfortunately, Wu Yan did not know that before this so-called battle conference, Remilia had complained in front of Patrice and Sanyi for an entire hour. She complained that Wu Yan should not have gone out yesterday and caused Earth Spirit Hall to take a fancy to him. Perhaps there will be a good show to watch today. Wu Yan sighed. He turned his head and looked to his side. There, Fran was sucking on one of her thumbs. She was sleeping very soundly while her other hand was tightly hugging Wu Yan. Thinking about it, this little girl was probably really worried that Wu Yan would leave her and go to Earth Spirit Hall. Shaking his head with a smile, Wu Yan gently pried Fran's hand away from his body. He then pulled out her thumb from her mouth and began to shake her awake. Hugging the dozing Fran, Wu Yan walked out of the hallway and arrived at the Red Devil Mansion's main hall. But when he walked out of the hallway, Wu Yan was stunned. He saw that in the hall of the Red Devil Mansion, there were 2 neat rows of fairy maids dressed in maid uniforms on both sides of the hall. Their faces were filled with awe, as if they were ready to attack, waiting there. At the end of the staircase, Patrice and the little devil stood on the left and right as if they were guards. Remilia floated behind the two with a proud smile on her face. One had to admit that this display was very imposing. Forget about Wu Yan, even the sleepy Fran was startled awake. Her eyes were filled with astonishment when she saw the imposing display of power in front of her. But, she opened her mouth in the next second as if she understood something. It must be Big Sister's idea again. It was apparent from her words that Remilia had done many similar things in the past in order to display her majesty. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel worried. When Gu Ming Dijue and Gu Ming Di Lian arrive, would they fight with Remilia because of this display? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan teleported to Patrice's side with a space transfer. Xing! The instant Wu Yan appeared, everyone focused their attention on him. That aggressive aura also came crashing down on him. When they realized that the one who came was the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion, they calmed down and returned to their normal state. Remilia shot a glance at Wu Yan's arrival and ignored him. "Fran, come over too." It was apparent that Remilia wanted Fran to use her identity as the second young mistress of the Red Devil Mansion to put on a show of extravagance. If it were in the past, even if Fran was obedient, she wouldn't be too enthusiastic. But today was an exception. Because today was the important day to decide if her big brother would leave her. Fran's enthusiasm was definitely the greatest in the entire Red Devil Mansion. "Got it, big sister," Fran replied loudly. She flew up to Remilia's lower left side and hovered there. Wu Yan, who was ignored by Remilia, couldn't help but protest. "I'm not like yesterday where I can't be bothered to speak or move. I have my own will." Ignoring his own will and casually using his own rights to compete with others, what was this? However, if Wu Yan were to protest in such a display of extravagance, it would be equivalent to embarrassing Remilia and it would be worse than death for her. Therefore, Wu Yan could only approach Patrice helplessly and ask softly. "Is there a need to put on such a display?" Patrice seems to have gotten used to Wu Yan whispering into her ear. She held a book in her hand and replied with an emotionless expression. "This is Remy's idea. She said that it wasn't easy for him to come to the surface world and we need to give him a grand welcome." "This is a grand welcome? I think it's a show of strength." Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. "What about Laoi?" Patrice opened her mouth and was about to say something. Suddenly, her eyes flickered and she lifted her head to look at the door at the end of the hall. "They're here." The instant her voice sounded, the door to the Red Devil Mansion opened. Laoi, who was dressed in maid attire, walked in with a carefree attitude with 4 young ladies behind her. Aside from Zheyi, the one walking at the front was Gu Ming Diju, who had a gentle and steady temperament and a calm expression on her face. Following behind Gu Ming Diju was Gu Ming's love, who had a curious expression on her face. She kept looking around, up and down. At the back, 2 girls who had never seen each other before walked side by side. They followed behind Gu Ming Diju and Gu Ming Dilian, as if they were escorting them. They walked with steady steps, step by step. Walking on the left was a cute girl with cat ears and 2 cat tails. She was dressed in a pitch-black western dress and had her hair tied into 2 ponytails. This young girl was surrounded by some indigo flame-shaped spirits that were hard to see with the naked eye. A pair of witty eyes were wandering around, and one could tell at a glance that she was a restless person. The one on the right was also a cute young lady. It was a young girl with long, dark brown hair tied into a ponytail with a green ribbon. She had a pair of black, crow-like wings on her back and a cannon in one hand. Her chest was embedded with a crimson gem. Compared to the cat-like young lady, this young lady was more unrestrained as she observed her surroundings. It was as if she was very reckless and made people subconsciously lower their guard against her. However, those with keen senses would be able to sense that this young lady carried an aura that made people's heart palpitate. Chapter 1784. Gu Ming Di Ju. Gu Ming Di Love. Ling Wu Lu Kong. Flaming Cat Phosphor. The group of 4 from Earth Spirit Hall finally arrived at the Red Devil Mansion. Seeing Mo Yi bring the group of 4 into the hall of the Red Devil Mansion, he stood at the side of the entrance and made an inviting gesture to Gu Ming Di Ju, Gu Ming Di Love, Ling Wu Lu Kong, and Flaming Cat Phosphor. On both sides of the hall, the 2 rows of fairy maids immediately bowed. "Welcome to the Red Devil Mansion." The orderly voices echoed in the air above the Red Devil Mansion. In addition to the extravagance, Ling Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor couldn't help but be frightened. They seemed to straighten their backs. Only Gu Ming Dijue and Gu Ming Dilian, one's expression did not change, while the other was still curious. They did not care about the 2 rows of fairy maids who brought a strong aura. They continued to walk forward and stopped at the bottom of the stairs. At this point, the originally aggressive atmosphere immediately became tense. Remilia lowered her head and looked at Gu Mingdijue. Gu Mingdijue, on the other hand, raised his head slightly and looked at Remilia. Their gazes met. Just when the others thought that the two of them would start a conversation, Gu Mingdijue turned his head and looked at the side of the platform above the stairs. Wu Yan was standing there. Ah! Gu Mingdi exclaimed in a small voice, then her eyes lit up. With a cheering gesture, she shouted excitedly. Brother! You finally moved. You're not lying on the ground anymore. Hearing this, Wu Yan felt a little depressed. He didn't want to lie on the ground on purpose, nor did he want to stay motionless. It was the influence of the sin of laziness. At the same time, Wu Yan felt a little sad. Strictly speaking, yesterday, Wu Yan only said one sentence to Gu Mingdi. He clearly only said one sentence, but she was now calling him brother so intimately. This progress. Isn't it too fast? Of course. Although he's sad, he's also quite fond of Gu Mingdi, this innocent and pitiful little girl. So. Wu Yan sighed inwardly. He activated a trace of magic power. He used a small mind communication magic to send a message to Remilia. Next time, if you ignore my will and do something like this again, I'll kill you. I will spank you in front of the entire Red Devil mansion. The arrogant smile on Remilia's face froze for a moment before she returned to normal. However, from the flickering glint in her eyes, she was probably afraid. It was only then that Wu Yan sorted out his emotions. He put on an impeccable smile and walked down the stairs. During the whole process, Gu Mingdi, Gu Mingdi, Ling Wu Lukong, and Flaming Mao Lin's gazes followed Wu Yan's movements. The four of them had different expressions in their eyes. Gu Ming was looking forward to it. Gu Ming was very excited. Spirit Crow Lu Kong was very curious. Flaming Cat Phosphor was very cunning. Under the gazes of these four people, which contained different expressions, Wu Yan came to the front of Gu Mingdi, who was standing at the head of the table. He put one hand on his left chest and bowed, performing a standard aristocratic etiquette. Welcome to the Red Devil Mansion. Miss Gu Ming. Seeing Wu Yan bowing with a courteous look, Gu Mingdi, who was calm before, became a little uneasy. You, looking at Gu Mingdi's uneasy look, Wu Yan couldn't help but secretly find it funny. He spoke softly. Just call me by. Hearing this, Gu Mingdi realized that his performance was a little abnormal. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and smiled politely. I know, bye. Don't call me Miss Gu Ming. Call me Ju. And me. And me. Gu Mingdi didn't care about the gazes of the people around her. She ran over and hugged one of Wu Yan's arms, smiling happily. Brother, you can call me Lian Lian. Lian Lian. Gu Mingdi scolded in a low voice. You can't be so rude. It's okay. Personally, I like Lian Lian's lively and cute look. Wu Yan waved his hand carelessly and patted Gu Mingdi's head. Then I'll call you Lian Lian. Okay. Under Wu Yan's pat, Gu Mingdi narrowed her eyes comfortably. Her pair of green eyes were filled with happiness. Gu Mingdi was not the only one. Gu Mingdi, who had been watching Wu Yan, also seemed to have a hint of joy in his eyes. It seems like the Gu Ming sisters are in a good mood after being able to talk to Wu Yan, who didn't want to talk to them yesterday. On the other hand, Spirit Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor were looking at Wu Yan as if they were sizing him up. Recalling the important thing that Gu Mingdi had told them yesterday, their pretty faces turned slightly red. After the initial exchange, Wu Yan patted Gu Mingdi's little head lightly to make her let go of him. Then, he extended a hand to Gu Mingdi and revealed a bright smile. Young mistress has been waiting for everyone for a long time. Please follow me up." Looking at the hand that was extended in front of him, looking at the bright smile on Wu Yan's face, Guming Diju's heartbeat began to speed up without anyone noticing. His gaze also began to drift. After a while, he gathered his courage and stretched out his hand cautiously, stuffing his palm into Wu Yan's hand. Feeling Guming Diju's soft, jade-like hand in his hand, Wu Yan could not help but pinch it lightly. This made Guming Diju's face turn even redder. It also made Wu Yan smile slyly in his heart. Guming Diju seemed to be a little pure when it came to contact with the opposite sex. Wu Yan, who was thinking this, did not know that if it was not for the fact that he was immune to Guming Diju's mind-reading ability, causing Guming Diju to develop a strong interest in him and even a little bit of affection for him, Guming Diju would definitely not behave like this. Holding Guming Diju's hand, Wu Yan was like a gentleman who wanted to invite others to dance. He lowered his body slightly and led Guming Diju up the stairs. Guming Diju originally puffed up her cheeks because Wu Yan went to hold Guming Diju's hand but did not hold her hand. However, when she saw Wu Yan and Guming Diju walk up the stairs, Guming Diju brought Spirit Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor and quickly followed. On the platform above the stairs, Remilia, who was floating in the air, watched the scene of Wu Yan holding Guming Diju's hand and walking up the stairs. Her heart was so complicated that she did not know what to say. Just now, Wu Yan went down to welcome Guming Diju as the butler of the Red Devil Hall and acted politely. This made Remilia feel very proud, but now, she was slightly unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy she was, Remilia still had to put on a posture. Otherwise, where would her dignity be? With Fran, Remilia slowly descended from the sky. When Guming Diju arrived on the platform, Remilia and Fran also descended from the sky. The two of them looked at each other. Although they did not say that they were at each other's throats, the atmosphere was slightly tense. On the other side, Fran and Guming Diju's emotions were expressed on their faces. They glared at each other and looked angry. Those who did not know would think that these two little girls were going to fight over some toy. Looking at this scene, Wu Yan opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, in the end, it turned into a long sigh. Forget it, let these two pairs of sisters make a fuss. At the same time, outside a window in the Red Devil Hall, a few figures were sneakily peeking inside. It's starting, it's starting. Riding on her broom, Marissa did her utmost to suppress the urge to scream as she beckoned to the side. Come over and see. Hee hee. Shwamaru raised the camera in his hand and said eagerly. It's to record today's duel between the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall. I did my job and did not report it yesterday. There must be a lot of material to write about today. This is great. Sigh. Unlike Marissa and Shwamaru who wanted to watch a good show and secretly take photos, Princess Lingmeng was not interested at all and said lazily. Why did I come here to do something like this? Mama, you should work a little harder too. Marissa said with a grin. That's a duel between the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall. Aren't you curious about what kind of duel they are planning? I'm not interested. Princess Lingmeng replied without hesitation. If you have the time, why don't you go back to the shrine and drink tea? You can drink tea anytime you want. However, this is the only time such a good show will happen, Princess Lingmeng. Shwamaru advised. Moreover, this might turn into an event that ignores the rules of the rune card. Princess Lingmeng, if you don't look after it, it will be even more troublesome if something happens. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have come here. Princess Lingmeng snorted and looked into the Red Devil Hall. What a bunch of troublemakers. Chapter 1785. No one knew when it started, but the fairy maids had all left, causing the Red Devil Mansion's main hall to become silent. Only the girls on the platform were still confronting each other. Then, with Patrice, Black Knight, and Little Devil standing behind her, and Fran, who was staring at Gu Ming and Delilah, standing beside her, Remilia spoke confidently. "Since you're here to challenge me, then I'll let you decide how to fight for it." Remilia didn't say this to show how magnanimous she was. Instead, she wanted to show off her strong confidence in front of her opponent and suppress their momentum. Indeed, Remilia was a vampire who had lived for 500 years. Even though she looked young and tender, the powerful aura she emitted was indeed impressive. If it were another opponent, perhaps they would be suppressed by Remilia to the point of being unable to raise their heads and lose their sense of propriety. Unfortunately, Remilia's opponent this time was Gu Ming Diju. In terms of survival time, Gu Ming Diju wasn't below Remilia and might even surpass her. Compared to Remilia, Gu Ming Diju had experienced much more hardships. Because of his abilities, his understanding of human nature and the human heart wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. In addition, Gu Ming Diju's ability to read minds allowed him to clearly see Remilia's intentions. How could Gu Ming Diju be confused? Thus, under Remilia's strong aura, Gu Ming Diju only half opened his eyes and his expression didn't change at all. No matter what, Bai is still the butler of the Red Devil Mansion. Since we're here to fight for his rights, we naturally have to abide by the rules of the Red Devil Mansion. So, the way to fight will be decided by the Red Devil Mansion, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Compared to Remilia, Gu Ming Diju didn't show absolute confidence. He also didn't show absolute arrogance. She used a gentle tone to ignore Remilia's forceful aura. This made Remilia feel like she had punched cotton and her aura suddenly stagnated. Seeing that Remilia was the one being blamed, the momentum of their side took a hit. To the side, Patrice glanced at Gu Ming and said without any ripples. "Since this is a competition between the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall, and we seem to have more people on our side, it is only natural for us to make some concessions." This time, Gu Ming felt that he was slightly silent. With the ability to read minds, Gu Ming naturally knew what Patrice was playing at. Retreat in order to advance. This move of retreating in order to advance made Gu Ming unable to find any words to refute. He could only open his mouth helplessly. "If I'm allowed to decide on the method of competition, then I'll definitely draw up a method of competition based on our advantage. For example, let yesterday's rune card duel continue. Are you sure you want me to decide on the method of competition?" Hearing this, Remilia and the others looked at each other in dismay. It must be said that if it really evolved into a duel using rune cards, regardless of whether it was fair or not, with Gu Ming's sensibility, he would indeed be able to gain a huge advantage. If that's the case, Wu Yan might actually lose in the end. To suppress the opponent's aura and lower their own chances of victory? Only an idiot would do that. Remilia's mouth twitched as she said, "Don't worry." In other words, Earth Spirit Hall didn't come up with any strategy this time. "You're only planning to receive whatever moves we throw at you?" If the Red Devil Hall truly came up with a strategy for this competition, then it would be even more advantageous for me with my ability to read minds. Gu Ming looked at Patrice with a meaningful gaze. The Red Devil Hall does indeed have an outstanding think tank. Naturally, they would have considered this point. Therefore, I'm guessing that you won't come up with any strategy. If there is a strategy, it would be to counter each move as they come, right? I see. Patrice understood. Due to your ability, we can't come up with a strategy and can only counter each move as they come. On your side, due to our lack of strategy, you can't display your advantage and can only counter each move as they come. In the end, neither side made any preparations for this competition. With such a conclusion, both the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall members had a trace of helplessness on their faces. The so-called strategy, if it is truly well thought out and evolved to a certain extent, then it will return to the starting point. Haven't you seen that in many famous meetings, only a few square formations would be implemented in the end? This is a battle between smart people. Therefore, during the first battle on the moon's surface, Devil Sage Yakumo Yukari fell for Yonglin's trap and lost. Therefore, during the second battle on the moon's surface, Yonglin the Moon Mind was defeated by Yakumo Yukari and lost a lot of face. In a battle between smart people, if the difference between the two sides wasn't too great, then both sides would suffer great losses. This is what it means to be evenly matched. It is unknown whether to rejoice or cry misfortune. Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall were indeed evenly matched, but in the end, they returned to the starting point and neither side made any preparations. It can't be said that both sides were reckless, but both sides considered too much. Both sides had their own cleverness, which resulted in such a situation. Both sides felt helpless. Left with no choice, Patrice turned around to look at Wu Yan. He's trying his best to minimize his presence, he's acting like this has nothing to do with him. Since that's the case, you shall decide the method of competition. The moment she said that, the eyes of many girls present lit up and focused on Wu Yan. He originally planned to watch from the sidelines and intervene when the situation got out of hand. Apart from that, just like yesterday, Wu Yan was stunned by Patrice's words. He pointed at his nose with uncertainty. Me? Who else can it be other than you? At this point, Patrice's face was filled with annoyance. At the end of the day, this battle was started because of you, and the winner will get you. Isn't it reasonable for you to decide the method of the battle? Hey. I'm innocent. Wu Yan hurriedly tried to clear his name. Yesterday, I was just lying on the side for the entire competition. In the end, things turned out like this. Not to mention, in the end, I even had to give it to the winner like a prize. I'm still confused myself, since that's the case, all the more reason for you to decide the method of competition. Gu Ming revealed a serious expression. It's true that we didn't ask for your consent before deciding to let the winner have you. Therefore, you have the right to use your own method to decide the winner between us. Wu Yan didn't expect this. He looked at Remilia. You're my butler. Even if I give you up, you shouldn't have any complaints. Remilia turned her head away despite her words. However, I'll allow you to make your own decision this time. Wu Yan laughed bitterly. He squatted down and patted Remilia's head. Remilia's body stiffened. She was about to explode when Wu Yan's gentle voice entered her ears. You really want to give me up? Not only did this simple sentence pacify Remilia, but it also softened her heart, causing her to stutter. You are my housekeeper. You are my possession. Of course, I won't give you away, is that so? Wu Yan said with a regretful tone. Just a housekeeper? You. Don't you think you're my brother? Remilia snorted softly and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Although it's only what you think, it's not like I can't tolerate you having such thoughts. Just a little, fine. Wu Yan shrugged and he looked at Gu Mingdichen. What about you? Why do you want me? Strictly speaking, we just met today, right? Gu Ming felt that he was a little nervous and embarrassed. He said anxiously. I just want to be friends with you, that's right. After doing so many things, Gu Ming felt that all he wanted was to have a friend. Brother. Fran stepped forward and grabbed Wu Yan's left hand. Brother. Gu Ming's love also stepped forward and grabbed Wu Yan's right hand. 4 girls, 2 pairs of sisters, all expressed their heartfelt desire. Their desire for Wu Yan. Chapter 1786. If Wu Yan could completely predict Remilia and Fran's desire for him, then Gu Ming Di Ju and Gu Ming Di Lian's desire for him truly surprised Wu Yan. It's not that Wu Yan didn't know why Guming Diju and Guming Diju and Guming Diju desired him so much. He just didn't know that Guming Diju and Guming Diju and Guming Diju desired him so much. Before meeting Guming Diju and Guming Di Nian, Wu Yan already knew what happened to Guming Diju and Guming Di Nian. However, he had to admit that knowing is one thing, understanding is another. In the end, Wu Yan still underestimated Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian's desire for friends and playmates. After all, Wu Yan only met the Guming sisters yesterday and the Guming sisters also only met Wu Yan yesterday. They didn't even exchange a single word, they didn't interact with each other at all. They can only be considered as having met each other before. Even so, the Guming sisters had shown such desire. It was easy to imagine how afraid they were of loneliness. At least, Guming Diju, who still had a heart and knew the feeling of loneliness, was like this. This also made Wu Yan, who had always been certain that he wouldn't leave the Red Devil Hall no matter who won or lost in the end, feel conflicted. Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian desired him so much. Could he really bear to see them dejected and return to Earth Spirit Hall by himself? This thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind for a moment before Wu Yan eliminated it. If he went to Earth Spirit Hall with Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian out of sympathy, not only would he hurt Remilia, Fran, and the others, Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian would definitely be unhappy. Therefore, sympathy was definitely out of the question. Wu Yan couldn't help but ponder for a moment when he thought of this. A few seconds later, he revealed a helpless expression. If you're like this, aren't you making me even more reluctant to see you two go against each other? I'm only retaliating. If it was in the past, I wouldn't give up until I destroyed Earth Spirit Hall. Remilia snorted. Therefore, these are two different matters. You only need to do as we say and decide on the way to compete. Please decide how you want to compete. Guming Diju looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes, his dark red pupils revealing an unexplainable determination. No matter what kind of competition it is, we will do our best. This. Wu Yan was at a loss for words at first. Then, an idea flashed through his mind, and his eyes rolled around. No matter what kind of competition it is, will you agree? Yes. Guming Diju was the first to speak. This battle was originally for you, so you should be the one to decide the outcome. I see. Wu Yan nodded and turned to look at Remilia. In other words, the final victor should be decided by me? Hearing this, Remilia frowned. But thinking about it, compared to Earth Spirit Hall, Wu Yan was undoubtedly more attached to the Red Devil Hall. He should be more biased towards the Red Devil Hall if he were to decide the victor, right? Thinking of this, Remilia agreed. That's right, the final victor will be decided by you. Well then, let me summarize. Wu Yan grinned and he snapped his fingers. Since I am the one to decide on the way to compete, the final victor will also be decided by me. The final goal of this battle is to see whoever can satisfy my requirements, satisfy me, attract me, and willingly follow me will be the victor, right? Hearing this, the girls from the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall looked at each other. Indeed, if this situation developed, wouldn't it be the same as trying to gain Wu Yan's favor? This made Remilia, Guming, and all the other girls feel awkward, but they couldn't refute it. If possible, Remilia and Guming both wanted Wu Yan to choose them. But if Wu Yan really did choose someone else, they couldn't force him, could they? As a result, even if they were said to be trying to gain Wu Yan's favor and coaxing Wu Yan to stay, the girls could only accept it. At that moment, Remilia and Guming nodded their heads heavily. Yes. When Remilia and Guming said this, a satisfied smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. Seeing this smile, Remilia and Guming felt a chill run down their spines, giving them a bad premonition. In the next moment, Wu Yan's words caused Remilia, Guming, and all the girls from the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall to be stunned. Then let's see if you can wear a maid uniform. For a moment, the entire place was deathly silent. Fran and Gu Ming's faces were filled with confusion, as if they didn't know what a maid uniform was. Patrice and Sanye's faces were stiff, as if they didn't know how to react. Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor's eyes were wide open, caught off guard by this sentence. Only Remilia and Gu Ming remained silent for a while before looking at Wu Yan. What did you just say? Remilia put on a fake smile, a dangerous glint flashed in her scarlet eyes. Try saying it again, that. A troubled expression appeared on Gu Ming's face. I don't understand, how will wearing a maid uniform help in this competition? That's what you guys said. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. As long as you can satisfy me and move my heart, you will be the winner. Since that's the case, wear a maid uniform and let me see if you can attract me. This time, Remilia and Gu Ming were absolutely certain of it. Wu Yan, he's definitely trying to get us to please him. No, this was no longer just pleasing him, it was seducing him in disguise. What kind of joke is this? Remilia, the most prideful of them all, cried out in anger. You want me to wear a maid uniform? As the master of the Red Devil Hall, a vampire who had lived for 500 years, who had once ruled over a large number of demons in Fantasy Village and almost obtained the ruling rights of Fantasy Village, Remilia, to wear a maid uniform? That was even harder than giving Ling Meng moral integrity. However, Wu Yan raised his brows and spoke provocatively. Are you planning to admit defeat? Wu Yan's provocation infuriated Remilia, but she couldn't say a word. After all, Remilia didn't want to admit defeat, nor did she want to wear a maid uniform. On the side, Zhuyi frowned and spoke. Lord Bai, isn't this too much? Without a doubt, Zhuyi was absolutely unwilling to see his master wear a maid's uniform. In any case, there's only us here, no one else. If no one says anything, no one will know what happened today. Wu Yan smiled. So, isn't it interesting to try something you've never thought of before? Interesting? Zhuyi hesitated for a moment and asked with uncertainty. Is it because it's interesting that you want Miss to wear a maid's uniform? Faced with Zhuyi's uncertainty, Wu Yan spoke frankly. What else? You bastard. Just as Remilia was about to explode, a gentle voice with a hint of determination rang out beside her. If this can attract you. Gu Ming Di Ju said in a serious tone. I'm willing to cooperate. What? Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flame Cat Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Remilia, Patrice, and Little Knight looked at Gu Ming in disbelief, let alone Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. Whoa! Gu Ming Di Ju's eyes twinkled like little stars. Big sister is so cool. Hearing Gu Ming Di Lian's words, Gu Ming Di Lian immediately felt a sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but straighten his back. As long as Bai can follow us back to Earth Spirit Hall, I'm fine with it if it's just a maid uniform. Big brother won't follow you back to Earth Spirit Hall. Fran anxiously grabbed Remilia's hand. Big sister, you can't lose to her. Fran. Remilia's mouth twitched. Don't tell me you want me to wear a maid uniform. Big sister doesn't dare. Fran said angrily. Then let Fran wear it. How can I let you wear it? Remilia was startled. Her eyes were filled with struggle and hesitation. In the end, she glared fiercely at Wu Yan. You'd better remember this. Wu Yan was pleased with himself as the girls from Scarlet Fiend Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall glared at him. In the entire fantasy village, I'm probably the only one who can make Remilia and Gu Ming Di Ju wear maid uniforms. R1152. Chapter 1787. In that instant, the entire Red Devil Mansion fell into a strange silence. Wu Yan, Patrice, Zhuyi, Fran, Gu Ming Di Lian, Spirit Wu Lu Kong, and Flaming Cat Lin stood on the platform and looked at the scene in front of them in silence. Because, in front of the 7 of them, 2 petite girls stood side by side. Remilia. Gu Ming Di Ju. However, at this moment, the 2 masters of the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall had a faint blush on their delicate and cute faces. Of course, although Remilia and Gu Ming Di Ju had a blush on their faces, the reason for the blush on their faces was different. The redness on Remilia's face was completely due to shame and indignation. Gu Ming Di Ju's blush was purely due to shyness. There was no other reason. After half an hour of bashfulness, Remilia's cherry-colored goth lowly outfit had already disappeared. Gu Ming Di Ju's original outfit had also been replaced with the most common outfit in the Red Devil Mansion. Maid outfit. The main colors were blue and white. She wore a white, pleated headband on her head. The skirt only reached her knees, and she wore white stockings on her feet. There was a white, apron-like hanging coat in front of her body. It was a standard maid's uniform. Furthermore, because there was no maid outfit in the Red Devil Mansion that could match Remilia and Gu Ming Di Ju, the 2 petite girls were wearing maid outfits that were too big for them. It was loose, but it didn't reduce the charm of the 2 girls at all. Instead, it looked strangely beautiful. If one had to describe it, it was like a girl wearing a boy's shirt. It was clearly too big and could be worn as a skirt, but this way, not only did it not look out of place, it actually made the girl feel even more seductive. Right now, Remilia and Gu Ming Di Ju were wearing loose maid outfits. They had the same feeling. Remilia lifted the maid outfit with a face full of shame and anger. As if he had been greatly humiliated, Gu Ming Di Ju's face was filled with shyness as he tried to cover himself up. He did not allow his overly loose maid uniform to slide down and reveal his fair and delicate body. Everyone's reactions were also different. Fran and Gu Ming's love, who had never seen her sister like this, looked at each other. Similarly, Spirit Crow Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor had never seen such a shy look on their master's face. He didn't close it for a long time. Patrice couldn't believe her eyes. It was another reaction that he had expected. He had a bitter smile on his face. As for Ruoyi, she stared straight at her family's eldest miss. Remilia's embarrassed and indignant appearance in her maid uniform suddenly raised her head and covered her nose, looking as if she would have a nosebleed at any moment. Wu Yan was the only one who didn't say anything. If the people of the fantasy village knew that the masters of the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall were wearing maid outfits, their jaws would drop to the ground. Sensei Maruvan, who was hiding outside the window, was so excited that he was trembling all over. He almost shook off all the feathers on his crow-like wings. His hands did not stop moving as he madly slapped at Remilia and Gumming. Big news. This will definitely become a big news source. Did those 2 eat the medicine made by the Moon People from Forever Pavilion? Did they eat something bad? Lingmeng tilted her head as though her worldview had been destroyed. Could it be that this is a mutation? Hee hee. Hee hee. Marissa giggled. Now, things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. On the other side, under the different gazes of the 7 people in front of her, Remilia felt as if she was doing some kind of shameful play. The color of blood continued to spread on her small face, causing her to involuntarily bare her fangs and cry out. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen others wearing maid outfits before? Everyone nodded in unison after Remilia yelled at them. Then, they came to their senses and shook their heads in a daze. Remilia glared at Wu Yan when she saw how they still haven't reacted to the situation. I will remember today's humiliation. How is it? Gumming also looked at Wu Yan. He was a little hesitant but also very hopeful as he asked. Do I look good? Yes. Hearing this, Wu Yan looked at Remilia and Gumming in maid outfits without saying a word. An impulse surged in his heart. Of course, this was not an evil impulse. Instead, it was as if he had discovered something that he absolutely wanted, and he desperately wanted to obtain it. Under the influence of this impulse, Wu Yan's eyes shone with a strange light as he said this. Not enough. Not enough? Many of the young ladies were stunned. Not enough? What does that mean? Not enough. Amidst the stunned expressions of the girls, Wu Yan seemed to be holding back something as he yelled out in excitement. Give me another set of panties. The air instantly froze. Let alone Remilia and Gumming, other than Fran and Gumming Love who tilted their heads in confusion, Patrice, Sakuya, Spirit Crow, and Flaming Cat all froze on the spot as though they were petrified. Panties? Outside the window of the Red Devil Mansion, Ling Meng, Marissa and Fumi Maru also cried out involuntarily. Then, they looked at each other and fiercely pressed their faces against the glass of the window, their eyes wide open. Panties, panties? Gumming mumbled in a daze. Then, his face turned as red as a ripe apple. Remilia's scarlet eyes flashed with a bloody light as she stared at Wu Yan with killing intent. Do you want to die once? However, Wu Yan, who was controlled by an inexplicable impulse, did not cower. Instead, his aura surged as he declared with an unquestionable tone. Cut the crap. Do as I say. Under that inexplicable aura, the killing intent on Remilia's face disappeared. Her eyes even revealed a trace of timidity. Seeing Wu Yan so excited as though he was facing his idol, she couldn't help but gulp. However, Wu Yan's fanaticism wasn't over. Just Remilia and Gumming won't be enough. Wu Yan turned around to face Patrice, Black Knight, Ling Wu Lu Kong, Flaming Cat Phosphor and the other girls. His grin made the girls tremble in fear. You guys, wear it too. We're going to wear it too. The group of girls cried out in surprise. We have to wear it too. Fran was a little confused as to what was going on. That panties, everyone wear it together? Gu Ming's face was filled with excitement. It seems to be very fun. Please don't joke around, Lord Bai. Bu Yi said in a threatening tone. If you go overboard and make everyone angry, Lord White will be the one at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Sakuya's threat was useless against Wu Yan. Like a fanatic, Wu Yan said in an overbearing manner. Do you want to win or not? Even Sakuya was stunned by Wu Yan's aggressive questioning. She couldn't say anything for a while. This guy, what's wrong with him? Spirit Crow and Flaming Cat were at a loss. Even Flaming Cat laughed dryly. Could it be that the guy that Master fancies has a problem with his head? This state. Only Patrice seemed to have thought of something amidst the fluster in her eyes. Could it be the original sin of greed? Greed? Many young ladies looked at Patrice in panic. Didn't he say, not enough? Patulus smiled bitterly. This is the word that is most suitable to explain the original sin of greed. Under the influence of this original sin, the idea of not enough will be deeply rooted in one's heart. I think it should be this idea that is affecting him now, making him start to crazily pursue what he wants, that means. Gumming Dijue said uneasily. The thing he's crazily pursuing is our attire? What kind of pursuit is this? Remilia roared furiously. However, compared to Remilia, Wu Yan's aura was much more intense. In short, just change for me. Seeing how Wu Yan is in such high spirits that he's about to flip out, the girls were overwhelmed by his ferocious aura. They shrieked and scattered like birds and beasts to change their clothes. Chapter 1788. The curtain of night quietly descended. Tonight, there was no moon or stars in fantasy paradise. There wasn't even a trace of light in the dusky night sky, not even a wisp of dark clouds. If it was in the morning, this weather would definitely be very clear. But at night, it was slightly depressing. To most of the demons who were active at night, this weather wasn't good. Even the vampires who loved the night were the same. Normally, even Remilia would have been dispirited in this kind of weather. But now, it wasn't just Remilia. In the entire Red Devil mansion, other than a group of fairy maids who were still working, all the other girls were dispirited. On the side of the round table in the Red Devil mansion, Wu Yan was sitting in Remilia's usual seat, drinking a cup of black tea in satisfaction. Other than Wu Yan, the rest of them looked listless and fatigued. Remilia and Gumming Di were also sitting in a seat, their bodies sprawled on the table as they fell into a deep sleep. Evidently, they were completely exhausted. Patrice was also sleeping in a seat. Apart from exhaustion, there was also a powerless expression on her face. Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor were sprawled on the ground with their eyes tightly shut and panting. It was unknown if they had fallen asleep or fainted. Even Fran and Love of Gu Ming, who were usually the most energetic, directly lay on the table and fell asleep exhausted. It was not hard to imagine what kind of torment they had gone through before. That was to be expected. For the entire day, these girls were under the influence of the sin of greed and fell into a fanatical state of Wu Yan. From morning until now, they had been constantly changing clothes to satisfy Wu Yan's abnormal greed. Under this constant substitution, even if the girls present were not humans, their physical strength had not reached a state of exhaustion. Their mental fatigue was also much more serious than it looked on the surface. Therefore, they all appeared to be in a state of lying down. Looking closely, Remilia and Gumming Di had unknowingly returned to their loose-made attire. Patrice wore extremely sexy pajamas, Fran and Gumming Di wore a half-covered shirt, Spirit Crow Lu Kong wore a nurse attire without a hat, and Flaming Cat Phosphor wore a revealing black fur attire that looked like a swimsuit. With a pair of cat ears and a cat tail, she looked like a cat girl. The only one who was still conscious was Zhuyi, who stood at the side like a pillar. On her body, the maid uniform that she wore all the time, except for the apron, had completely disappeared. In other words, Zhuyi was currently in a vacuum state and was wearing a genuine half-naked apron. This was also the reason why Zhuyi stood there without moving at all. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but his azure blue eyes were constantly flickering with shyness and the urge to flee. After all, if Zhuyi moved slightly, the apron that could barely cover the front of her body would be dislocated and expose some parts that shouldn't be exposed. In fact, even if Zhuyi didn't move at all, just her exposed white shoulders, smooth arms, and soft thighs were very alluring. At the very least, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Sakuya's direction from the start. Sakuya couldn't help but tense up her delicate body. Her eyes uncomfortably drifted around, not daring to meet Wu Yan's gaze. She only spoke when she couldn't take Wu Yan's burning gaze. Lord Bai, can you allow Zhuyi to bring the eldest young miss, second young miss, and Miss Patrice back to their rooms to rest? It had to be said that even in such a predicament, Zhuyi's performance was reasonable and well-behaved. She was worthy of the title of the perfect and elegant head maid. If she didn't have the trace of panic in her eyes, it would be even more perfect. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh inside, he felt even more satisfied with this. Without a doubt, Wu Yan possessed wealth that no one could compare to. He also possessed strength that allowed him to stand at the forefront of Fantasy Village. He also disdained authority. Thus, under the influence of the original sin of greed, Wu Yan wasn't greedy for money or authority. As a result, he vented his greed on things that were similar to play. It might sound laughable, but to Wu Yan, compared to money and authority, watching the members of Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall play in front of him was better than anything else. It was also very pleasing to the eyes. Bring Remilia and Flan back to their rooms. Then, go to the library and inform the imp to bring Puki back to rest. Wu Yan wanted to ask Sakuya to do something else, but he remembered something else. He grinned and ordered her to do something else. Also, prepare a few rooms for the fairy maids to bring Ju and Lian to rest. Yes. Zhuyi suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned. His eyes turned, and his blue pupils turned red as he fully activated his time-stop ability. In the next instant, Remilia, Fran, Guming Di Ju, Guming Di Lian, Patrice, Ling Wu Lu Kong, Flaming Cat Lin, and the other girls all disappeared. Even Black Knight was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Wu Yan shook his head and turned his gaze outside Red Devil Hall with an unfathomable smile. Oh! Outside the Red Devil Mansion, Takamura Fumi stretched his back and patted the precious camera in his hand with the same satisfied expression. He shook his head and said this. Today is truly a good day. Hearing this, even Soul Dream couldn't help but feel annoyed. I advise you not to publish these pictures in the newspapers. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall will definitely blacklist Crow. I am Crow Tengu. It's not a crow. Sensei Maru retorted, then laughed. Don't worry, I won't publish my underwear on the newspapers. However, there shouldn't be a problem with the maid uniform, right? Just don't cause trouble for me. Soul Dream waved her hand in disdain and warned. If you cause any trouble, I won't be merciful. I'll treat you. Indeed, if I fight Soul Dream in the fantasy village, I won't be able to win. However, I won't fight either. Sensei Maru chuckled. I'm faster than you. As long as you don't catch up to me, I'll be fine. Even if I can't win, I can still escape. One should know that in the fantasy village, Sensei Maruin's strength might not be comparable to those true champions, but in terms of speed, other than Yukari who could make use of gaps to appear anywhere, there was no one who could catch up to Sensei Maruin. Because she knew this, Ling Meng snorted coldly and did not say anything else. However, Spirit Meng did not say anything. Beside her, Marissa's beautiful face turned stiff. She tugged at Spirit Meng and Sensei Marumi's clothes, causing one of them to reveal a displeased expression, while the other revealed a puzzled expression. What? Marissa didn't say anything and pointed forward silently. In the next moment, a voice that sounded like a laugh yet not a laugh rang out. To think that the two of you can hide outside and spy on us from morning till now. The faces of Ling Meng and Shooting Life Maru changed as they turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw Wu Yan, who was happily drinking tea in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, appear in front of the girls. He looked at the three girls with an amused expression while playing with a camera. Wait. Camera? Ah. Sensei Maru shrieked. That's my camera. I know. Wu Yan pursed his lips and tossed the camera to Sensei Maru. Sensei Maru caught the camera in a fluster. However, not long after, he shrieked again. Where are my negatives? Are you talking about this? Wu Yan held a small roll of film in his hand as he glanced at Sensei Maru. I'm confiscating this. Of course I'm confiscating it. Not only are there pictures of the girls from the Scarlet Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall wearing different kinds of clothes, there are even pajamas, shirts, panties, and aprons. Although there aren't many males in Fantasy Village, that doesn't mean there aren't any. Wu Yan doesn't want Sensei Maru to leak the pictures. Thus, after saying that, Wu Yan teleported and disappeared from the spot. Sensei Maru was left kneeling on the ground with a dazed expression. Today is truly a terrible day. In response, Ling Meng and Marissa turned their heads away, choosing to turn a blind eye. The two of them were also the ones who were often tricked by the news about the life-shooting pill, R1152 var wozoadconfig equals, SID, 23130, AID, 1036. Chapter 1789. Even Zhuyi, who never knew fatigue, felt a bit tired after such a farcical day. In order to defeat Earth Spirit Hall and make them return in defeat, Remilia had mustered up all her strength. She planned to give Earth Spirit Hall a good slap in the face in today's battle. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Perhaps, Remilia herself was rather vexed as well. Not only did she fail to intimidate Earth Spirit Hall, she spent the entire day like a doll, constantly changing her clothes and doing all sorts of costume play. For Remilia, who was extremely prideful, this was a constant challenge to her sense of shame. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that even after being challenged to the limits of her sense of shame for an entire day, there was still no victor. Zuoyi could already predict this. Just how frustrated would Remilia be when she woke up the next day? Right now, it was almost midnight. After sending Remilia and Fran back to their rooms, he closed the door to Remilia's room with a soft sound. Only then did Ruoyi let out a rare sigh as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He sized himself up with a glance. Since Zuoyi always put his eldest daughter's affairs in the first place, he didn't have time to change his clothes at this time. In other words, Zuoyi. She was still dressed in an apron, and she was not wearing anything at all. Seeing that every time he moved, the parts that shouldn't be exposed would be faintly discernible under the apron, revealing a little from time to time, Zuoyi uncomfortably tightened the thin and slender apron, and a trace of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Just what was wrong with him? Why did he listen to someone else's orders and change into this? And the other party was a man. If this was in the past. Someone told Zuoyi. Zuoyi would one day change into this because of a man's orders. Zuoyi would rather choose to believe that he would one day be riddled with holes by his throwing knives than believe this. No, it should be said. Not just Zuoyi. Including Remilia and Gu Mingdi-ju. No one would be willing to believe that they would be reduced to such a state, right? In fact, Zuoyi himself didn't know why he obeyed Wu Yan's orders. He obediently changed into this shameful outfit. Even Zuoyi himself found it hard to believe that he actually did it. On this point, Remilia and the others shared the same thoughts as Night Eye. After all, under normal circumstances, even if she lost to Earth Spirit Hall, Remilia would never compromise and do something so humiliating. Today, Remilia had done it. That calm, taciturn, and knowledgeable Patrice had also done it. Even the demons of Earth Spirit Hall had done it. In the past, this was something that would never have happened. Everyone has really changed. Zuoyi murmured with mixed feelings. Luckily, that crow with a keen nose for gossip didn't come. Unfortunately, Zai guessed wrong. Sensei Maru did come and observed the entire process. However, the pictures of the girls in the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall that Fumaru took all day had become the collection of a certain vampire ancestor who wanted to feast his eyes on them. Sigh. Ruoyi sighed again and tightened the apron on his body. I should hurry and change. However, at this moment, some extremely subtle sounds entered Zuoyi's ears. Zuoyi frowned. His face was full of doubt. As an all-round head maid, Zuoyi immediately recognized this small sound. It was the sound of some kind of pottery, or rather, some kind of fragile utensils knocking against each other. This sound seems to be coming from the kitchen. Zuoyi was very suspicious. Is someone washing the dishes? Of course, no one would answer this question. At that moment, Zuoyi didn't care that he was wearing an extremely seductive outfit. His eyes turned red and he instantly activated Time Stop, disappearing on the spot. Under Time Stop, Zuoyi quickly passed through the hallway and arrived at Red Devil Hall's kitchen. But when she arrived, Zuoyi was stunned. She was so stunned that she unknowingly deactivated Time Stop. In the kitchen, a figure was holding a piece of roasted beef that hadn't been processed yet, and was wolfing it down. It wasn't just beef. In front of that person, messy plates and bones were casually thrown on the ground, making the kitchen floor a mess. In this situation, the bones and plates were still increasing. The entire kitchen was filled with the sound of tableware clattering. The amount of food stored in the kitchen was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the number of plates and bones kept increasing. Even someone as indifferent as Luo Yi could not help but be shocked by such a scene. Lord Bai. Yes. The person eating crazily in the kitchen was Wu Yan, who was tasting black tea with satisfaction. This. Zhuo Yi was at a loss. When she reacted, she hurriedly ran forward. Lord Bai, you. Before she could finish, Zhuo Yi, who ran in front of Wu Yan and met Wu Yan's gaze, she got scared again. Ugh. Wu Yan was biting a large piece of steak. He held a plate full of dishes in each hand. His mouth was greasy. His wine-red eyes were filled with an expression. Desire. Moreover, it was like a lone wolf who had been hungry for more than 10 days and found prey in the forest. It was a desire that released a strong green light. The eyes of a hungry wolf. Lord Bai. Looking at Wu Yan's wolf-like eyes, Zhuo Yi couldn't help but ask nervously. What's wrong? Zhuo Yi? Wu Yan bit down on the corner of the extra-large steak in his hand. He gobbled it down like a hungry wolf. His mouth chewed at an astonishing speed as he glanced at Sakuya. No. Nothing, I'm just hungry. After saying that, Wu Yan wolfed down his food again. That astonishing way of eating stunned Zhuo Yi. She hurriedly grabbed Wu Yan's hand that kept moving toward her mouth. Lord Bai, please slow down. I can't slow down. If Zhuo Yi stuttered because she was frightened by Wu Yan's eating manners, then Wu Yan stuttered because there was too much food in his mouth. Any slower? I'll starve to death. Zhuo Yi finally heard what Wu Yan was saying with his mouth stuffed with food. She raised her voice. You've already eaten a lot. You won't starve to death. Zhuo Yi wanted to stop Wu Yan's frightening eating speed, but Wu Yan's action of stuffing food into her mouth could be described as wild. Zhuo Yi didn't know how to reach out her hand and appeared to be flustered. Lord Bai, please slow down, slow down. It's not good for your stomach to eat like this. Ugh. Wu Yan completely ignored Zhuo Yi. Or rather, he wanted to but didn't have the time. He continued stuffing food into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan ate the steak that was bigger than a pillow, leaving only some beef tendons that couldn't be chewed. The rows of dishes filled with food were also reduced to soup. Looking at the empty plates one by one, Ruo Yi, who had the title of the perfect and elegant head maid, was actually startled for a while. Soon after, she finally remembered. Gluttony of the 7 deadly sins? That's right. It was now early in the morning. It could be considered that a day had passed. Of course, Wu Yan's 7 deadly sins had changed. This time, it was gluttony of the 7 deadly sins. What should I do? Zhuo Yi, who was caught off guard by Wu Yan's table manners, was probably the first time in her life that she was so flustered. Zhuo Yi didn't feel sorry for the food in the Scarlet Devil restaurant. She was just worried that Wu Yan's stomach would explode if he ate so much food. While Zhuo Yi was worried, Wu Yan grabbed another piece of steak. Zhuo Yi, who saw this scene, almost exclaimed out loud. That was because the steak was completely raw. Lord Bai. Zhuo Yi no longer cared about anything else and rushed toward Wu Yan. That's raw. You can't eat it. Let me eat it. Suddenly, the whole kitchen was in a mess. It was very noisy. Chapter 1790. Red Devil Mansion, Hall. At this time, the sky was not yet bright, but the Red Devil Mansion was very lively. In the hall of the Red Devil Mansion, the fairy maids were lined up in 2 rows, as if they were in a relay race. They lined up from the platform of the Red Devil Mansion all the way to the kitchen of the Red Devil Mansion. Among the 2 rows of fairy maids, 1 row was passing plates full of food out of the kitchen one by one, passing them out by a hair's breadth, to the round table on the platform at the end of the stairs. The other row was the opposite, responsible for passing plates with only soup left, back to the kitchen. In this relay race of plates, they were clearly just lining up and standing in place to pass plates. They did not even move, but the fairy maids in 2 rows still appeared to be panting and very anxious. Obviously, this scene had been going on for a long time. Upon closer inspection, one could see that on the round table at the end of the stairs, plates of steaming hot dishes were being brought over by a row of fairy maids and placed on the table. However, not long after, a pile of plates with only soup left were piled up to one side and sent away by another row of fairy maids. The sound of plates knocking against each other constantly echoed, and the sound of chewing food also lingered in the air above the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. The 2 sounds seemed to form a pattern, and they kept ringing, unable to calm down for a long time. Under such circumstances, at the head of the round table, a person wolfed down the food like a wolf or tiger. He swept all the dishes in front of him into his mouth and chewed with all his might. His throat swallowed up and down at a speed that made people afraid of overheating. It was very shocking. This person who was eating at an astonishing speed was naturally Wu Yan, who had fallen into the baptism of the original sin of gluttony. Under such shocking eating manners, Wu Yan's face had become completely oily, and his hands were also wrapped in grease. But he still ate the food in front of him like a beggar who had been hungry for more than 10 days. No. It should be said that he ate everything in front of him crazily. If there were still dishes on the round table in front of him, even if it was a plate, a chair, or even the table in front of him that could seat more than a dozen people, he would still be able to do it. Wu Yan would not hesitate to chew on it. Under the baptism of the original sin of gluttony, the food that Wu Yan wanted to eat, it wasn't just limited to food. To be precise, the original sin of gluttony was a desire to stuff everything in front of one's eyes into one's mouth. The desire to not let the mouth and tongue stop. Under the influence of this desire, even if the object was not food, as long as it could make Wu Yan's mouth and tongue not stop, Wu Yan would want to eat it. Therefore, it was fortunate that there was enough food in the Red Devil Mansion. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have already eaten the plates and chairs. While Wu Yan ate like a maniac, the fairies and maids around him looked at him in horror. Not far away, a series of messy footsteps could be heard coming from the corridor. Not long later, Ruo Yi, who had changed back into maid attire, brought the anxious Remilia, Fran, and Patrice out of the corridor. Even Gu Ming Dijue, Gu Ming Dijue, Gu Ming Dian, Spirit Wu Lu Kong, and Flaming Cat Phosphor came out with them. When they arrived in the hall, the girls were shocked by the scene before them. When they saw Wu Yan's frenzied eating, they were even more shocked. So that's how it is. Patrice was the first to react and bitterly smiled. Even Ruo Yi is so anxious. This situation is truly frightening. This is the original sin of gluttony? Gu Ming Dijue looked at the greasy face of Wu Yan and shook his head. The root of humanity's sin is truly terrifying. It's not just humans. As long as it's a living being with intelligence, it can't escape the restraints of the 7 sins. Patrice pressed down on the hat on her head. If there is a person who isn't bound by the 7 sins, then I don't know if that person is a saint or a person without emotions. Enough, now isn't the time to discuss this. Remilia became anxious. We need to think of a way to make that guy stop. Hearing Remilia's words, Spirit Wu Lu Kong, who was following behind Gu Ming Dijue, felt strange. Why do we have to make him stop? Can't we just let him eat if he wants to? Idiot. You really are an idiot. Flaming Cat Phosphor used a merciless tone to explain. The capacity of a human stomach is limited. Even a normal monster is the same. Although I don't know if the man that caught Master's eye is a human or a monster, but generally speaking, if he doesn't have any special abilities, his stomach will be filled to the brim with food. At that time, I'm afraid Bai's stomach will explode from all the food he ate. Remilia's voice became heavy. If that's the case, even if Bai has an immortal body, he won't feel good. But we can't stop him from eating, right? Gu Ming felt as if he had completely forgotten his own position. He had shifted his original position from fighting with Remilia to standing on the same side as Remilia. Gluttony doesn't sound like a big deal. It's just a craving for food. But if this craving is the root of the 7 sins, then it's too terrifying. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Because, under the influence of the original sin of gluttony, if they didn't let Wu Yan eat, or rather forcefully didn't let Wu Yan eat, then under that irresistible craving, Wu Yan would definitely do many crazy things. For example, he would destroy everything that stopped him from eating. For example, he would destroy everything that restrained him from eating. Furthermore, if he really couldn't eat, Wu Yan, who fell into an endless craving for food, would probably bite off his own tongue and swallow it into his stomach. Then, he would chew on everything that his mouth could touch. Even if that thing was a human. The sin of gluttony that had been raised to the extreme by the medicine of the Yonglin of 8 senses would turn Wu Yan into the most terrifying beast. He would eat everything in front of him and destroy everything that stood in his way. That would be much more terrifying than the arrogance, jealousy, rage, sloth, and greed from before. Therefore, they couldn't stop Wu Yan from eating, nor could they stop Wu Yan from eating. Now, Remilia and the others were in such a difficult situation. Brother. While Remilia, Gu Ming Dijue, and the other girls were in a difficult situation, Fran had come to Wu Yan's side at some point. She held a cup of water in her hand and brought it to Wu Yan. Brother, drink some water, or you'll choke. Fran's words were filled with concern and worry, causing the craving in Wu Yan's heart that had not dissipated for a long time to ease slightly. His oily face squeezed out an ugly smile. Thank you, Fran. With that, Wu Yan fiercely swallowed the cup of water that Fran had brought over. He looked like he could swallow the entire cup at any time, and then continued to eat heartily. Remilia, Fran, Gu Ming Dijue, Zue Yi, and the others all had worried expressions as they watched Wu Yan crazily eat. Even the spirit crow Lu Kong and the flaming cat Phosphor were slightly anxious. Only Gu Ming Dijue, whose mind had been sealed, could not understand everyone's worries. He sat to the side without a care in the world, holding a plate of food on the table with his small hands and eating with Wu Yan. His face was filled with joy. In reality, Wu Yan knew better than Remilia and the others just how terrible his situation was. Although he really wanted to eat, Wu Yan's appetite did not increase with this desire. After eating so much in one go, his stomach was churning like a washing machine. The feeling of fullness in his abdomen attacked his nerves, causing Wu Yan great pain. Unfortunately, the desire to eat did not lessen at all, causing Wu Yan to become anxious. If he continued to eat like this, it would not be as simple as his stomach exploding and he would die from overeating. Wu Yan was most afraid that if he persisted in this state for an entire day, he would become anorexic the next day. At that time, it would be really troublesome. What Wu Yan could think of, Remilia and Gu Ming Dijue could naturally think of as well. At that moment, Remilia was the first to lose her cool. No. We can't let him continue eating like this. But we can't stop him either. Gu Ming Dijue, who had read Remilia's thoughts, stopped her from rushing forward. Otherwise, Bai will definitely go crazy. Then what should we do? Remilia shouted angrily. Do you have a way? This. Gu Ming Dijue was speechless. Chapter 1791. While Remilia, Gu Ming Dijue, and the other young ladies were at their wits' end and were getting anxious, Patrice walked out of the corridor leading to her library with an old magic book in her hand. Seeing this scene, Remilia, who was familiar with Patrice, asked in pleasant surprise. Patrice, do you have a solution? It shouldn't be a problem. Patrice didn't give a confident answer. However, such an answer was in line with Patrice's personality. Patrice raised the aged grimoire in her hand and said, "I obtained this grimoire by chance in the past. It's called Gluttony." Gluttony? Remilia, Guming Dijue and the other girls were slightly taken aback. Gluttony? Isn't that one of the 7 deadly sins, the original sin that's affecting Wu Yan? Actually, there are many spells that involve the 7 deadly sins. Patrice explained patiently when she saw the doubt in Remilia and the others' eyes. In the category of magic, magic that targets the mind, soul, and spirit has always been a relatively rare and controversial category. Many magic envoys have never given up on their past research, and among these magic envoys, there are also many who study the 7 deadly sins. After all, when it comes to affecting the mind, spirit, and even the soul, who wouldn't associate it with the original sin of the 7 deadly sins? Patrice explained calmly. So, naturally, the magic developed for the 7 deadly sins also existed, and the grimoire related to the 7 deadly sins was also left behind. Very fortunately, I coincidentally met with the 7 deadly sins. By chance, I obtained this gluttony. Is that so? Apart from reading Patrice's mind, Guming Dijue and the others were all shocked. Guming Diju, who had obtained the information he needed, showed an expression of sudden realization. The rest of the girls were a little confused, and Remilia even began to ask directly. Then, what's the use of this gluttony? It's the same as what I said earlier. It can affect a person's mind, spirit, and even soul. It can draw out the sin in the depths of a person's heart. It's similar to the medicine used by the Moon people in the Forever Pavilion. Patrice placed the gluttony book in her hand and turned her eyes to the book. However, this gluttony can only draw out the original sin of gluttony from the depths of one's heart. But in terms of effect, it should be more effective than the medicine of the Moon people in the Forever Pavilion. Remilia, Guming Dijue, Zueyi, Ling Wu Lukong, and Flaming Cat Phosphor could not help but glance at Wu Yan, who was still madly eating when they heard that. Their hearts chilled slightly. The effect was even stronger than that. Remilia, Guming Diju, and the others didn't dare to imagine. But what we need to do is solve the problem of that guy's overeating. Remilia came to a realization. Why did you bring out this grimoire that can trigger the original sin of gluttony? Remy, generally speaking, magic that affects the mind, spirit, and even soul is hard to detect and control. If you're not careful, you might even fall into a state of being affected. Patrice's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Needless to say, Patrice recalled the time she tried to use the Book of Souls to plot against Wu Yan in the library. In the end, she suffered a backlash from the Book of Souls and suffered a loss. Therefore, generally speaking, a grimoire with related magic knowledge would more or less have a method to resolve this situation. Patrice suppressed the unnatural feeling in her heart and spoke. It's the same for this gluttony. Apart from recording the magic that causes the original sin of gluttony, there are also some magic spells that target it. I can use this gluttony to tamper with some of the side effects of the original sin of gluttony. Tamper? Remilia tilted her head in confusion. Simply put, as long as I use this grimoire named Gluttony, I can borrow the effect of gluttony in the grimoire to decompose the food I ate into pure magic residue and expel it out of the body. Patrice nodded. If that's the case, no matter how much White eats today, it will be instantly disintegrated into mana residue by the gluttony grimoire and expelled from the body. It's as if she didn't eat anything at all. Don't mention Remilia and Guming Dijue, even Wu Yan, who can't stand the feeling of fullness in his stomach, is overjoyed. At this moment, the flaming cat behind Guming Diju raised his hand like a primary school student who was about to ask a question. Isn't this too much of a roundabout way? Does this grimoire not have a method to directly eliminate the original sin of gluttony? Of course there is. Patrice said helplessly. It's just that, due to certain reasons, we can't let the Moon Man's medicine be affected. Otherwise, the 5 sins would have been in vain. If he drank the medicine that could trigger the 7 deadly sins, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. So, we can only use this roundabout method. Leaving this sentence, Patrice didn't explain further. She turned around and shut her eyes. Boundless magical aura gushed out from her lovable body that was wrapped in loose pajamas. Like flowing water, the magical aura poured into the aged grimoire in her hand. Hum. The grimoire flickered with a faint radiance and floated up from Patrice's hand. Then, as though an invisible hand was flipping through the pages, the grimoire stopped at one of the pages. At the next moment, firefly-like light particles formed a dazzling Milky Way that flowed through the air and landed on Wu Yan's body. Enveloped by the light particles that looked like fireflies, Wu Yan, who is in the midst of his frenzied eating, could clearly feel the feeling of fullness that has been tormenting him for a long time. Slowly but surely, the feeling of fullness started to subside. As the feeling of fullness subsided, traces of mana started appearing in Wu Yan's body. It was the magic residue of the food that had been decomposed by the Book of Gluttony. Under the effect of gluttony, the mana residue slowly came out of Wu Yan's body like a black mist. Every bit of black mist that came out of Wu Yan's body reduced the bloated feeling in his stomach. It didn't take long for him to return to his normal state. Feeling the tormenting feeling in his abdomen, the feeling of fullness that could explode at any moment subsided, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel relieved. He continued to wolf down his food while sneering inside. How could he let the food that had tortured him for such a long time go to waste just like that? Wu Yan mobilized the mana within his body. Like a ferocious tiger, his mana pounced on the dregs that haven't dissipated yet. Like a furnace, he refined the dregs into pure mana and slowly absorbed it. Under these circumstances, the black mist coming out of Wu Yan's body slowly dissipated and didn't appear again. Seeing this, Remilia, Gu Ming, and the others were stunned. Patrice was also stunned for a moment before she cried out in surprise. He refined the dregs of magic power into pure magic power and absorbed it? It was natural for Patrice to be shocked. If mana was like gasoline that could ignite flames, then the residue of mana would be the carbon dioxide released by the burning gasoline. Who could refine carbon dioxide and turn it back into gasoline? Wu Yan was doing the same thing. Let alone Patrice, perhaps no other magician in the past had ever done such a thing. That was why Patrice was so shocked. Of course, Patrice didn't know that Wu Yan cultivated the best magical power cultivation method. In addition, he had the body of a true ancestor that had the strongest magical powers among all races. That was why he was able to do something that went against the common sense of magic. Patrice didn't know that Wu Yan cultivated the best magical power cultivation method, but she knew that the true ancestor was the race with the strongest magical powers. She could guess the reason behind it and felt complicated. For the first time, Patrice started to ponder. Yakumo-bai, the true ancestor that should have disappeared in the river of history, where did she come from? How did she come to be? No matter how one looked at it, he was a mysterious man. Chapter 1792. Time trickled by as Wu Yan continued to eat. Patrice continued to activate the grimoire. Greed, Remilia, Gumming Dijue, and the other girls fretted, and the fairy maids of Scarlet Fiend Mansion bustled about. During this process, all sorts of things kept happening. Young miss. There aren't enough plates in the kitchen. Go to the warehouse. Take out all the plates that are used for banquets from the storeroom. Young miss. There aren't enough plates. Aren't there bowls, basins, and wine plates? Let me use all those as well. Young miss. A maid fell asleep from exhaustion. She won't die from not sleeping for a day. Since she's a fairy, endure it. Wake her up. Young miss. There isn't enough food in the kitchen. Hurry up and buy some. Young miss. The maid who came back can't enter. What? Young Miss said she doesn't recognize the maid's face and won't let her in no matter what. China. Do you believe that I won't suck your blood dry? The fairy maid's anxious reports and Remilia's exasperated roars echoed throughout the Red Devil Mansion, causing the mansion to be in a noisy state for the entire day. It was even livelier than the banquet. Originally, these miscellaneous matters should be handled by the butler Wu Yan or the head maid Ruoyi. But now, Wu Yan was still in a state of gluttony and the entire Red Devil Mansion was in this state because of him. How was he going to handle these matters? As for Ruoyi, she had been guarding by Wu Yan's side. While preventing Wu Yan from eating the plates, she had a worried expression. She took a handkerchief and sat beside Wu Yan, wiping Wu Yan's oily face. Lord Bai. Seeing Wu Yan's wretched eating appearance, Ruoyi didn't mind at all and continued wiping his face. The work of oiling and polishing. Her gentle voice drifted into Wu Yan's ears as she carefully wiped off the greasy soup on Wu Yan's face. Slow down. Be careful not to choke, Luo Yi. Hearing Luo Ye's soft voice, Wu Yan was still eating and drinking. However, his movements also slowed down slightly. After vaguely responding to Zui Yi, he continued to grab the dishes on the plate in front of him and started to chew on them. She couldn't help but stare at Wu Yan who was wolfing down the food. Zhe Ye's icy blue eyes softened. Perhaps it was because every woman had a trace of maternal instinct hidden in her heart. During this period of time, she had been taking care of Wu Yan, who kept causing trouble for others. While feeling helpless, it seemed that her feelings for Wu Yan had become more and more special. After all, if it was in the past, Zui Yi would never have this kind of gaze, even if it was the young lady he was loyal to. However, Zui Yi understood that he already had someone he was loyal to. Remilia's feelings for Wu Yan are becoming more and more special. However, for her to admit that Wu Yan is her brother is harder than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, before Remilia admitted that Wu Yan was her brother, Zui Yi could only hide this special emotion. For Zui Yi, serving Remilia was more important than anything else. Therefore, Zui Yi had to put her feelings behind Remilia. At least, before Wu Yan truly became the person that Zui Yi had to serve, it had to be like this. With this kind of mood, Zui Yi continued to wipe Wu Yan's greasy face and take care of Wu Yan who was like a greedy child. She didn't notice that her hidden feelings had already been seen by someone else. No, it should be said that it was read by someone else's extremely special third eye. In this noisy state, all kinds of steaming hot dishes were still served on the table one after another. At the same time, the empty plates were also taken away one by one. The fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion didn't know much about the butler of the Red Devil Mansion. Therefore, as time passed, seeing their butler wolfing down the food like a hungry ghost, every fairy maid looked at Wu Yan with an extremely strange expression. Then, they looked at Wu Yan stacking the empty plates on both sides, forming at least 2 layers of 1-meter-tall mountains. They were somewhat stunned. For the first time, these fairy maids knew that their boss could eat so much. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Not long after, Wu Yan would welcome the original sin of gluttony. It was almost dusk. In other words, Wu Yan had been eating non-stop for almost an entire day. At this point, the fairy maids are no longer looking at Wu Yan with a weird expression. They didn't show any other emotions as they continued with their boring work. Aside from Zui Yi who was taking care of Wu Yan and Gumming who joined halfway, Remilia who was instructing the fairy maids, Patrice who was maintaining the grimoire of gluttony, Fran and Gumming's love who were continuously serving water to Wu Yan, Spirit Wu Lukong and Flame Cat Phosphor were looking at each other. Nah. Spirit Wu Lukong said in boredom. How long has this man that master has taken a fancy to been eating? Almost a day? Flame Cat Phosphor also yawned in boredom. Based on the situation, it seems like he will eat until the end of the day. That's too much of an appetite. When he said this, Spirit Wu Lukong's face showed a numb expression. Although I also like to eat good food, after eating so much for so long, I won't want to eat for 10 days, if I eat so much at once, my cute face will be as ugly as the corpses I dealt with. Flame Cat Phosphor said those words that would make one vomit. He even licked the corner of his mouth. 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony. A total of 6 sins. This man that Master has taken a fancy to has already suffered 6 sins. How interesting: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony. Spirit Wu Lu Kong raised his fingers and counted them one by one. There are already 6 out of the 7. What's the last one? As soon as he said that, the excited expression on the flaming cat's face froze on its cute face. Its pair of cute cat ears began to tremble. The confused spirit crow Lu Kong tilted its head and poked the cute face of the flaming cat Phosphor. Phosphor, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Flame Cat Phosphor took a deep breath and calmed down. People say that stupidity is a sin. I used to think so too. But now, Phosphor, I have to say that stupidity has its uses. If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten about this most important thing. I'm not stupid. Spirit Wu Lukong grumbled in dissatisfaction. But soon, he asked curiously. What's the most important thing? Do you want to know? Flaming Cat Phosphor looked at Spirit Crow Lukong with a faint smile and suddenly said with a charming tone. Phosphor, do you remember what Master told you to do? What? Spirit Wu Lukong was startled. What is it? It's that thing. Flame Cat Phosphor kindly reminded. Mate with the man that Master has taken a fancy to. Did you forget? Spirit Wu Lukong's eyes widened, but he immediately reacted. No, Master told us to mate with that man, not me. You're usually so stupid. How come you're so quick-witted at this critical moment? Flaming Cat Phosphor said in a displeased tone. Then, it smiled seductively. Phosphor, Phosphor, do you want to mate with that man? Oh. Spirit Wu Lukong's face was a little red, but he still stammered to express his loyalty. If it's Master's order, then. Flame Cat Phosphor showed an enigmatic smile. What if that man wants to mate with Master? No. Spirit Wu Lukong shouted without hesitation. Master clearly said that she was going to intersect with us. She didn't say anything about intersecting with herself. Flame Cat Phosphor was speechless. But it still whispered in Spirit Wu Lukong's ear like it had achieved its goal. If that's the case, we have to. Flame Cat Phosphor said something to Spirit Wu Lukong. Spirit Wu Lukong nodded in realization. The Flaming Cat Phosphor laughed. It was an evil laugh. Chapter 1793. Night fell and covered the entire sky of the fantasy village. It gave the people, demons, and ghosts of the fantasy village an unclear night. When the clock on the clock tower pointed to the early hours of the morning, Wu Yan, who was sitting at the head of the round table on the staircase in the hall, suddenly stopped. He covered his mouth, stood up, and rushed to the toilet. When Wu Yan rushed out of the hall, Remilia, Gu Ming Dijue, Patrice, and Zhuyi looked at each other. Finally, all of them wailed and fell to the ground. And this wail was undoubtedly the signal to free the fairy maids who had been busy all day in the Red Devil Hall. Immediately, the fairy maids, who numbered more than 100, also cried out and fell to the ground. The cries rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire Red Devil mansion. Even Fran and Love of Gu Ming, who were supposed to be the most energetic, sat on the ground, leaning back against each other. Their faces were filled with exhaustion. There was no helping it. Basically, since the original sin of gluttony broke out, none of these girls had rested. They had been tormented to death. Moreover, don't forget that before the original sin of gluttony broke out, these girls had gone through an entire day of costume play because of Wu Yan's original sin of greed. At this moment, whether it was mentally or physically, they were all in a state of exhaustion. In this state, whether it was Remilia, Guming Dijue, the other girls, or the fairy maids in the Red Devil Hall, none of them had the strength to speak. They could only wail. Gradually, they closed their eyes and fell asleep as if they were trying to outdo each other. As a result, not long after, in the hall of the Red Devil Hall, only the sound of breathing was left. The only ones who could stay awake were Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor, who had been watching the show all day and didn't help at all. Looking at the group of young ladies who were lying on the ground in different positions and sleeping soundly, Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Lin looked at each other in tacit understanding. As though they had been waiting for this moment, they nodded heavily. It's finally over. Flaming Puss lowered its voice. He said to Ling Wu Lu Kong. Now is a good time. Ah Kong, take Master and Lien Lien away. Yes. Spirit Crow Lu Kong nodded his head forcefully. Then, he became confused. But why did you take Master and Lien Lien away? You idiot. Flaming Pussy Phosphor said in disappointment. Didn't I tell you that it would be dangerous for Master and Lien Lien to stay here? That's right. Ling Wu Lu Kong suddenly understood. However, he immediately asked in confusion. If that's the case, wouldn't the people of the Red Devil Mansion be in danger if we only take Master and Lien Lien away? That's why I said you're an idiot. Flaming Cat Phosphor sighed. If you don't leave them here, you'll be in trouble. Later, the man that Master has taken a fancy to will definitely cause trouble. What is it? The Spirit Crow murmured to itself. What is it? Forget it, I'm not going to explain it to you. The Flaming Puss snapped. If you want to stay and copulate with the man that Master has taken a fancy to, I don't have any objections. Flaming Pussy Phosphor didn't care about Ling Wu Lu Kong anymore. He tiptoed towards Gu Ming Di Ju and Gu Ming Di Lien. As for Ling Wu Lu Kong, when she heard the words, copulate, she shrank her head. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but stay here. She followed behind Flaming Pussy Phosphor. Then, Ling Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Pussy Phosphor picked up Gu Ming Di Ju. One of them picked up Gu Ming Di Lien and quietly left the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. Ugh, he rushed into the toilet. Wu Yan didn't hesitate to vomit. He had been eating and drinking all day. He didn't even want to do it. Of course, this reaction happened when the original sin of gluttony ended. However, because everything he ate today was disintegrated into magical residue by Patrice's gluttony, Wu Yan couldn't vomit anything out. But he still wanted to vomit. If he didn't vomit, he might become anorexic. Now, Wu Yan is 100% sure that in the near future, as long as he sees food, he will feel nauseous. Even if he doesn't feel nauseous, he won't have any appetite. The hunger that had been tormenting him for the whole day had disappeared without a trace. After vomiting for a while, Wu Yan came to the sink. He turned on the tap and washed his greasy hands and face. He shrugged his shoulders and felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It wasn't a physical powerlessness, but a mental exhaustion. Compared to pride, jealousy, rage, sloth and greed, gluttony is too scary. These were Wu Yan's truest thoughts. No matter who it is, they would have the same thoughts as Wu Yan. After all, be it arrogance, jealousy, rage, sloth, or greed, they only affected one's heart and mind, causing one to embody that evil mentality. However, gluttony did not only affect one's heart and mind, but also one's body. Think about it, if he didn't have gluttony's effect, what would have happened to Wu Yan? Wu Yan is going to explode from the sheer amount of food in his stomach. Moreover, he would continue to eat and drink even when his stomach was bursting. Who wouldn't say that it wasn't scary? If not for Patrice's gluttony helping Wu Yan, his impression of the original sin of gluttony wouldn't be as simple as scary. Not only that, even if he was stuffed to death, under the baptism of the original sin of gluttony, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to break away from the urge to eat. If that happened, the feeling of fullness would turn into real pain and torment Wu Yan. Thinking about it, Wu Yan shuddered. This was the first time he felt resentment towards Yonglin, who caused him to fall to such a state. In the end, I'll let it go if I can get what I want, but if I can't, I'll play a bullet comment game with that wretched Yonglin even if I have to activate the red jade mode. After muttering a few words, Wu Yan finally felt better. He propped up his tired body and walked towards the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, Wu Yan was startled by the scene before him. Remilia was sprawled on the table, Fran was also paralyzed on the ground and couldn't get up. Patrice didn't even care about the precious gluttony grimoire and was also sprawled on the table. Even the usually tireless Ziyi couldn't support herself. She leaned against the corner of a chair and fell into a deep slumber. All the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion were so tired that they were lying on the ground. Every one of them looked exhausted, causing the floor of the Red Devil Mansion's hall to be filled with people and corpses. The scene was like a group of drunkards who were all drunk. From time to time, there would be a few wails. After scanning the Red Devil Mansion and witnessing the scene of corpses, Wu Yan bitterly smiled in his heart. Wasn't this caused by Wu Yan, who had tormented everyone for an entire day? No, to be honest, Wu Yan had tormented them for more than an entire day. Wu Yan could only silently apologize in his heart. He walked up to the platform and arrived beside Remilia, Fran, Patrice, and Ziyi. Compared to the fairy maids who were casually sprawled on the ground, Remilia, Fran, Patrice, and Ziyi didn't appear sloppy even though they had collapsed. However, this still made Wu Yan scratch his cheek helplessly. Even Nightsaber has fallen? With such a helpless mood, Wu Yan arrived beside Patrice, who was closest to him. He extended his hand and placed it on Patrice's waist. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to carry Patrice back to her room to rest. However, the moment his hand touched Patrice's waist, Wu Yan's body froze. Even though they were separated by a layer of thick clothing, Wu Yan could clearly feel how soft Patrice's waist was. Her slender waist curves could be clearly felt in his palm. It was as though he was caressing a soft cotton blanket. The feeling was inconceivably wonderful. Wu Yan clearly intended to carry Patrice back to her room. However, at this moment, he suddenly hesitated. His mouth started to feel dry and a peculiar feeling pervaded his heart. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan felt a burning sensation erupting from his chest. It felt like an explosion was going off in his chest. Chapter 1794. Ugh. Perhaps sensing something, Patrice gently twisted her body in her sleep. Wu Yan seemed to have received encouragement as he uncontrollably stroked Patrice's waist with his hand. His gaze fell upon Patrice's sleeping face. From Wu Yan's perspective, Patrice's sleeping face was extremely serene with a hint of fatigue. However, her fair skin and gentle expression were exposed to the air and Wu Yan's gaze. Looking at such a peaceful sleeping face, the fire in Wu Yan's heart flared up like a flame that has been doused with gasoline, it's burning fiercely. This wasn't the first time Wu Yan had intimate contact with Patrice. Although he hadn't known Patrice for more than 10 days, but in these 10 days, this knowledgeable and calm young lady had actually had intimate contact with Wu Yan. If their relationship was good, then it was indeed good. If it wasn't, then it couldn't be said that it wasn't. After all, with such rapid development, even if Wu Yan didn't mind, Patrice, as a normal woman, couldn't help but hold a grudge. That was why Patrice pleaded with Wu Yan to consider it. Wu Yan also felt that the time he had known Patrice was too short. However, the development of his relationship with Patrice was rather thought-provoking. Therefore, he intended to distance himself from her for the time being, allowing both of them some time to relax. However, Wu Yan couldn't restrain the passion in his heart as he pressed his body against Patrice's. Patrice was seated on a chair while her body was sprawled across the messy tabletop with plates scattered all over. Because she was wearing pajama-like clothing, Patrice's alluring figure was almost completely covered. But even so, when she was sprawled on the table, there was still a pair of flat objects that couldn't be ignored. Even if they weren't directly exposed, they would still attract the attention of others. This caused Wu Yan's breathing to become heavier. The passion in his heart burned even more vigorously. Driven by the passion in his heart, Wu Yan placed his hand on Patrice's slender waist. He slowly moved his hand up and caressed Patrice's ample bosom that could make one's blood boil. In an instant, a soft sensation burst forth from Wu Yan's palm. Even the thick clothes couldn't isolate it. Wu Yan felt as though he had jumped into a swimming pool in summer. His head felt extremely refreshed. Ugh! Her most important part was being attacked. In her sleep, Patrice once again let out an unconscious moan that entered Wu Yan's ears but didn't wake him up. No, it should be more accurate to say that Wu Yan, who is still conscious, didn't stop his actions. Wu Yan clearly knew what he was doing and even more clearly knew that he desired to get closer to Patrice. However, Wu Yan's hands were out of his control and couldn't stop. He clearly intended to pull away from Patrice to ease the tension between them. But now, Wu Yan was spoiling his plans. It wasn't that Wu Yan's thirst had reached an unbearable level. Instead, it was an intense desire and impulse that dominated his body. It was as though he was attracted and couldn't help but make a move on Patrice. There was only one explanation for this situation. The final sin of the 7 deadly sins, lust. This was to be expected. After all, he had already overcome the first 6 sins. The sin of gluttony had also vanished after midnight. At this moment, Wu Yan naturally had to face the final sin of the 7 deadly sins. As long as he could endure through today, the test that Yonglin gave Wu Yan would be over. Wu Yan could then enter the everlasting pavilion to retrieve the mission item for his demigod path mission. However, that wasn't something to be happy about. At least, not now. Ugh! Patrice's unconscious moans were heard. Wu Yan released his heavy breathing and kneaded Patrice's ample bosom. It was as though he couldn't resist violating this young lady before him. From behind the chair, Wu Yan pressed Patrice's delicate body against the table. His hands reached under her armpits as though he was embracing her. One of his hands was kneading her ample bosom. His actions became frantic while his other hand reached downwards. At the next moment, his sinful hands caressed Patrice's perky buttocks that were similarly wrapped in thick pajamas. A soft sensation assaulted him, causing Wu Yan's hands to tremble. He couldn't bear to let go as he fondled greedily. As Wu Yan's actions intensified, the sleeping Patrice knitted her brows and her breathing quickened. Wu Yan lost control of himself as if he was being guided by some unknown force to occupy the high spots on Patrice's body. His hands moved up and down Patrice's voluptuous body, her butt, her waist, and her slender thighs. The string that represents rationality is stretched taut. Needless to say, it wouldn't be strange if this string that represented reason were to snap at any time. Ugh! Ugh! Patrice let out a soft moan that caused one's heart to tremble. Her eyelids and lips trembled as a blush surfaced on her charming face. Hearing such moans, Wu Yan couldn't help but reach his hands into Patrice's thick clothes, yearning for closer contact. At this moment, Patrice couldn't continue sleeping. After knitting her brows tightly, her eyebrows trembled and she abruptly opened her eyes. Wah! What's wrong? As soon as she woke up, Patrice felt that something was wrong with her body. She turned around in a daze and saw Wu Yan panting heavily. Then, her body and expression stiffened and her eyes revealed a flustered expression. You! What are you? Patrice, who wanted to ask more questions, reacted before the words left her mouth and cried out in surprise. Could it be the last sin of the 7 deadly sins? Upon realizing this, not only was Patrice flustered, but her heart was also in a mess. If it was really the last sin of the 7 deadly sins, then Patrice felt that she was in big trouble. On the other hand, Wu Yan looked at Patrice's slightly parted lips. He leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. Wait. Ugh. Ugh. Before Patrice could beg for mercy, her delicate tongue was captured by Wu Yan's large tongue and tasted carefully. Ugh. Chirp. Tsk. Ugh. Patrice could only let out helpless sighs. She couldn't control her tongue as she bashfully accepted Wu Yan's assault. Of course, she didn't know how easy it was for a man to lose his rationality from such an action. Wu Yan tasted the lips and tongue of the young lady before him in a frenzy. His hands were also frantically caressing Patrice's clothes. No matter where he touched, his hands were filled with smoothness. In addition to Patrice's seductive moans, Wu Yan finally couldn't endure it any longer. Ah! Following Patrice's purposely suppressed exclamation, a ripping sound reverberated throughout the Red Devil Mansion's hall. That was the sound of Patrice's heavy pajamas being violently torn apart by Wu Yan. You! What are you doing? Patrice was unable to conceal her panic. She clutched at her tattered clothes in an attempt to cover her exposed body as she curled up into a ball on the chair. Patrice! Wu Yan rested his chin on Patrice's shoulder and spoke with difficulty while breathing heavily. I'm afraid you can only tell me the answer to that question of yours now. Patrice's delicate body trembled violently as she clutched the tattered clothes on her body. Her eyes flickered with panic, bashfulness, and anger. But more than that, there was hesitation and struggle. Patrice knew that Wu Yan could no longer control himself. The final sin of the 7 deadly sins. This sin seemed to be a declaration that Patrice was running out of time. Patrice understood that she had to give an answer now. If you don't want to, then say it now. Wu Yan moved his chin back and he started kissing her smooth shoulder. While I can still control myself, give me an answer immediately. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to regret later. I. Patrice's eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle. But she knew that now wasn't the time to hesitate. Not long later, Patrice resigned herself to her fate and closed her eyes. She spoke with a trembling voice. At least. Return to the room. This sentence caused Wu Yan's rationality to crumble. He carried Patrice and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1795. The Scarlet Devil Mansion had very few windows. At the very least, Remilia's room was windowless. When dawn arrived and the sunlight sprinkled down, it was hard for the residents of the Scarlet Devil Mansion to notice. However, the instant dawn arrived, Wu Yan gradually awoke from his sleep with a hazy feeling. Oh! As though sensing Wu Yan's awakening, a soft murmur resounded, drawing Wu Yan's attention to his front. Over there, a beautiful girl with long purple hair is lying on top of Wu Yan. She looked like she lost all her bones. She looked like she's paralyzed. Her slender thighs seemed to have lost all strength as they gently rested on Wu Yan's thighs. Her eyes were tightly shut as her lips were pressed against Wu Yan's body. Her sweet breaths hit Wu Yan's skin and brought about an itchy sensation. At this moment, Wu Yan's hands were holding onto Patrice's ample bosom, pinching it neither lightly nor heavily. His other hand was gently caressing Patrice's round buttocks, causing her to moan comfortably like a little kitten. It was truly adorable. Patrice's state clearly indicated what kind of devastation she went through last night. Under the urging of the last of the 7 deadly sins, Wu Yan pulled Patrice. The two of them fought for an unknown amount of time. Not only were the sheets wet, they were also messy as though they had just been fished out from a washing machine. It was extremely sloppy. Opening his hazy eyes, Wu Yan watched the chaotic scene before him. He took a deep breath and let out a satisfied sigh. Last night, Patrice initially panicked and struggled. Then, she carefully cooperated with him. Then, she begged for mercy. The entire process was clearly engraved in Wu Yan's memory, causing Wu Yan to indulge in it so much that he forgot to leave. From start to finish, Wu Yan didn't know how long had passed. He also didn't know how many times he had fought with Patrice. He only knew. He didn't even know how many times he had changed his posture. Patrice, who didn't have enough stamina, couldn't satisfy him. Hence, in the latter half of the night, Patrice had already raised the white flag in surrender. If not for Wu Yan pulling out Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa, who were residing in his blood, last night would have been a sleepless night for the Scarlet Devil Mansion. In the end, under Wu Yan's tireless pleading, Nagisa even took over Agrora's place, causing the panicking Agrora to fall into Wu Yan's embrace. Thinking back to last night, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agrora, who were constantly betraying their other personalities, finally begging to return to Wu Yan's body. Even Natsuki frantically dispelled her physical body and admitted defeat. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Therefore, only Patrice was left in a mess, sleeping in Wu Yan's embrace. Her plump bosom was undulating, and her body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Her fair skin was flushed red like a rose. Her appearance was simply too beautiful. Hugging the unconscious Patrice and feeling her smooth skin, Wu Yan's dormant passion seemed to have awakened. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and retracted his hand with difficulty. This was Patrice's first time and she was a pure mage. In the past, she suffered from asthma and her stamina was weaker than ordinary humans. After last night's lovemaking, Patrice was completely exhausted and couldn't endure Wu Yan's thirst. If he didn't control himself, Wu Yan was afraid that he would exhaust Patrice to death. While Wu Yan was worrying, a calm voice with a hint of annoyance responded to his thoughts. "Don't doubt, if you continue like this, I will definitely die from exhaustion." Wu Yan was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head and looked at his embrace. He saw that Patrice had woken up. Her pair of purple eyes were fixated on Wu Yan's face as though she wanted to engrave his appearance in her mind. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and patted Patrice's shoulder. The heat from Patrice's delicate body and her undulating curves made his heart burn, but it wasn't to the point where he couldn't control himself. "You're awake?" "I originally wanted to continue sleeping." Patrice moved her body, but her body was limp and she couldn't muster any strength. She could only squint her eyes and speak in a languid voice. "But if I don't get up and Remy and the others find out, it will be terrible." "If they find out, so be it," Wu Yan said with a puzzled expression. "Why are you being so secretive?" "You may be shameless, but I am." Perhaps because she was caught off guard and lost her virginity, the usually calm and composed Patrice couldn't speak in a pleasant tone. She struggled to sit up with her limp body. As she stood up, her round and full breasts rose and fell violently, causing Wu Yan's eyes to almost pop out. Don't look." Patrice's face finally turned red and she subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. This action attracted Wu Yan's attention and angered Patrice. "If you have the time to take advantage of me, why don't you think about how to spend the next day?" "How to spend the next day?" Wu Yan stared blankly. His blank expression made Patrice even angrier. "Don't forget, you have to experience the last of the 7 sins today." "So that's what you're talking about?" Wu Yan smiled knowingly. His gaze towards Patrice gradually turned gentle, causing her gaze to waver and her heartbeat to accelerate. "Don't I still have you?" Although Wu Yan said that, he knew that it was just empty talk. With Patrice's physique, she almost didn't make it through last night. If it wasn't for Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and Agrora, she definitely wouldn't have made it through so easily. Moreover, Wu Yan didn't know how to account for Patrice. That day in the library, Wu Yan promised to give Patrice time to consider. In the end, he didn't do it. Last night, before taking Patrice, Wu Yan did ask her to give him an answer. However, the situation at that time was similar to coercion. Strictly speaking, he didn't consider Patrice at all. Of course, since Patrice agreed in the end, it proved that she didn't reject Wu Yan. However, whether she truly liked Wu Yan or not remained to be seen. After all, the two of them have only known each other for less than 10 days. Patrice seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. However, she didn't know the specifics and could only pretend not to notice. She turned her head away and stuttered in embarrassment. I can't do it anymore. If you want me to help you through the last of the 7 sins, I'm powerless. Oh. Wu Yan raised his brows and looked at Patrice, who was sitting on him. His hand gently kneaded her smooth buttocks. You mean, you want me to find someone else? Even someone as calm as Patrice couldn't help but cast an icy glare at him and snorted. Up to you. I can't do it anymore. Leaving these words, Patrice supported her limp body and wrapped the blanket around her delicate body. Just when Wu Yan thought that Patrice was going to leave, she spoke with her back facing Wu Yan. If you don't know what to do, you can go to the magic forest. Magic forest? Wu Yan stared blankly and his expression turned strange. Don't tell me you want me to look for Marissa? Who told you to look for Marissa? Patrice glared at Wu Yan and spoke angrily. I'm asking you to stay in the magic forest. The mushrooms and mushroom monsters there will release illusionary miasma and magic. Even if they don't work on you, they can more or less alleviate the 7 deadly sins in your heart. Didn't you notice this when you went to look for that doll last time? Wu Yan recalled something after hearing Patrice's words. Indeed, when he was with Alice, Wu Yan noticed it in time. It wasn't like when he was at the Scarlet Devil Mansion where he only noticed it after it flared up. Wu Yan wanted to say something to Patrice but realized that she was no longer there. Wu Yan laughed in spite of himself. Chapter 1796. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Walking along one of the corridors, Wu Yan walked towards the main hall under the strange gazes of the fairies passing by. On the surface, Wu Yan appeared calm. But in reality, he felt helpless when he sensed the strange gazes and whispers from the fairies around him. Wu Yan naturally knew why the fairies were looking at him with such strange gazes. If it was someone else, they would be gorging on food for 24 hours in front of the fairies of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. The fairies of the Scarlet Devil Mansion would also look at that person with such strange gazes. Not to mention, these fairies were in charge of cooking, delivering food, buying ingredients, and washing utensils yesterday. They knew better than anyone else how much Wu Yan ate in that 24 hours. Without a doubt, if this wasn't the Scarlet Devil Mansion, but some other place, they wouldn't be able to find so much food for Wu Yan to eat. Nor would they be able to find so many fairies to cook for Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't doubt that if he spent yesterday in the Boli Shrine, he would have devoured everything in the shrine. He might even have taken a bite out of Ling Meng. Therefore, Wu Yan was grateful to the fairies who worked for him the entire day. Of course, other than thanking him, Wu Yan is still enduring. Ever since Patrice left, the fire in Wu Yan's heart grew stronger and stronger. He wanted to vent it. For this reason, Wu Yan purposely asked Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa to accompany him. However, it was unknown if they were frightened by the madness last night, but none of them responded to Wu Yan. With no other choice, Wu Yan could only endure. Looking at the fairies who were wearing cute maid outfits and walking around him, Wu Yan was worried that he would suddenly find one of them and force her into a room to do her on the spot. Why didn't the last sin of the 7 deadly sins appear in the capital of a different generation? Wu Yan couldn't help but grumble. I have so many wives but none of them are by my side. I still have to endure, how miserable is this? As he grumbled, Wu Yan walked towards the end of the corridor. While enduring the strange gazes of the fairies around him, he walked out of the corridor and arrived at the main hall. At this time, some of the fairies were cleaning up the mess left behind from yesterday. Under the influence of the sin of gluttony, Wu Yan's victory yesterday was glorious. Since the tableware was washed and cleaned every second of the day, it didn't look like much. However, the remains of the food were left behind. For example, the bones were piled up on the ground beside the round table like a small mountain. It was more than a meter high. Other than that, because they were wolfing down the food, the soup and other things were spilled all over the floor. There were even fish bones, meat scraps, and other things, making the floor around the round table look like a garbage dump. It was so dirty that it couldn't be any dirtier. Seeing such a scene, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. To be honest, this was the first time Wu Yan ate without paying attention to hygiene. Although he was a more casual person and didn't pay much attention to hygiene, he would at least pay attention to it to preserve his image. Now, after yesterday's gluttony, Wu Yan really didn't have any image left. Perhaps because of this, there were no fairy maids cleaning up the floor around the round table. The one cleaning up the mess was Bu Yi. Perhaps it was because he was too tired, but Zui Yi didn't use the time freeze that he had always been good at to clean up the mess on the platform. Instead, he held a broom in his hand and carefully swept the broken bones and flesh on the ground. He would probably clean it up later. Aside from Bu Yi, Remilia, Fran, Gu Ming Di Love, Gu Ming Di Ju, Spirit Wu Lukong, Flaming Cat Phosphor and many other girls weren't here. It seemed that they were really exhausted from Wu Yan's matter and were still resting. Looking at Sakuya, who is cleaning up the mess on the platform, Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and said with a bit of embarrassment. Is there anything I can help you with? Hearing the voice, Bu Yi paused and turned around to look at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan scratching his cheek embarrassedly, she couldn't help but chuckle. Being laughed at by Bu Yi, Wu Yan's expression became even more awkward. He could only say this helplessly. Laugh if you want to. Bu Yi shook her head and restrained the smile on her face. Bu Yi didn't mean to laugh at Master Bai. Not sure if it was Wu Yan's illusion. Wu Yan felt that Bu Yi's attitude towards him seemed to have changed slightly. If he had to describe it, it was as if she was a little gentler than usual. I see. Wu Yan continued to scratch his cheek. Is there anything I can help with? Master Bai is the housekeeper of the Red Devil Mansion. This kind of servant's work can be done by us maids. Moreover, Bu Yi alone is enough. When it comes to work, Bu Yi's awe-inspiring and free appearance appeared again. It was very dazzling. Please wait a moment, Master Bai. Bu Yi will prepare breakfast for Master Bai. Hearing Bu Yi's words, Wu Yan's head shook vigorously like a rattle drum. No. Don't ever talk about food again. Please. Hearing this, Bu Yi couldn't help but smile. Then she seemed to think of something and looked at Wu Yan with a little worry and a little strange. Then, did Master Bai feel anything strange today? Strange? Wu Yan looked at Nuo Yi suspiciously. When he saw the worried and weird expression on her face, he understood what is going on. Because yesterday was too busy and chaotic, perhaps everyone forgot that Wu Yan still had the last of the 7 sins to experience, including Bu Yi. But now, Zui Yi should have remembered and she should know what the last sin of the 7 sins is. That's why she looked at Wu Yan with such a weird expression. This undoubtedly made Wu Yan feel even more awkward and ashamed. However, he couldn't help but secretly look at Bu Yi. She was wearing the usual blue and white maid uniform. Her fair arms below her shoulders and smooth thighs below her knees were directly exposed to the air. This was Bu Yi's outfit. In terms of figure, Bu Yi naturally wasn't as good as Patrice. However, Wu Yan did have an intimate encounter with her before. Although he didn't see her body directly, he did feel the curves of her body. It might be an exaggeration to say that she's voluptuous, but her figure is definitely exquisite. At the very least, she still has some of the places that she should have. As for the figure, it was just a side effect. The most attractive part of Buyi was that she had an extremely delicate face and a temperament that others couldn't match. Perfect and chic. This description was the most essential summary of Buyi. Basically, no man wouldn't be tempted by such a perfect and chic head maid. Wu Yan, who was closer to Buyi and felt her charm, was even more so. Thus, in his heart, the fire that was bitterly suppressed began to burn fiercely in Wu Yan's eyes. Of course, Sakuya felt Wu Yan's burning gaze. At that moment, while feeling a little uncomfortable, Buyi said with a stern face, "It seems that Lord Bai will bring a lot of trouble to everyone today." This sentence made Wu Yan sober up a little. He looked at Buyi's eyes that were looking directly at him. The worry and strangeness were still there. In addition, there was also a bit of vigilance. Wu Yan couldn't help but pinch himself. "I will go out later." What he meant was that he would go out today and wouldn't bring trouble to the people of the Red Devil Mansion. Little did he know that what Buyi was most worried about was that Wu Yan would run out. "Lord Bai," Buyi said as if she was trying to persuade him, "you'd better not go anywhere today. Otherwise, you will definitely cause more trouble." "That's true." Wu Yan glanced at Buyi with a faint smile. "Then, Buyi, will you accompany me today?" "Me?" Buyi was stunned for a moment. Then, she blushed and turned her head away. "Buyi is just a servant. Lord Bai, please don't make fun of me." After saying that, Buyi took the cleaning tools and left the scene. Her figure was a little embarrassed, which made Wu Yan laugh in his heart. R1152 varwosode config equals, SID, 23130, AID, 1036. Chapter 1797. Fantasy Paradise, Magic Forest. Kachi 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 rhythmically stepped on the ground full of leaves and branches. Walking in the forest that is as humid as a tropical rainforest, Wu Yan took a deep breath. This kind of action was actually very unwise. As long as one was in the fantasy village, one would know that the air of the magic forest was filled with many spores and miasma released by the mushroom monsters that could cause people to fall into hallucinations. If an ordinary person inhaled it, not only would they suffer from hallucinations, but in serious cases, they would even become delirious. Was it wise to take a deep breath in the magic forest, where the air was filled with spores and miasma? A wise move? If this action was carried out too many times, not to mention ordinary humans, even ordinary monsters, fairies, and spirits would fall into hallucinations and be unable to extricate themselves. Of course, Wu Yan is no ordinary human, nor is he an ordinary yokai. In terms of strength, level, and bloodline, Wu Yan is the best of the best. Even in genjutsu, he is blessed by the gods. Spores and miasma won't make him fall into a hallucination. However, Patrice wasn't wrong. The illusionary spores and miasma inside the magic forest can't affect Wu Yan. But, it's like some kind of chemical that can calm down the restless sins in his heart. However, it wasn't as if it was calmed down. Even though he was taking deep breaths in magic forest, Wu Yan's desire for the opposite sex was still throbbing. He was constantly thinking about the curvaceous bodies of the beautiful young ladies he knew. The effects of the spores and miasma in magic forest that could induce hallucinations could only be diluted. It's like diluting his desire for the opposite sex, it can only soothe his impulsive and passionate desire for the opposite sex. Of course. If that's all, it would be a great help to Wu Yan. At the very least, with the help of the spores and miasma, even if his inner desire for the opposite sex is still active, he wouldn't lose his mind and push down anyone he sees. Spores and miasma. Walking in the magic forest, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the miasma that was filled with moisture and traces of purple mist. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. Forget about the miasma, but the spores and whatnot, even if it doesn't affect me, it's still a little disgusting. Wu Yan is probably the only one in Fantasy Village who thinks this way. After all, unlike the outside world, there were humans living in fantasy paradise. Their common sense was completely different from the common sense of the outside world. In the hearts of the humans in fantasy paradise, not to mention absorbing spores, if any monster's flesh could cure their illness, they definitely wouldn't mind taking a bite. This was the difference between fantasy paradise and the outside world, the fundamental difference in concept. Wu Yan is different from them. He's a bit resistant to absorbing spores and stuff like that. It's even more impossible for him to eat the flesh of some yokai, but now's not the time to be fussing over such trivial matters. Compared with the behavior of pushing down anyone he saw, it was much better to be a little disgusting. Wu Yan didn't want to get the title of Fantasy Paradise Bulldozer or Perverted Vampire Ancestor when he returned to normal tomorrow. Forget it. Thinking of this, Wu Yan was also a little relieved. Anyway, the spores and miasma in Magic Forest have the effect of increasing magic power, even if the increase is not as good as sitting down and meditating for a while. At least it's better than not getting anything at all. Or rather, even if he absorbed spores and miasma in Magic Forest for an entire day. The amount of magic power that Wu Yan could get was not as good as sitting down and meditating for a while. It couldn't be helped. Wu Yan's magic power was too large and very pure. It was far from being comparable to ordinary magic power. In addition, Wu Yan also used the body of a true ancestor and the top magic power cultivation method to cultivate his magic power. The amount of magic power that he cultivated was not small. Therefore, absorbing the spores and miasma in Magic Forest may be a good shortcut for an ordinary mage to improve their magic power, but for Wu Yan, it was a bit useless. Even Marissa and Alice, who lived here all year round, could not get magic power improvement, let alone Wu Yan. The effect was almost negligible. Sigh. With a sigh, Wu Yan grabbed his hair. I have to stay here all day. Where should I go? In the Magic Forest, Wu Yan is not without a place to go. Marissa lived in the Forest of Magic, and so did Alice. Visiting Marissa and Alice should be a good way to pass the time. If it was in the past. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. If I go visit Marissa and Alice now, it will cause all kinds of trouble, right? Such as, pushing them down. Or, pushing them down. Or, pushing them down. Sigh. Sighing again, Wu Yan folded his arms. Maybe I should go walk around or find a place to sleep. Unfortunately, Wu Yan was destined to go against his wishes. Just as he finished talking to himself, a kind voice came from behind Wu Yan. It sounded like someone was trying to give him advice. If you don't know where to go, I can recommend you a good place. Wah! The sudden voice startled Wu Yan, who was still talking to himself. He screamed reflexively. Ah! Wu Yan's shout seemed to have startled the other party. Then, a cute squeal rang out, attracting Wu Yan's attention. Behind Wu Yan's back, a cute girl is suspended in mid-air while maintaining a screaming posture. She was wearing a very ordinary white shirt and a black pleated skirt. She had shoulder-length black hair and a red hexagonal hat on her head. Chapter 1798. Wu Yan followed Fumaru to an empty plot of land in the Magic Forest. Wu Yan's lips twitched when he saw the mansion in front of him. Is this the place you wanted me to come to? That's right. Wen Li, who was still floating in the air, nodded his head in agreement. Is there a problem? Not really. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as he replied. However, if I'm not mistaken, this house seems to be Alice's residence, right? Yes. Wu Yan, who came here once, or rather, he was brought here by Alice. Naturally, he would recognize this familiar building. This is Alice's residence. I recognized the humanoid master's residence at a glance. Takamaru flew towards Wu Yan excitedly. What? Are you close? As Takamaru approached, Wu Yan smelled the fragrance of a young girl. Wu Yan's heart burned with lust. On the surface, Wu Yan maintained a cold expression. I'm sorry, I'm not as close to Alice as you think. If you want to dig out some insider information from me, you'll be disappointed. It's not a rumor. It's news. Saimaru retorted subconsciously, then clicked his tongue. There are so many beautiful women and demons in Fantasy Village. There are very few males. Yet, you came here. With such a unique environment, you didn't even make a single rumor. You're such a boring man. You really want to write a rumor? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. Can you please go gossip about other people? Don't look for me, okay? How can I do that? Takamaru refused without hesitation. Princess Lingmeng said that you're a natural-born troublemaker. If I follow you, I'll be able to dig out many interesting things. I'm not afraid of not having enough material to write a report. So that's how it is. Wu Yan's eyes twitched. He resisted the urge to burst his veins and said with a fake smile. In other words, you're hoping that I'll cause some trouble, but you saw that I only wanted to spend the day alone. That's why you're so anxious. You jumped out. You took the initiative to help me find conflicts with other people and write a report about them. That's why you brought me to Alice. Am I right? Akamaru didn't answer. She winked at Wu Yan and admitted it without saying anything. Wu Yan lowered his head. After a moment of silence, he turned around and walked to the other side. Wait. Like a money grubber who saw a little gold mine, Markumaru leaped forward and grabbed Wu Yan's arm. This is a great opportunity to be on the headlines, how can you give it up? Isn't that too strange? I would be surprised if I heard you say that. Wu Yan struggled. I don't want to be on the headlines, let go of me. Hey, don't say that. Takamaru hugged Wu Yan's arm tightly. He didn't care that his chest was squeezing Wu Yan's hand. Aren't you suffering the last sin of the 7 deadly sins? Can't the girl I found for you satisfy you? Wu Yan almost tripped when he heard this. Are you going to let me turn into a wolf and force myself on a girl while you record the whole process and prepare to report it? That way, you'll be satisfied and I'll be satisfied. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What's wrong with that? Takamaru said. Although I'll be very shy and you'll be very shy if I watch from the sidelines, just being shy for a while can satisfy the 2 of us. Isn't that worth it? Don't you want to think about the girl I forced myself on and reported the whole process? Wu Yan was stunned. If something goes wrong, someone will die. What's a human life? The most important thing is to report it. Takamaru said again. Don't you want to be famous? I don't want to use this kind of method to become famous, you definitely want to ruin my reputation. Wu Yan increased his strength as he struggled madly. Let go. No. Let go. I don't want to. If you don't let go, I won't hold back. Otherwise, you can return the film you confiscated from me the day before yesterday. In your dreams. I won't let go even if I die. I'm still under the influence of the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. If you don't let go, you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't worry, my photography skills are top-notch. As long as you touch me, I'll immediately take a picture of that scene. The photo will only have your face and not mine. If that's the case, I'll be done collecting material for today. You don't even mind being taken advantage of in order to collect material? Since I don't know if anyone will be able to take advantage of me in the future, I might as well use it to exchange for material. I give up. Wu Yan and Takamaru didn't notice that their loud voices and violent movements had already spread far and wide in the silent magic forest. As long as one was within 100 meters, they would be able to hear it. Naturally, the people inside the building, who were less than 4 to 5 meters away from them, could hear them clearly. Not long after, the door of the building was quietly opened. 2 small beautiful girls walked out of the building. They looked at Wu Yan and Takamaru, who were wrestling in front of their house. After a moment of silence, they spoke. "What are you guys doing?" Wu Yan and Takamaru, who were wrestling, stiffened at the same time. They slowly turned their eyes to the door of the building in front of them and saw the beautiful girls standing there. Who else could it be? Of course, it could only be Alice. AI. Alice. Seeing Alice's confused expression and strange eyes staring at him who was wrestling with Takamaru, Wu Yan's voice became stiff and hoarse. He smiled foolishly. Long time no see, long time no see. To be precise, Wu Yan and Alice had just met not long ago. After all, on the day of the sin of jealousy, Wu Yan gave Alice a big hug and kiss. After that, the sin of wrath, the sin of sloth, the sin of greed, the sin of gluttony, and the sin of lust. It's only been 5 days since the sin of lust. In other words, Wu Yan and Alice hadn't seen each other for 5 days. It couldn't be considered a long time. However, what happened 5 days ago was still vivid in her mind. It made Alice's face unnatural and also made Wu Yan feel very awkward. At the end of the day, Alice's first kiss was taken by him because of the sin of jealousy. It was Wu Yan who was affected by the sin of jealousy and became jealous of Marissa. Left with no choice, Alice acted like Patrice and used a kiss to awaken the deeply affected Wu Yan. If they were to pursue the matter, it would be Wu Yan's sole responsibility. How could Wu Yan not feel awkward? While one was feeling awkward and the other was feeling unnatural, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became awkward, making Alice unable to stay any longer. If you want to play, go somewhere else. I'm making a doll and need a quiet environment. Alice suppressed the unnatural feeling in her heart and pretended to be indifferent. Then, I won't accompany you. Leaving these words, Alice wanted to return to the house. At this moment, Hitomaru rolled his eyes and yelled out before Alice entered the room. Come on, let's go. Wait. Alice. Yakumo Haku has something to say to you. Alice's footsteps came to a halt in midair. Wu Yan widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Takanumi Maru. You. Have a good chat. Takamaru shouted and interrupted Wu Yan before Wu Yan flipped out and denied. I won't disturb you guys anymore. Takamaru's figure blurred and in a swish, Wu Yan could barely see his afterimage. Wu Yan and Alice stared at Takamaru in bewilderment. Then, Alice knitted her brows and revealed a dubious expression. It was apparent that she didn't understand what Takamaru was trying to do. On the other hand, Wu Yan snarled inwardly. This hateful Takamaru. Strictly speaking, he betrayed his teammate whom he had known for less than half a day. If I knew this would happen, I would have gotten rid of him. Seeing Alice turn around and leave, Wu Yan almost subconsciously stepped forward and pulled Alice's hand. At that moment, Wu Yan could clearly feel Alice's hand trembling violently as if she got electrocuted. Or perhaps, it's more accurate to say that she's panicking. She started struggling with all her might. Let go. Taking in Alice's panicked face and overreaction, Wu Yan understood what was going on. When Alice was facing him, she definitely wasn't as calm as she looked on the surface. Realizing this, Wu Yan's awkwardness disappeared. Instead, he calmed down and looked at Alice's beautiful eyes. Isn't your reaction a bit too big? No. Alice tried to calm down, but her hand that was pulled by Wu Yan was still struggling hard. "I just don't want to be pulled by you, quickly let go." However, not only did Wu Yan not let go of Alice's hand, but he also held it tightly. "Originally, there was no problem letting go of you, but your overreaction made me very puzzled. So, first answer my question, then I will consider whether to let go or not." You. Alice was anxious, but with her casual and indifferent character, she couldn't find the words to scold him. She could only force herself to reduce her reaction, but her hand was still trembling, showing the panic and nervousness in her heart. "Okay, now let go of me." Hearing Alice's deliberately indifferent and calm speech, Wu Yan also knew that he couldn't go too far. However, when he felt that the touch of Alice's hand was smooth and unceasing, Wu Yan's heart was slightly warm. He couldn't help but hold Alice's hand and gently knead it. "You." Alice's heart suddenly jumped, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Looking at Wu Yan, who was constantly kneading her hand and taking advantage of her, even if Alice's character was indifferent, she couldn't help but want to get angry. However, before she was about to get angry, Alice noticed. In Wu Yan's pair of wine-red eyes, the deep color had been replaced by the fiery temperature. His eyes were incomparably hot, and even faintly carried a trace of madness. That look made Alice slightly stunned for a moment, and she asked such a question. You can't be the same as before, suffering the root of the 7 deadly sins, right?" Wu Yan, who was playing with Alice's small hand, didn't answer, but he subconsciously reacted and casually nodded, allowing Alice to straighten out her thoughts in an instant. In a short period of time, she also knew which of the 7 deadly sins Wu Yan was suffering now. However, sometimes, knowing too much was not a good thing. Today's situation proved this point. At least, after knowing which of the 7 deadly sins Wu Yan was suffering, Alice, who was completely panicked, and used all her strength to struggle. "You, let go of me. Don't move." Alice's fierce resistance was met with Wu Yan's reprimanding words. "Keep it like this, otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it later." Alice almost reflexively stopped her struggle. She bit down on her teeth. What do you mean?" "Although it's a bit shameless to say this, if possible, it's better to keep it like this." Wu Yan replied with a bitter smile as he played with Alice's slender and soft hand. "I'm longing to touch you." "It's okay now, I'm just touching your hand. But if you take your hand back, I'll want to continue touching you. At that time, I won't know where I'm touching." Hearing this, Alice almost fainted. The two of them had only known each other for less than 10 days, so short that it was a bit difficult to even establish a friendship. Why did she have to let him take her first kiss, and now she had to let him touch her? Alice was already starting to regret. She regretted coming out to see what was going on when she heard the sound. If she didn't come out, she wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Fortunately, if it was just touching her hand, Alice could accept it. "You." Alice's tone became helpless. "How long do you plan to touch me?" "I don't know." Wu Yan played with Alice's slender hand as if he was playing with a piece of jade, excitedly kneading and caressing it. "Maybe I'll have to wait until after today." Alice didn't know how to express her feelings. Looking at Wu Yan, who was obsessed with caressing her hand, a complicated emotion appeared in her beautiful eyes once again, and after a long time, she sighed. "I regret going to the Scarlet Devil Mansion's banquet." "Why?" "Because if I didn't go, I would never have known you." This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be speechless. He also couldn't find the words to refute her words. After all, no matter what, he was in the wrong again. Alice glanced at Shanghai and Peng Lai, who were floating on the side, looking at Wu Yan with vigilance and curiosity. After hesitating for a while, she looked at Wu Yan helplessly. "I don't want to stand here and let you touch my hand all day." After saying this, Alice had no choice but to take Wu Yan into her house. Not far away, on a tree, Akamaru watched Alice take Wu Yan into his house and said in annoyance, "Why are we going in? Then I won't be able to take any pictures. It seems that Akamaru has been hiding here, secretly taking pictures. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.